Incremental routines. This long video that you're going to watch is basically a recap of all of the milestones about my own usage of SuperMemo that I published across the years. What you see here on the screen is the playlist. Now, some videos are public, but other videos are not public, are unlisted, because a rather low quality or out of context doesn't tell you much. So now you will see the sequence as I started, that is in opposite order, chronological. So from the very first day, then first month, after 3 months, 4 months, and so on. Why I have taken some decisions. Why some decisions were actually right, like merging collections and then splitting, both were right, because what has changed are my requirements. Some were not, so I learned from my own mistakes, and the other is just my own opinion, basically. Hey, now I do language learning, which I didn't before with SuperMemo. Oh, that has been my experience. Those have been my stats and my conventions, again, my opinion. So you will see this every single time of my past self, not just me now. So those are original videos, which, by the way, I didn't just merge them. I also adjusted the volume because I was not as good as editing as today. And I also cut some of the silences or just dead content that what I say doesn't have any meaningful impact. So I just cut an extra 30 seconds because I say there's no value in what I say. So even though it's a long video, believe me, it's more compact than if you would have watched every single video individually. And there are not all of the videos here, by the way, because some of them, like this one, the first one, will live on its own, unlike this. I also skipped this one of Anki. So you have the best progression, and you will notice that I wear different clothing, my head is lower position with higher lower lighting. The quality is not as good, is what I did back then. My English, again, as well, is not as good. You will notice I have a more accent from years ago. But I thought, hey, instead of having so many videos that are personal and now it's all over the place, let me put this in a sequence. So the channel from now on will only have one single video. From when I was an absolute noob, day one, literally, day one, to 5 years. And that is the introduction. This is the new content. From now on, everything has been published before. It's verbatim the video, well, verbatim the edited videos I did. And I will have another video, which will be like this one, because I will react to this video you're going to see now. The difference is that, strictly speaking, I'm going to react to the videos individually. So I see the dates, and when I was publishing it, the views and the comments. Because I will also cover the comments, especially because I will delete those videos. So the few comments here and there will be at least perpetually in the reaction video. So this is just the verbatim video, and once it's done, check the link in the description or in the corner to see my reaction video. And what provides is if I will be a tutor or a mentor of myself, my past self. So from the completionist point of view, what I was wrong, what I was right, and so on. It's a good exercise for seeing the present self every single time, and then the master and completionist self. Hey, let's validate what I have said. So I think it provides quite a lot of value, and even more than a playlist. Because even if the playlist is in opposite chronological order, so you watch it backwards, you can see the progression. There are still videos left in between that if you didn't follow what they did, it will be hard to grasp. So the reaction video will add a lot of context. Without further ado, let's start the video of my past selves. So my current self in January 2026, and you will see myself from 2020 to 2025. Incrementally.
Hi, my name is Guillem Palau Salva, and you're watching Pleasurable Learning. In this video, I'm going to share my first experience with SuperMemo 18, my thoughts about this session, and my first impressions with it. Taking into account that I did not use the app by myself, I had the help of Raj, a SuperMemo user. I'm very active in the SuperMemo community, and we did a live session, two and a half hour long. So that took a while, even though we just touched the surface with SuperMemo. And let me show you what we did. So we selected just a few shortcuts, the most common and convenient ones to know at the beginning, and so how to do close the lessons. Then we move on to do some abstractions of text, and from then creating more abstractions, and then close the lessons. And finally, we move on to import an entire document online. I know I'm not that original. I selected Incremental Learning from SuperMemopedia, and we just did something very few things with this, and that's it. It seems like very little things, but this is more than 2 hours worth of use. So I will be focusing on three main things. First is that SuperMemo is kind of meant to be used in English for English users, in the sense, well, it's pretty obvious because the user interface is only in English, and the wiki and so on, it's only in English. But for instance, I'm using a Spanish keyword, the QWERTY. And it's almost the same, but there are some couple of layout differences and some extra keys that doesn't exist in English. And for instance, I recall that Alt/ is a shortcut. Now I don't remember what's the purpose, but I do remember the fact that for me it's not the slash. It's another key. So this is a little cumbersome because I will need to learn my equivalent, not the standard, but that's just a minor nuisance. Moving on to the second thing that I want to share is that there are so many shortcuts to use, to navigate back and forth of the card I just created, or if I want to go to the text I just abstract and this kind of thing. So the first session is kind of tiresome because it is messing with you, because it's, for instance, Alt left or Control left, and you keep confusing both. But I guess that it's just a few session issue here. And third is that I noticed that there are a couple of things that cannot be undone. So for instance, what I did is, let's say I have incremental reading here selected, and I want to delete the skill one. If I right click on it, click delete, in fact I am deleting the one selected in blue, not the one selected in dots. So are we deleting this? Are we deleting something I am not trying to delete? So, and this cannot be undone. So this is kind of a huge red flag for me. If you delete something, well, that in this case is from a web page, I can import the web page. But maybe in the future, I can have plenty of things here with flashcards created, so I'll be deleting my own work. So, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't like this. It doesn't translate with good vibes. I don't know. All this for now. So you have to really be sure of what you're deleting. And yeah, and that's it. So that's three things. Tomorrow I will do another session. Let's see how it goes. I will try to do some stuff for on my own, and feel free to reach me out. And if you want to help me, to leave some comments in the video, and that's it. Thank you. Hi, I am Palau, and in this video I will cover the summary of my SuperMemo use for today and yesterday, my second and third day actually, as a veteran Anki user. So yesterday I did another session, 2-hour long session with Raj again. So he walked me through the basics of SuperMemo, and today I did a third session alone. So the very first session I just did alone. So what I did, so I kept reading the Incremental reading in the Memopedia, so I know the basics, and also some other material I have added in the meantime. What I don't know, what's an element, what's a node in SuperMemo. So I'm still learning the basics, just so I'm not learning stuff that I want to learn for myself, following the, my learn drive. I'm just focusing on SuperMemo itself, which surprisingly enough, it's not boring. I'm enjoying this actually. So I will spend more time just going to this file, to the incremental reading article. So that was kind of unexpected. I was expecting to get so tired or bored with all the terminology, all the shortcuts and everything, but it's the opposite. I'm having fun with just this. So, and I can make things really significantly quicker now, because I already know the hang of this, of the navigation and so on. So I also created a new concept for my questions, and here are my questions from today, the difficulties I have found today. First is how to navigate. Sometimes when I create topics, and with these topics I create close relations. So I know that for selecting this, it's Q, and it works. Q, and it works. But sometimes, I don't know why, Q doesn't work at all. And I have to click on with my mouse manually. So please let me know if you know what's the solution for this. So maybe I cannot. Now it's not going to happen. But you have to leave this on me. That so time to time it does happen. Then another question is that how can you create several close selections as a single cat? So for instance, I do have this topic. So what I want to do is to create a close relation of both topics and tasks, but not as a separate. So if I do this and I close this, I get two cats, but I just want one cat out of this. So in Anki, what I will be doing is as easy as that. So close one, topics, and C1 again, tasks, oh my god, tasks. Blah 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 blah.
C2 current interval. So I am only getting two cards, this and this one. So I guess I don't know how to do this in SuperMemo, but what are we trying to do is the following. It's just creating a close relation of both of these two and adding a Q. Can I do this? Can I do an overlapping? Let me see. Nice. So you can do overlapping close relations. Good to know. I didn't tried this actually. So and I can make this and more or less to mimic what was in between or a hint of two elements. I don't know if there is a convention. Just let me know if you are following some convention in order to cope with this. So note that in these close relations, I am asking for two elements. Okay, moving on. The other question was, how do I add text in a already created item? So let's say one random. Here, that's the same one. Topics are. So let's say I want to add more text here. So topics can be articles, extract summaries, etc. But I want to add more text because later on I found another article. Neural. Well, now I don't see it, but let's say I want to add more information. So topics can be, otherwise, I will be just using numbers. So let's pretend this is some useful information now. So if I go to the items I created, they are not affected. So I guess this is by design, but my question is there a chance, is there some methodology you can follow that I can affect and change all the parent, all the child items I created? So if I add, even it's just like a pointless thing, like I want to get rid of the last dot. I want this to affect all the items. How can I do this? I know that this example is very redundant, but it's because now I don't. I'm not finding the example I wanted to tell you. And then one last thing is that for the slip chart, is what I do is I'm using my my mouse, but this needs so much precision because, for instance, this line is 229, but it's not like that. It's 230, but I failed with my mouse. My question is, how can I input the data manually with numbers, not using my mouse? Can I do this? And how I tried with several clicking some options, but I didn't get how to do it. And the other question is, if I want to input data before the 12th of August, how can I do it? Because if I can, I click this in a given day, and I select the 10, it doesn't go to the 10. It just sticks to the 12. I don't know why. So those are my questions for today. Very many thanks to the SuperMemo community. And at the end of the day, the take-home message is that even if SuperMemo is kind of overwhelming at the beginning, with just 2 days, with the help of another user, that's to be taken into account, it's already a pleasurable experience actually. So, contrary to my hypothesis, I'm having fun at the second and third day already. I know I will need I don't know, some weeks or even months to get fully proficient of
just using the software, but that's something to take into account. So please let me know if you can help me and stay tuned. Thank you. I'm using SuperMemo. That will be my fourth try, my fourth day actually trying the software. So today I have been doing 2 hour session. The thing is that I did not use SuperMemo at the weekend, so I had a 2 day 2 days off. I must say that I think this didn't affect much because almost all of my recall was good, and I remembered most of the shortcuts. So what I did learn today is that I had one issue that Q or A wasn't working. So for instance, I will try to reproduce it now. If you look at the active button, now it's add new. If I press Q, it doesn't work. Nor does A or E. But if I click left, now then it's the highlighted button. Now Q works. So I guess that in those moments that Q wasn't working was because of the highlighted button. As easy as that. So finally this is solved. Then, moving on, you cannot do several closes, at least with the built-in SuperMemo. And then I have another trouble that it's for splitting articles. It's pretty easy, so let me try it now. What is to do? No, not this one. Incremental writing, reading. Visual learning. So I have this article. It's kind of short, and what I want to do is to split it. So what I can do is click here, the SuperMemo commander, then search for split, and a window should pop up of either H1, H2, H3, and to choose among the boxes, check boxes, and that's it. But I don't get this window. And now, as you can see, it's like some window is open, but it's not. And the only thing I can do is click escape and escape again. I know why it's not working, so I have the window selected, then I click on this, split, and it's not working. If I do the same but without the window selected, split, it doesn't make a difference. So I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. So if you can help me, I will be pretty much appreciated. Today has been my 6th day of using SuperMemo, and each day I have more issues, more questions about how to use it. So I will be straight to the point. First is that incremental video. I tried, but it's not working. So as you can see, it doesn't load the video, but even the previews, the thumbnail is working. The issue here is that even if I try Internet Explorer, the very same video, or anyone in particular, it's not working. I have never used Internet Explorer in my life. I never noticed that YouTube videos weren't working. It doesn't load. So what I searched online, and I have the help of Brush, and the thing is that they say to disable ActiveX filtering, which is disabled already, and the add-ons. So the only issue I think is that the Shockwave Flash, it's enabled, but it only appears if I select all add-ons. If I select currently loaded add-ons, it's not there. So my best educated guess is that I need
these add-ons to be interloaded add-ons, and I have no clue how to make this. I'm also using the last version of Internet Explorer with Windows 10, so Flash is built in, no need to install it. I will be very grateful if you can leave a comment and explain how to solve this. Hello and welcome. I have been an Anki user for 10 years, longer than that, and I have been using SuperMemo for about a month. As you can see here, 30 days, and I put quite a few hours in actually. So if I go to the sleep chart, as you can see, the time: 4 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, 4, 4, 3 hours, 5 hours, and August, the last day in August, I did 6 hours of incremental reading. So I did a pretty strong commitment. And you can see the difference here is that first I use a very long sessions because I was recording my screen, and later on here is when I'm using just whenever I want to. So you can see I'm using sessions across the day. So about the stats is how are my stats? So for now I have always total time. So I have been doing repetitions for less than 2 hours. This is ridiculous. If I was using Anki, that's almost a day. Or yeah, usually I'm doing 1 hour and something a day in Anki. So, and that's a month. That's because in Anki usually almost all I do is reviewing. I add little cards, and there are some days that I add no card at all, or even whole weeks I add no card, no single card. And that's because out of that many hours, I only spend a fraction of this time doing repetitions, because I am starting a fresh collection. So I have been reading and chunking down the articles. So I guess in the future this will be changing, as well as the speed, which is still huge. What else? The average forgetting index is close to the one I said, which is in the 7%. And the retention rate now it's almost 95%. This morning, before doing the session, was above 95%. That's because if you pay attention here, the forgetting index for today is pretty bad. 31%, almost a third. I lapsed almost a third of my I lapsed almost a third of my outstanding items. Yeah, no, I said it right. Which it's a very bad performance. If I go to the settings here, cork down. So here's one issue, is that I have been using my laptop and on my desktop. So I have been using the backups, and I don't know why this day doesn't have the time. It just says 4 minutes. And if I go here, sleep chart, the 7th, it's more than 3 hours. That's because I know this data it's saved in a different file. So I don't know why it's not registering here the time. So the forgetting, not this one. Whoops, used, outstanding. Yeah, as you can see, I have been importing so many stuff. Memorized, efficiency. What's the forgetting index? Recall. Yeah, that's from today, which it's not even in the 70%. Stability. and so on. So my thoughts are actually good. I know the basics now, and I get the flow. So I get the big picture, the semantic connections that I was very hard to do in Anki, because you have to do this actually outside of Anki. I am so far enjoying SuperMemo. And one of the issues that I have now is that I have imported so many things, so many articles, that I have just one folder with so many stuff. So I know that the knowledge tree is just optional, as Wozniak says, but I would like a more hierarchy done like this. I don't like this. It's huge. I know that the preference, the priority, is the knowledge in my head, not in my collection. But at the end of the day, that will become very cumbersome to look to search for. And one other thing that I don't do is setting as an article as done. See, what I do is I dismiss it. Okay, and what else? Whoops, toolkit. Who can I go there? Yeah, I have so many decks already, lexicon, images, templates. Yeah, about my Anki stuff, I still have to do the coding for everything. I have carried some tests. So you can see those topics are separated from the XML. I haven't done anything, absolutely anything manual. This is all automated. So I generated different cards from one node, being a topic here, and same for Hangul. And not only that, is that I apply different, as you can see, I'm applying different templates, because when you are importing from a XML file, you can only apply one template for all of them, and I don't want that. So what I do actually is I apply one template, and then I reapply templates based on the a given criteria. So I do this in bulk, so it's really easy. I go search, and I go to some tag I just did for myself, and that's it. A matter of seconds. And the other thing that I want to comment on is that outside of the software, SuperMemo, and the wiki and so on, all the official stuff, is the community. The community, it's not huge, I know, there's a lot fewer people than in Anki, but I want to underline the quality of the active users of the community. It's way beyond my expectation. Not only that they are very versed in not the software but in the memory and how to learn and learning how to learn and this kind of thing, on sharing the knowledge and this small community engagement, is that they are building their own tools for SuperMemo, which is not that easy as in Anki because it's open source and you can get add-ons done very easily. And in SuperMemo, I think I have briefly tried SuperMemo system. It's very hacky. You load the add-on or plugin, then the application is like everything is in memory or something like that. It's not the best approach, but since it's proprietary, it's the only way to do it. And the community even run podcasts, or some of the most active users have blogs, and good, very high quality blogs, and even podcasts, and even into Discord they run community. I don't know how to call it, a community-driven debates in one or twice a month, and it's pretty interesting. That's how it's called a golden nugget. Absolutely brilliant, and this adds so much value to the SuperMemo. So the thing is that usually what I thought at the beginning 1 month ago is that okay, I will do this myself, absolutely alone, as how I learned Anki back in the day in 2009, absolutely alone. And this hasn't been the case. I had a quick start with the help of Rush, Superman community user. And not only that, I have been able to ask questions. Not all, I didn't have a reply of everything, but most of what they have been asking, I got an answer. And yeah, this makes a huge difference, because if I should be doing this by myself, I will be not only going slower, but only as well all the motivation will be different. It makes a huge difference now. What I'll be doing is I will switch in the sense that I am using SuperMemo as my main application. This doesn't mean I will give up Anki, using Anki. I will keep using it, because what I do with one particular deck is that I generate the content, and it's like Anki that you can update the deck. So I do this actually myself with another source outside of Anki. So I regenerate the content on the decks, and that's something I think I cannot do in SuperMemo. Even though I know it's absolutely a bad idea, because I'm seeing cards for the first time in SRS. So it's first you understand, then you memorize. And I'm seeing this for the first time in SRS, so I would memorize at the same time that I'm learning, which is not a good idea. But since I am already in the long run, I made more than 1 million reviews. I just have left just a tiny bit, I don't know the percentage, but I think I have done more than 80% of the database. So I will just end what's left, and I will be keeping Anki with that. And also, I don't want to mess around with SuperMemo. I want to keep it clean. Even though I will try to import about 80,000 cards. That's everything I could import. So I will start for the more little things. I'm very mature, so I don't care, for instance, the Kana. I don't care if I reboot this from scratch, because I have very few cards, in this case items. So in the next 30 years, what can I waste? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour? I don't care. But if I want to import 50,000 items, then I do care to get the scheduling data. And that's everything I want to cover. I don't want to make this video any longer. So the key point is that I am absolutely hooked. I think I will be using SuperMemo for life. I am still in the learning curve, so there are some things that I have still to learn and to do for the first time. But that needs time. So it has been really pleasant to do so, even though at some points at the beginning I lost the patience. But actually it's not that a big deal. So I guess just one random person, the average citizen, can learn SuperMemo with at least community-driven approach. So it's not just using the official wikis. which are kind of intimidating at first. I think most of the users can cope with this learning curve. So I think in the long run we can make this SRS mainstream, or sort of mainstream. So more or less I have been using SuperMemo for 3 months, a little longer than 3 months. And since the last video a month ago, I did some significant changes. The first thing is that I added more stuff via XML import. I added is Norwegian. So this is incremental reading from the Wikipedia, how it works, grammar, and so on. And this is from an Anki tag that was almost new. So I don't care if I lost the progress because I did just a few hundred repetitions. Oh my god. Here, I needed lots of times and I lapse those cards. So those are my own items. I think I added this one and Spite since last video, more or less. Just very few. Now I'm not adding new items because now I have the advanced English. So first I want to process all this collection, and when I finish I will be adding my own items, because now I don't know if there's a card, there's an item for that. So I just making a list outside of SuperMemo, and eventually I will go and process that incrementally. So just yesterday I did 100 days of using SuperMemo. So it's slightly more than 3 months, and I changed the way I will be doing these videos and this channel. So I will take the incremental approach. So I will be doing the videos in different batches, in different sessions, and editing them eventually in different days. So instead of one video, I will be having a playlist, and that playlist will be having different videos. So let's say that instead of one huge long video with timestamps, I will be using a playlist with videos. So in that sense, you can watch only what you're keen to see. I'll be using color coding. So the background, let's say I use yellow for the most golden-like nuggets. In the sense that this will be a short video, but it's very dense in information of what I discovered and so on. Maybe the background will be gray, in the sense that there's no density of knowledge, so it's more blog style, my opinions, my thoughts. So if you are not interested on seeing that, you can just skip that video, as easy as that. I think that will be most beneficial for the viewers, you who are watching this, because then you can only focus on what you want, and you can tell, oh, just because of the background, I already know that's not of my interest, skip it, and so on. Okay, so as you can see, the stats changed a lot since last month, and that's because I imported the advanced English. I had the collection as a separate collection, and I did very few tries. I just didn't try it for real. I did this time, and then I just merged the collections. Repetition count. 8,416 repetitions. This is huge. I think I did like 2,000 repetitions in a week. So this affected a lot in the stats. For instance, the retention is a lot higher. It's 96%. Last time I just went to 95%. So I gained 1% with very little time. And this is because the first items of the advanced collection was very easy for me. So I almost hit easy, and again, how it's called? Excellent. Okay, excellent response, and so on. And this also affected the average time, as you can see. Last time, I think last week I talked with Nias in Discord, and at that time I had 4.2 seconds, the average time. Now it's half second less in a week. That's because the advanced items, like the first 500, have been so quick and so easy. So this is what happens while you're not using your own collection. And the big change I did, I had this as a deck in Anki, but I did just a few, I don't know, 200 repetitions. So I don't mind starting from scratch. But the thing is that I did reverse, I did flip the order of Q&A. So now it's production. I don't have recognition. What I was doing before is first recognition, very stretched in time. Most likely when I was about to finish the deck or finish it at all, I did the production cards. And this usually was several years before I started. I think that's not the way. In SuperMemo, I don't want to do this. I don't want to recognition. I tried this. So now what I have is I have the English and I have to recall the Norwegian. So let's say lady, dame. Before in Anki I had this. Okay, this means lady, and then I had to recall the gender. This is pretty obvious. It's feminine word, but in some cases it's not. So that's a big deal, and I can tell I go a lot slower in the sense of doing repetitions. I need more time, and I do a significant amount less amount of new items per day. But the thing is that the speed it's not important, it's not relevant. You want to learn good quality and semantically. So what I do when I new cards, new items. Let's say student. I try to make simple sentences. So I can say now, oh, that lady is a student. And I do this incrementally. And I can tell, oh, this old lady, it's married, or so on, because I have here already the word. Even though I haven't created by hand these items, I do learn it semantically. Because first I learn from the PDF, and then here. And I don't review right away. So let's say I go for blocks. So this will be the next block of 20 items. I go one by one to make sure, okay, I have seen this in the textbook.
Det går bra.
Oh, this makes sense.
Ha det bra.
Because in some cases the pronunciation, there's some irregularity in the pronunciation or in the spelling.
Ha det.
So when I do this, I am doing a passive review before the first actual review because it's pending. As you can see now, my items count is so high. You could think, how in the hell you have 84,000 items already with this little time? Well, I imported the English collection. A little more than half of my collection is just the English collection, the advanced English, that's it. And I have imported a little more articles and I have split them. Not all, only the most priority, the high priority. And this also makes the count bigger. So what I do now is that I have this folder imports and you can see the subfolders are auto-generated. What I did is this, tools and regroup. because I was scrolling up and down so bad. And I chose 20 because for me, with 20 items, I don't need to scroll up and down. So that's the sole reason. So now almost everything I want is here. And also what I will want to do, and is what Wozniak is suggesting, is that I think he calls this folder to do. One of the other things that I realized is that I haven't used concepts that much. So I have been using concepts for what I have been importing or generating via XML, like the keyword shortcuts, from Anki, everything from Anki and so on. So if I go, I only have 22 concepts, even though I have 52 templates. This doesn't add up, so I have very little. And many concepts are built in. And this is very big. That's my default when I import the incremental learning. This is from AutoHotkey script that I have been using recently. That generated stuff, default, generated the stuff, generated the stuff, generated the stuff, generated the stuff. So at the end of the day, you only have memory bias, psychology, quote, research, SuperMemo, and that's it, because I'm not using this anymore. So I have like 4 real concepts for my incremental reading. So what I want to do now, and from what I have read in the Guru wiki, is that Wozniak is suggesting to have this deck. He calls it to do. I'll move this incrementally to your main folder, knowledge. So now I only have emotions, paradoxes, and APA vowels. That's all I got. And even though I'm not using what's called concepts. So one of my intentions will be doing this. So now if I go to learn, it's okay. I did like to close the lessons. Maybe just for redundancy, I will make a Q&A. Yeah, we'll do this now. Item. So now I only be using item. Okay. I also don't know how you can paste the text, stripping. Okay. How can you do this, stripping the HTML altogether without relying on then getting rid of this? Okay. Just for redundancy, which are the primary sites of the brain where the addictive drugs act, nucleus accumbens, and that's it. Now you can. One of the other things that I have been doing, one are concepts, and the second is done. What I did is dismiss and dismiss and dismiss and dismiss, and I had a couple of hundreds dismissed items. So what I do now is to do the done, at least for the Wikipedia articles, because I can always go back to Wikipedia and maybe it's updated and I have a history of all the changes, so it's very easy to track what I have, what's new, and whatever. So for the articles that I have in my collection, which are not from Wikipedia, I still don't delete them. I don't do done unless I'm not interested. I lose all the interest. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so long story short, if you are watching this video and you are starting, if you want to use SuperMemo for incremental reading, which is the strength of SuperMemo, please do concepts from the beginning. So finally, a video about 4 months in SuperMemo. It's slightly overdue, because it's about 130 days, so it's about 10 years overdue. But the thing is that I have been doing little new things. So the main point is that, as you can see with the total quantity of items, elements, is that I have split this collection. Not long ago, I did one video about, I decided to merge the English collection. So guess what? Now I decided to split it once again. So the reason for that is that I don't want to interleave those, because it breaks the flow. So I don't mind some items like I have with Japanese or whatever that I put on my collection from Anki. I don't mind that, but I did so many repetitions with, you can see how many repetitions. Oh, not so many, but I did it with very few days. So what happens is that I have lots of outstanding items each day, popping out so often that they break the flow, and that's it. So now I have my own items here. So what I will be doing is slightly more cumbersome. If I'm reading something and I learn a new word, instead of using the same collection, I will have to toggle in and out the collection. Okay, and other than that, what I did is starting other collections. So, for instance, SuperMemopedia is like a meta collection because it's incremental writing, but about SuperMemo itself. So about feature requests that I want to put on SuperMemopedia, book reports that I found, and so on. And maybe I will be using the same collection for incremental reading SuperMemopedia to have all the concepts put together. Then moving on, English, my main collection. It's this one, okay. And that's the blog. That's the collection for incremental writing, but for the blog I will be using on the QD wiki. I will drop the link into the description. So the transition to SuperMemo. SuperMemo as a 10-year-old user experience with Anki, my schooling experience, and also this is for just my review for the English collection. That's pretty much it. And I think this one already. Nope. Pleasurable Learning YouTube channel. It's misspelled. Oh, come on. So this collection is when I will be editing videos. Now it's empty because I have tried with my other computer. So I will be editing videos incrementally, and also to put the ideas here and so on. And that's pretty much it. So in those 4 months, one of the new things I did is instead of one collection, I have several, and that's pretty much it. And yesterday I did 8 months of milestone of using SuperMemo, and I wanted to create this video now. Why I didn't create the 6 months video, even if it's a good milestone of half a year, and that's because in January and February I haven't used SuperMemo that much, so I had very little to add. So now I think I have something of value that you may have something to learn from me, especially if you are a new user. So that's more or less the outline I have. So first is that I once again merged the English collection. I made a video about how I split it, then I merged it, I think, and I split it again because I didn't want it to interleave. Because I made one of the mistakes of doing so many petitions that were overcrowding my incremental reading. that most of what I was getting were English items. So, but at the end, I have seen that I don't need the final drill. So then it's only a matter of taste of interleaving or not. So what I did is I will be using the collection, but more spread in time. So I don't have this once again. And what happened with this is that they make lots of changes in the stats. Okay, here I have a screenshot taken from the last video 4 months ago. It's roughly 120 days. Now I'm double that time. So you can see everything will be increased, the memorized items, topics, and so on. So I only want to point out a few facts. The memorized topics, not memorized elements by day, it went from 14 to 23. And that's due to the English collection, the English items. And this is true for most of the changes. For instance, the average time is 3.3 seconds. It's extremely low, and that's because the English items are so quick to do. I don't know how much time I need, but I think it's less than that. So I'm lowering and lowering the average. You see, just to show you, look, not long ago I did 900 items in one single day. April 2nd. It's because I also want to run experiments. It's okay, so I have lots of outstanding topics. Most of them are from English. Let's see what happens if I make all of the all of the items right away if it was Anki as before. And I can tell you, it's not pleasurable. It gets boring. And that's because first, I haven't created those items myself. Second, the degree of difficulty, it's too low. It's too basic for me. Especially because I focused on, I focused on grammar. If you notice, those are not pending. It's because I did all of those items and so on. So I did lots of grammar, which is kind of... So entropy becomes very low. But I still wanted to try this. Let's see what happens. Will I get bored using SuperMemo? Yes, I did. Absolutely. Just because of what I was doing with it. It's not something intrinsic with the software. Okay, check that. Check that. I think more stats, like, I don't know. The retention rate has decreased slightly, 0.1%. The forgetting index almost the same. The speed has increased, half doubled, from 1,100 on something to almost 2,400. It's ridiculously high, but this is temporary because I did a great deal of items from English recently. So this will be decreasing as time passes. The other thing is that usually I don't check the stats. I know there are so many fancy plots here, and the usual that you have so many tabs for each thing and so on. Yeah, that's actually good. You can tell when I merged the English collection in November. Then I split again in December 10th. And I merged it again in March, just 1 month ago. Yeah, mira. At least I can say this plot is useful for that now. You can usually tell when you have a mass deletion. Next thing is that usually I don't split right away. So let me show you. The imports in all caps are the old ones, 22,000. All I did from the beginning. What I do also is to split right away. Unless the topic is very hard to auto split, I do it right away. and I don't do this any longer, unless it's very high priority. So now imports in lowercase, as you can see, this is more recent. That's from, 10 days ago, something like that. So now I don't split. If it's not that important, look at the priority, it's very low. I will leave that sitting here. Unless I need something, one specific part. For instance, the allegory of the long spoons for one article of Master How to Learn, or deliberate, I think for deliberate practice, I don't remember what I needed that for. Like what is value in ethics and so on. This can wait. Because if I do the split, I will create more topics and more topics and more topics. And I have a huge, tremendous, outstanding queue. And let me tell you that this is not the original. 1,700. It's very low. I have postponed most of the topics. I had more than 20,000 here. Absolutely ridiculous. Because I did all the splits, and all the splits were scheduled, more longer in the future. But in some months, all of them become outstanding. And it's where you really need to prioritize. Even if I will spend all my day, I won't get it done. Something I said that I will be doing is using more concepts. But I kind of failed to do so. I still have very few concepts, given the amount of topics I have. So, what you see here now is that I make my own convention. Let's say psychology. So first I had only psychology. Then, okay, let me specify more because I have more items and I want to be more concrete. So I want to specify if it's cognitive psychology or forensic psychology or social psychology or emotions, phobias, and so on. So what I do is that I create the topic. Let's say, for instance, memory. For now, memory is only one topic. So what I do is, when I have many of them, like in anatomy, it's anatomy and specifically brain. If I'm more interested in anatomy, I will be more concrete. If I need to create a new concept, I will create the folder. So I have one folder of psychology that it's containing all the concepts related to psychology. And that's it. That's how I work. And I prefer to do this, psychology dot as in programming, that you have the inheritance. I like to work this way, and also because I'm used to Roman languages. Because in English, the main difference with English is that you say cognitive psychology and forensic psychology. So if I sort this by alphabetic order, it will be messy because of the adjective it's before the noun. So I prefer to have it like this. And that's actually the same solution I ended up doing in Anki with tags. And more or less it's the same. If you notice, it's always lowercase letters with some exception. But usually, if it's a folder, I capitalize the first letter. Not needed, because I see the icon, it's a T, it's not a light bulb. I can identify this as a topic, as a folder. But I can do it quicker. But there are certain exceptions to this rule. And as you can see, is quotes, imports, and people for now. This means when I capitalize everything, all caps, means that, that's a concept, but it's temporary. It is not meant to end up like as a concept. For instance, here I have people that I want to read about. It may happen that because of the importance of this person, it becomes a concept by itself, as Peter Gray. So now Peter Gray is a concept by itself. For instance, I haven't done this with Wozniak, even though SuperMemo Guru, I could phrase it as Piotr Wozniak, for instance. It's more like this sense, because all the child's here author topics are his writings. So it makes sense that the concept becomes the person, the source of the writings. But if he's talking about psychology or unschooling or dyslexia, it may happen that I will change the concept to this dyslexia or memory or whatever. So it's just a temporary. But I imported so many articles, in fact, all of them, of the Psychology Today. So I opened them one by one in SuperMemo, in Internet Explorer, parse the article to get rid of all the ads and so on, and import in SuperMemo. And I did with more than 200 articles. All of this, I think, from the very beginning of 2008. So I took my time to do it, but I screwed up. As you can see, I did it rearranged in folders, but instead of doing the regrouping, I did the rearrange. This means that I get rid of the hierarchy, of the semantic connection of childs and parents. So now everything, as you can see, all topics are in one single, which are extracts, are in one single level of hierarchy, which obviously I don't want that. If it was the English collection, that's okay, because there are only items, but not here. All the topics that make the split are lost. Now I have still most of them with unextracted. So what happens is that I will have to identify which one was the last article I did. As you can see, this is just useless now. And I will have to re-import them again, like 100 of them. You may think, oh, you can import from a backup. Yes, but I needed too much time to realize that. If I go to the look, 3 weeks ago, almost a month, the backup will be, I don't know if I have a backup that old. Second of that is that I will have to make a new collection, a copy of that collection, that export as HTML, XML or whatever. So that will take so long. So, long story short is that I will have to identify which are screwed up, get rid of them, and re-import it again. Not touch of a loss, because I only lost the hierarchy, not the content. But bro, I already have learned the lesson. If it happens that you use the tools to rearrange or those things that you do once in a while, please make sure to double check you did what you wanted to, what you intended to. Because if you screw up, there's a backup, especially if you are using the bit shelter. Nothing to worry about. But if you do something and it remains unseen, then when it's problematic. So please be advised and double check if you don't want to pay the consequences. This works for me. I will be especially neurotic about that next time I import, because you can say, oh, it's online. Yeah, I know. So I could do this once again, because his blog is online, everything will be untouched. But I will have to make the tedious process of importing every one of them. Open it in Internet Explorer, parsing the article, another, then with a bunch of them importing in SuperMemo, and repeat once again until 200 and something. So it's very tedious to do. Incremental greetings, welcome to Pleasurable Learning. I'm Guillem Palau, also known as Guillem Palace, and yesterday I did 8 months of milestone of using SuperMemo. Is that what has not news is that I like to run experiments. For instance, what I did with doing lots. Let's see what happens if I do almost 1000 repetitions of very easy items from English. Let's see what happens if I have days of inactivity. If I split collections, if I don't, or if... So, for instance, an experiment I'm working on would be what I already covered in a video that I did manually of rating the same item and doing rating it again and getting the interval set by SuperMemo. But I will do it without a hotkey script, so I can do it to thousands of repetitions or something like that. Or I also have items for Japanese that I don't need to. For instance, that's pretty easy. That's absolutely unnecessary. But I import first. I want to experiment importing from Anki or from source with generating the XML. And second is, let's say if I always rate myself 5, what will be the intervals? And later on, in a decade or 5 years, I will check the difference because I have the scheduling data in Anki. So I could compare the same items, how many repetitions I did, how long the intervals will be, and so on and so on. So I'm running more experiments than in other collections, like incremental translation, because I want to. For me, it's fun. And last but not least is that I get to know Piotr Wozniak. But I must say that it's not that related to SuperMemo. So most of what we share is about schooling, the school coursing, school parenting, and so on. It's not about SuperMemo itself, as in the software. So I don't see him, I will send an email thinking, you that are the developer of SuperMemo, nah. Sometimes I did with the translation on another issue I don't remember about SuperMemo that I posted into SuperMemopedia and I get no reply. So that is when I ask himself in person. But now we have exchanged about 400 emails in 3 months in 2021. So it's a pretty big deal. That was unexpected, absolutely unexpected. And even it's not related to SuperMemo, what we exchange. Now I can understand more or less his mindset. So I connected dots of what SuperMemo, how SuperMemo it is, because it's meant to be used the way he thinks. So let's say that, some specific things that I noticed were kind of obscure or weird. Now makes sense. It's like, if I would think with his personality, I will have this like that, and spot on. And another thing is that it happens that our point of view, there's a huge overlap with the point of view. For instance, the layout. It's likely if you're watching this, and most of the people in the community don't like the layout. The user interface. I do. It's not fancy in the sense that, wow, it's so cool, I cannot live without it, but it's okay. I don't need an improvement in the user interface. Improve other things, but not the user interface. It's enough. I don't see why it's crappy or it's, I don't know. Maybe it's my age. I'm used to all software. I was raised with DOS, then Windows 95, 98, second edition, and way later the Windows XP, and then Linux and so on. But maybe it's that because I lived the old school era. I'm used to this, but don't get me wrong, I like it. So that's more or less everything I wanted to share for the 8 months of SuperMemo. I know what will be the future in the 1 year. Solid experience of incremental writing, which I'm still new, and other things. This has been useful for you, my experience. Please feel free to comment whatever is on your mind, and I will love to hear your thoughts. Incremental greetings. I'm Guillermo Palau, also known as William Palace. Today I will do one video that I will record on the fly. I haven't used SuperMemo for a week. The reason for that is that I have been on a vacation trip. So now I will open it for the first time. It's 8 days old. Wow. So, delete the final drill. Oh, that's the advanced collection. Okay. Nothing to worry about. So let's open my main collection. 9 days. I haven't used the last day here. I haven't used it. I don't know why it's 9 instead of 8. So the point of this video is that I will do the Mercy. Because now, let's see, there's not that many. 211 items. That's doable short term. Some days I will reach 0 eventually. And I have 23,000 outstanding topics. Out of which, let me look at the stats now. So roughly I only have like 9,000 topics that are not outstanding today. So I will say that most of my collection, topic-wise, it's outstanding. So I have a real issue here. So what I will do today is use the Mercy, but I won't do it right away. I recall that I wanted to do this video because I knew I will be going for a trip. So I will spend at least a week without using SuperMemo. So you may have seen the Mercy criteria. You have priority, lateness, investment, business, and recency. But now I will focus on my goal. That my goal is, first, I came for a week hiatus, so I have a very long outstanding topic queue. But before that, I already had like 50,000-ish outstanding queue for topics. So it was already huge. Now the hiatus exacerbated the situation. And on top of that, most of the outstanding topics have no specific priority, because it's when I was really new to SuperMemo. And I did lots of imports and splits that now I'm carrying on that mistake. Now the reasoning is, will I be sorting by priority? Not that high. The weight will be kind of low, because that was one of the issues. That most of the topics have an automatic value set when I was a newbie. So it's not that representative of my current actual priority today. Lateness is, I'm very late of most of the topics, because before 1 week hiatus I already had like 16,000 outstanding topics. So here I will only treat like 6,000 topics out of the way, because those have been outstanding only the last week. Then investment. That's what I want. That will be wait quite a while. It's okay, even if the priority today now is kind of low, because I haven't managed priorities quite well. I invested some time on it, so I will want to keep that on my queue, and as soon as possible if that's optimum. I will choose this criterion to protect the material I have worked the hardest on. Gotcha. So from now, out of priority, lateness, and investment, for me number 1 is investment. What's left is business. Maximize the speed of learning. So I have no hurry. It's been most of my days I don't finish my outstanding queue, so I don't mind that. So the business will be almost close to none for me. And finally, recency. I have so many topics that I haven't did any repetition at all. I have imported. It become outstanding, but it has been pushed and pushed so many times. Postponed, I mean, and auto-postponed so many times that it's been almost close to a year, 10 months or 11 months, and I still haven't had one single repetition on that topic. Overall, what I will do is wait on investment and slightly on priority and recency, just a little. So I will do toolkit, Mercy, and this will affect everything in my collection. Okay, so long story short, priority will be low, lateness will be low. I have like 10 increments, right? Go by heuristic and increase the investment, recency, and priority. Click OK. How many items I want per day? If I put something like 50, update. Yeah, look at that, 622 days. And let's put 745. Okay, I will go by that. So instead of 50, I'll be choosing 45. So the sketching period is 700 days, which will be June 1st of June into a year. That's a really long shot. But now the priority, it's not that. Let me go edit, update criteria. I will increase the priority. 50% investment, almost a third of priority, and what's left to recency. Okay, yeah, I will go my gut here. Update and okay. Ba-boom! The repetitions are taking into account the items. So it's 45 topic repetitions and 0 item repetitions. If you see the count, it's always 45. 44 plus 1, 43 plus 2. Okay, so something that was not that obvious is that the repetitions are overall, not only topics. 45, 45, 45, 45, and here it ends. So now the question is, how will be the feeling of the land drive? So I will give it some days here and see how my standing items and topic are doing. Incremental greetings. Welcome to Pleasure Learning. I'm Milestone, also known as William Palace. I came from a 1-week vacation, so I haven't used SuperMemo at all. Neither my main collection, neither this collection, the English collection. So I just recorded a video about my main collection, which I used Mercy. But what I'm seeing here is that, okay, I haven't used this collection in a while, 8 days, and look, I only have 91 outstanding. It's very little. I can do this in a few minutes. So what I see is that I actually don't need to use Mercy at all. The reason for that is that most of my items are outliving the interval of 1 week. Look, August, 18th of August. So that's about 6 weeks first interval. What happened is that collection, if I go to the stat, look at that. This version of the English Advanced English collection is just 20 days old. So most of the items haven't had the chance of becoming outstanding just because only 1 week passed and the first interval they get is 4 weeks, 5 or even 6 weeks. So in that sense, when you have intervals that long, the hiatus to be a meaningful reason to use the Mercy or postpone have to be quite a lot. So now 1 week hiatus is what? A sixth of the first interval of the item. Here it is. Since August 18th. So if today it's July 2nd, I will go for another trip and go back to July, 12. This item will be outstanding and not close to be outstanding. So only the items that I failed or I lapsed or something like that will become outstanding, or the items that I did 6 weeks ago. But that's not possible in this case because I started this collection just less than a month ago. So I only have 90 items that I guess are the ones I lapsed or I failed, or I did at the beginning, when at the beginning my optimal interval was quite lower. You see that my optimal interval is the maximum set at 33 days, but you start with 3 days, even though you can get it really quick, as low as just 10 repetitions, which I tried and I experimented. The conclusion is that I would rather make an heuristic about the optimal interval and the hiatus, that If I have an optimal interval of 33 days, I aim a hiatus of 7 days. That's not a big deal. It will be a big deal if it's quite longer than my optimal interval. That's not the case. I stopped using SuperMemo for 3 months. Now I will have to use Mercy. So long story short, I think in my English collection, I will most likely never use Mercy at all. Hope this has been useful for you. Please let me know if your experience with the English collection with this. If you take a break from the English collection, went back to it, and yeah, what happened? I will love to hear from you. Because today my collection is finally 1 year old. You can see here was August 12 last year. It's hard to believe it's already 1 year. So I will ask those questions myself in not particular order. Is that, did I master at SuperMemo? First, SuperMemo would say like languages. You don't never fully master a language, even if you're native and you're especially inclined on learning that language. You will learn for life. You will never master it, the language. You will be fluent, not master it. So we'll say no. Even today, you can see that I'm still incrementally reading SuperMemo documentation, glossary. So there are so many topics that I still haven't tackled yet. So still 1 year in, I am learning new things about SuperMemo. Oh, you can do that? Or you can do unit conversion? Or you can do the subset registry? I never heard of that. Or how to get rid of these? Or something like that, right? Next is, if I could speak to myself back in day 1 last year, what I will tell to myself. So first, do a backup solution with Git, GitHub, or GitLab, doesn't matter. Recent weeks I'm using more than ever my laptop because now I can synchronize the progress on each computer. So what I have been increasing is the convenience to use SuperMemo, because back then is, oh man, I will go only at home for use my desktop so I can use my collection today of SuperMemo. Okay, next will be the sensation of progress. Is okay, I have been incrementally reading during a year, now with more fluency than before, but it's been any progress at all? Have I solved a problem? Have I learned a language? And so on. So for me, it's still too soon to make big statements. What I do now is I work on a problem incrementally. So I'm doing several things at the same time. I'm focusing now on pronunciation and accent reduction with English. Then getting rid of fossilized errors with English that I also have. Then building up my own website with PHP and so on. I'm incrementally working on that. So yes, I have the sensation that I'm progressing. And I like to quote what the Flashcard guy said in one of his videos. Amazing, by the way. You do small steps, very small steps, but each step is permanent. Small victories, but each victory is permanent. Habit acquiring with SuperMemo is not rush at all. It will come, eventually. And man, it's so pleasurable because I'm interleaving, as you can see, chemistry with Chinese culture. Not the language, but the culture. There's a slight overlap with the language. Also about neuroscience, memory, also linguistics, philosophy and stoicism, and psychology. Also about the schooling, the bowling, and so on. The software, even writing, because I plan to write some books, incrementally of course. Did I meet my expectative when I started? Because I started, I don't know what I will get, it's just, I know what's left in my speed repetition experience. Is try incremental reading. I tried everything at that point. Look! On my left side of the screen, it's Discord, and I'm filtering my own comments across this last year I did since when I joined it, SuperMemo server, the SuperMemo wiki community server. And look, I joined it back in 28th of July, and here I read the wiki extensively, I mean the official wiki, and here I was presenting one project I had, was recording my own experience. The raw footage, right? And here it is. I did even the abstract, the plan. You can tell that's an overkill already. Who I am, and so on. But look at the dates. August 2nd. It's longer than that. How's that it's not the same day? It's because this collection is not from today 1. Have I met my expectations with SuperMemo? For sure. And way beyond what I could imagine on day 1. absolutely beyond. If you are watching this video and you still haven't tried SuperMemo, let me tell you, it's way more than speed repetition, and it's way more than you can think of. What is incremental reading, and so on. You have to try. And even though when you tried several months in, which it's already a huge deal, it's just the surface. It's been a year, and I still haven't really used neural review. And I think I will need more time to really make a meaningful use of it. So it's been a ride, but it's been so enjoyable and so unexpected. Wow, I will never have guessed that in my life. I will share more things about 1 year milestone. And finally, one last thing is that I will start offering the service of tutoring. Because if you noticed, it's been a while since I stopped doing the outro. So I don't spam anymore the Patreon and so on, because it's pointless. I have been spamming the Patreon for months, for, 10 months, and no one joined it. So why keep trying? This doesn't work. So what I will do, as other people do in the community, is doing tutoring sessions. So I will drop the link on my own website, so you can schedule a session with me related to SuperMemo, incremental reading, learning, video, whatever you want. As long as I am able to, I will help you. Today I want to share with you my stats with a collection that is now 1 year old. So I just will cover what's relevant. So first, the memorized items is okay, just 2,400 in a year? This is kind of low, taking into account that all the English items are outside of this collection now. So the memorized items, it's very low. At the first months, I had 15, 20, up to 24, something like that, and now it's so much lower. But keep in mind, I'm using different collections. And what's fun is the total elements, especially the topics, are decreasing. Especially this month, I have been deleting or setting down lots of topics. As you can see that it's climbing on July, and then on August, it's declining. So I deleted so many topics. Extras come to an end, and I get rid of them, right? Items I have in my collection, the less topics I have. On this August, you can see that I'm adding lots of items. Here I was 2,900 just at the end of July. That is 500 items in just 2 weeks. And keep in mind that all the English items I do myself, I do them on the English collection, not here. So I still added about 40 or 50 more cards that are not in this collection. Quite a lot, right? Then retention, 93.3%. It's lower than before, and that's because first, I no longer have the English collection, which was boosting the average. And second, because recently I have been doing Greek items, which this has lowered. If we go at the forgotten index, at the first days, it's so low on the 80s, and the optimal interval is less than a day. Then distributions. That's funny because the difficulty would be, the default difficulty is 0.50. But here I have a longer value, so I have 1000 items, 0.63. And also 300 items here at maximum, 1 is the maximum difficulty. I don't really get that now, but I will expect this is what I leached. I don't know, but 300 seems quite a lot. Intervals. So with just 1 year, the collection is just 1 year old, and you could see that most of my items, elements, have an interval of 1000 days. So 3 years already, with just 1 year of use. Crazy. And here about repetitions. Now I'm filtering only items. Most of the items have up to 4 repetitions. That is unlikely on Anki to have 6, 7, 8 repetitions in a year, and in topics it's a lot less. Most of the topics has only the automatic repetition. Here the average interval of items, it's 1 year. It's longer than the collection, and the average interval for topics, it's even longer. 1 year and a half and more than that. And the average repetitions, 3.7 per item. Nice. Repetition count, 24,000. That's very little. So little. And keep in mind that there are a couple thousand repetitions here that are from the English collection, really, not from incremental reading. Obviously, those numbers don't mean anything about the quality and performance of my incremental reading. It's just descriptive of the volume. More repetitions doesn't mean I'm learning more. And the average forgetting index, I'm using the default 10% of desired forgetting index, and I am slightly below that. And look the forgetting index. What a mess. This recently I made a video about the forgetting index versus priority. This one, right? That this is due to the Greek items that I did recently with very high priority. And look at the forgetting index. So once I stopped that, I was about 40% forgotten index. Look how it lowered. 4%, 8%, something more normal. Because I stopped doing those items. So look at the difference of doing a semantic learning can do for you. Oh, the average time now it's 5 seconds, which is a lot more than before. I think I reached 2 point something when I was really hard on the English items. This goes higher and higher every time. And the speed is 600, so every time it's decreasing because I must still have an average with the English items that I did very quickly. So every day it's going lower and lower and lower. And that's it for this collection. Today it's been a year since I'm using SuperMemo, but wait, what happened here? That's the Advanced English collection. Why is saying just 65 days? 2 months? What? First, I haven't started Advanced English at day 1. I don't know how long it took, but several weeks. And second, I started from scratch because I did some mistakes. Well, I wanted to start from scratch so I could use the same IDs. And you may wonder, wow, 343 items a day? That's impossible. Yes, it is. Absolutely impossible. What I did is I went to the browser and I memorized the first 6,000 was more or less what I did before. Not everything. There are a couple of thousands that I redid from scratch. And look now, I have 6,000 something outstanding. But I don't mind that because SuperMemo now things that are new. I only did 1 repetition. And look at the retention rate. Super high. Also, first, I know English before starting SuperMemo. And also, I used this very same collection to begin with. The optimum interval is still at 33 days, which it's the maximum. And you can see here it's 100%. That's not the case with 2 days. But it's pretty good. And now all my items that comes from the pending queue, or I set in the browser as memorized using the default, using my optimal interval. You can see this big circle. It's because most of the items have a huge interval. It's already above 1 month, the first interval. Retention rate is great. This will change in the future. Here is the quantity of elements. So those items you can see is the ones I'm adding manually. Usually from my incremental reading when I came across one word, I don't know, word or expression, or in real life, an email, a conversation, a TV show, whatever. What I do now is consistently, systematically, I add the items. And you can see on August, that's a huge increase. That's because now I don't skip anything. It's, oh, I will do it later and I will forget it. I will remember, oh man, I wanted to put some word, but I don't remember what it was. Now it doesn't happen. Now I have topics. The reason for that is because now I'm using incremental reading on this collection. The speed is absolutely ridiculous. That's because I use the browser to memorize in bulk, and this speed is calculated from this setting. Okay, so look at the number. It ends with 35.
Ham.
Now I will rate myself from 35 to 28. So obviously, since this is calculated with a lot more items that I really memorized myself, every time I do 1 repetition, the speed is so slow compared to this average that it goes down, considerably down. And I think I will reach 600, as in I have in the other collection, or something more reasonable. What I mean by memorized is, for instance, this branch, you go here, well, pretend this is pending, go here, learning, and remember. And look, even though the repetition count that I did manually, it's 2000. It's quite a lot in just 2 months. So overall, with the 2 collections, I did about 40,000 repetitions. Usually, in Anki, I would do on my bright years, that I was fully only on Anki. I think I was but more than 200,000 in a single year. So that's quite a difference. Even though I'm using the English collection, that it's easily increasing the repetition count. And finally here, the measure forgotten index versus priority. It's more or less flat until here, the top 4% of priority. But keep in mind that most of the items, I would say none of the items I haven't decided its priority. So it's what is built in, I think. With just few exceptions that I dismissed that element, that item, and that's it. But even though, look, that's the highest. And it's 10%, which is the desired forgotten index, 10%. So nothing to worry about. Even if the mean or the trending line is here, it's just 3%. So those are some 2 examples very different from my English collection stats are very different from my incremental reading. That's because of the nature of learning a language and incremental reading. And second, and most importantly, because most of this collection it's pre-built. I have created the items in that collection. I'm adding my own stuff. Well, usually for quickness, when I changing collections, I do it here, and then I do change where it needs to be. So I have more than 100 items that I created on those 2 months. And that's all for the year milestone with the English collection. Can you guess what I just did by looking at this window, the choose collection? Yes! Once again, for the third time now, I merge collections. You may think, oh man, this guy doesn't have a clear mind, right? He changed his mind every time and so. Well, that's because my usage also changes with time. So I'm adapting to the best approach at each time, at each phase. What you see here, SuperMemo alt, is how I had before. I'm using an alt repository, and I had the learning, my main collection, the advanced English, and the Mandarin, the Chinese collection. And I merged those onto this, just learning. Okay, there are so many limitations about merging collections. I won't cover this here in this video because there are many limitations. You really want to minimize the times you merge collections. Even if it's my third time now, you really want to keep it best, never, or as low as possible. So I will share with you my motivation. Why did I merge collections once again, now? Well, let me start by the opposite. Why do I keep them separated? So that will be my English collection. Okay, this is what I had. The pre-built, and I added all this stuff. But the secret sauce was the optimum interval of 33 days. The reason for that is because most of my items were pre-built from the English collection. All the successful recalls made the optimum interval cap at the maximum 33 days, which was very handy to have, because if an item comes from the pending queue, because in the English collection will come from the pending queue, the next interval will be about 33 days. So you can have up to 40 days first interval, which is crazy. But it was useful for me. Now I no longer use the built-in collection. Then I no longer need a separate collection for that. There are more benefits of having different collections. For instance, if I want to have final drill just on the language learning, in this case English is not useful for me because it's too easy now, but in Chinese, because I'm starting from scratch, the Chinese collection, that will be useful to have, right? That deserve a different collection for the opposite reasons. But well, I already know how to filter that. So every time in a while, if I want to use a final drill, I can filter the final drill for just the branch of Chinese. And if it happens that I do this every in a while, I will even create AutoHotKey script for that. Nothing to worry about. Also, one of the things I was sacrificing is the interleaving. Yes, I am interleaving in my main collection with so many topics, but not English or Chinese, right? Well, now I can. It's balancing. What do I gain and what do I sacrifice? Now my changes and my usage have changed a lot. So I'm slightly sacrificing Chinese now, but it's not in the same priority now. But I just realized something. If I go to the stats, you may have seen this stat before in other videos. On my first year anniversary, 8 months of SuperMemo, and so on, right? But hey, wait a minute. I'm seeing kind of a pattern here. So if you see the yellow squares, lines here, look, this is when I split the collection, the English, once again, for the first time. And here when I join it, when I merge it again. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4.5 squares. Look at here. From when I join it, merge, and when I split it once again. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Slightly more than a half. Almost the same time. And now, again, the next iteration, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.25 squares. So slightly more. But it's curious that I always need more or less the same quantity of time to change my mind. You know what? Now I will split the collections. You know what? Now I will merge them again for different reasons. I guess this is just pure coincidence And I don't know if you need some time, at least short term, to realize if it's useful or not. Yeah, it's roughly 3 months. So in 3 months, I merged it again. And from, almost 3 months once again, for 2 or 3 days off. And now, 3 months and 10 days, something like that. So it's quite fascinating that I'm repeating a pattern here. So now, my bet will be in 3 or 4 months, I may split collections once again. I hardly doubt that now, because how I approach language learning changed, shift. Now I don't have any reason to have different optimal intervals. I'm not using the pending queue. The final drill. I'm not using the final drill. I have an absurd amount of outstanding. Look, I did repetitions today. Let me look. I have been using SuperMemo for almost 4 hours today. And look, I still have more than 100 outstanding items. I don't care about the topics because are ever growing. So I don't care how many thousands. What I do care is, are they well prioritized? I hope so. And I'm deleting stuff as well. So now this is wonderful because I have everything in one place. Well, I don't have the videos or the incremental writing. Incremental 2022! That's the first video of the year. And what I want to do is sharing with you the update, how I'm using SuperMemo, my take on SuperMemo. Last time was the 1 year milestone, and now I am roughly 1 year and a half in, at least in this collection. And I want to share with you what I think is the most meaningful, what can be more useful for other people. Some of the bullet points you see here, I will dedicate one single video, more in depth, the ins and outs, pros and cons, or the perks you can get, and so on. Here is just the outline. It's more personal. It's not how to use it. It's why I decided this and that. And keep in mind that you will have chapters in this video, so you can skip ahead to whatever you want to see. So let's straight to the point. First, you may have seen already in some videos of the channel that I have merged collection. I had different collections that I merged. Then I split again, I merge again, right? Yeah, look at that. So in September 15 was the last time I merged collections. You can see that by the huge increase on element numbers. This increase is actually not a different collection. I did something else, something crazy, that I imported thousands of articles in the same day. But the point is that I will no longer split again collections. And there's one valid point for that. It's because I don't need to. This may sound blatantly obvious, but if I could go back in time, I will still do the same. I will have the English collection standalone and the Chinese collection at the beginning and a standalone. Because of, for instance, the optimal interval, I want it very high because I'm using the pending queue and so on. But now I no longer have English items from the English collection because I did them all, or I dismiss it because it's not useful for me. Like botany, weird and obscure animal names and medicine and so on. No need for that. So there's nothing new to do from the pending queue. I no longer need a standalone collection and so on. So what I did is I merged all the collections. Now what you see here is everything that it's input. What I do not have, if I go to the, it's the picture collection. That will be incremental reading. The survey, that's for writing, test collections. So you can see that I'm just really using one. Yeah, I have the picture collection with 2000, but I'm not learning from the collection. It's more like a... So therefore, I did... since now I only have this, let me even use the video, merge the video collection. When the video is from YouTube. What it did is I had several videos, local videos. I processed them all, so they are nothing else here. I won't follow the order I planned. The next thing is I started tracking my sleep on 2021. So actually I started from day one, but I stopped for at the end of the year of 2020. So I literally had a gap year that in 2021 I haven't locked my sleep, and in 2022 this 10 days I locked my sleep. But what I just discovered now is that I'm not synchronizing this. because I think it's in the binary, in the bin folder. So it's not on my Git backup. Good to know. So I cannot show it to you. This has a slip again. Nice. Which actually, the point was that to use plan, which I actually tried on the January 1st. But a lot of things happen. Not only out of the schedule, also out of the ordinary. I won't cover this because there are some dark topics, but it's something that happens perhaps first time in my life even. So it was one very specific day that it was one of the worst days to use plan. And I had my default and whatever, and I tried before. So what I did is that I was reading about plan just before and doing some mock runs because I want to start the year like knowing how it works and so on. But it's been another failure. What I will do is first I will stick to the slip again, and later on I will do it incrementally. For now, it's adding too much friction, so I'm not using plan anymore. At least now I know how actually works, so that's already something. Next, this is related. I'm using templates, and I simplified my templates. And I'm using conventions on everything, including templates, and I do text-only items. So all of these are very, very synergetic. Let me start with templates. Here it is. I'm still using, or try to use, the minimum template principle. Now you see that I have more templates. That is first because I merge collections, so therefore I would have more. Those are dummy. That is article auto hotkey. That is just for applying a specific CSS styling on the documentation. Same for Cambridge, Python, and so on. Research, it's just a color to mean that it's not friendly. Almost not, no, I haven't added any element to this. But look at that. That is different. So here it's just about the picture. That's a new template I did. That's the front or the question time. And strictly speaking, in this case, it's a close deletion. It's not limited to a close deletion. But I don't care about the sentence. I care about what is in the picture. What is that? Oh, it's an outcrop. What happens is that I have one idea of the concept, what an outcrop is. But I see certain pictures that are very different, very distinctive for me. So what I want to look for is look at that. That also maps to the concept of outcrop, even if it looks very different. And this one in Poland, this one in Germany because it's volcanic, and in India. And so you can see that, especially this one, for me that's a different concept. So I'm doing those cards using this template with the goal of making a generalization of what an outcrop is and how can it be manifested on nature. And another thing is when I have labels. In this case it's phonetic, you just have the position. So it will be the same as having the labels here, and you just make an image occlusion of the label. Here you have the numbers and you ask for the number. In this case it's 7. What it is? 7. Oh, that's palatal. And this is what it's the oldest I had. Look at that. September 26, 2020. That is 1 month, 6 weeks in this collection. Almost a year. I had only this item using this template. Oh, look at the priority. It was the first one already. Wow. I think that will be useful because in this case is what optical illusion is illustrated in the picture, right? So that's one example that I had one template only for one item. This doesn't violate the minimum template principle. Because my intention was to actually use it. But I haven't the actual need until 1 year later. But I was really sure that will be useful. And another thing I did with templates is look at the names. I'm following a convention only for topics. Only for items. First, it's a letter. It's when I want to apply it. Let's say I want to change Ctrl-Shift-M, C, boom, or P, and so on. So if I don't have an auto hotkey script to apply this specific template, I can use it unambiguously with just one letter. As you can see, there are no templates that will be using the same first letter. There are, but they're for articles that I don't apply this template manually myself, so I don't care. And secondly, so first is the convention is first a letter, then the name, in this case it's meaning, then dot what it is, in this case I means for item, and then the P means for passive. In this case I only have 23. So here I have one example. It's okay. So instead of seeing the question at the top, it's at the bottom. That's a convention for me to signal, hey, that is a passive review item. It's not active recall. And what I do care is just to identify what is, okay, Serbani. Yeah, it's about one specific clothing from India, I think. Yeah, and it's loose code with grabbing and For me, that's enough. I don't actually want to spend my time and effort memorizing this, how to actually use it, and so on with active recall, because I'm guaranteed that I will never use this in my real life. But I still want to recognize it. So next time I see this on a writing, it's, oh yes, Urbani. It's not something that is about culinary, something you eat. It's about fashion. So for me, this generalization, it's enough. Figures of speech, as you can see here, I have many more figures of speech. That this is as super formal is that since I'm reading about linguistics, is they won't use this word. It's about that. It's proving an opponent's argument, and that's it. I won't be using this in my life. Now, what I decided is that in order to quickly filter those, I have a template for them. Okay, second thing about templates is that now are very simple. So all of my templates, grammar, look at the background, black, item, it's almost the same black, nice. Spelling, black again. Sentence, black again. Pronunciation, it's not the same, as you can see, it's not the same black. I'm doing this incrementally, so I will change to be always the same exact black shade. The only exception is the built-in English items from the Advanced English collection, because I want to spot right away, that's an English from Wozniak. It's not one of my items, my English items. But still, I'm using my convention, so I apply this template, which is the same, but in different order. I show the question here at the bottom and the answer at the top, because that is a passive item. Let me show you some examples. See, botany, a petunia, a kind of flower. That is just passive review. I don't care about the specifics. Yeah, a flower that is this color or is found on this, I don't care. When I see petunia, that's something you don't eat. It's actually a flower, or it's not an animal, it's a flower, or a tree. But knowing that it's a flower, not a tree, for me that's enough. So, what I do on those items is the same. It's below there, at the bottom, it's passive. And sometimes it's kind of another animal you know. So look at that. What I'm also doing is that I'm doing flashcards to memorize, to remember my own conventions. So this means knowledge formulation. The brackets means it's a convention of conventions. So a meta convention. In this case, for knowledge formulation. What exclamation E means? This is signaling that that item is a grammar item, and more specifically, that contains an error. So I show already the error. I show the error already, is between the asterisks, and I have to recall what is the correct way to do it, because that is a grammar mistake I'm doing. Nice. And sometimes I have just different options and choose between those two. That's especially true for prepositions. In, on, at, something like that. So if that was the case, I use this convention, and so on. So now they all look almost the same. So it's always the same background, this brownish color. Now if I go, that is one example of my pronunciation template. Oh, look at that, it looks the same. It's only the difference. The question color is different. In this case, it's orange. And for me, it works because I have been doing this convention for a decade, more or less, with Anki. So this is fairly ingrained. The only difference is that from recently, I had the background of that color, not the text. So now the difference is that the background is always the same, and I only change the font color. That's it. Is that now all my items are text only. Plain text. You may be thinking, are you out of your mind in 2022 and you choose plain text by choice, not by technical limitations in the 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Yes. And I have been doing this incrementally. I have many templates. Let me use the one template, I don't know, meaning, just plain and simple plain text. And because since I'm doing these cards from incremental reading as well, I have made a lot of styling that I don't want to, right? Now let me add whatever the sentence or the pronunciation. This is also all language related, so it's easier. Let me go one step further. Let me go to my incremental reading cards, the items. And now I cannot go to the back to the HTML. Let me show you some examples from the outstanding queue. Okay, so here I have a subset of one branch. And now all of these items comes from incremental reading. And you can see that is a close deletion. But now it's not that obvious what it is, right? Because it's plain text. I have done this change incrementally. I almost never used the built-in orange color. I use the pink because it's the color I was familiar with. For me, pink meant close deletion with Anki for so many years. Then I recolored that to another shade of gray. You may have seen this in many videos of mine. Then another one that it was almost the same as the background. It was one very little change of shade, but not the same color. And what I did now is that it is plain text. Because now when I see the item pops up, I start reading. I don't know where the close deletion is, because it's not that obvious. Secondly, I focus so much on the meaning is that these words, the text, is just a messenger. It's just the vehicle you use to trigger the thoughts, the memories, and so on. So in this case, let me show you another example. What happened is that since I did many items using HTML components, and then I applied this template that was plain text, I still have the HTML, so it is rendered as plain text. But if I check the source, it's actually an HTML. Here I have still styling and reference, and perhaps I could have links and whatever, CSS classes and so on. So now if I press Ctrl F12, now it's absolutely plain text. Here it is, now plain text. But it looks the same. So what it did, another step of incrementalism, before fully switching to this item template of text only, I had two versions. So I just converted some of them. I filtered outstanding so I can have A and B test and so on. So don't think that I switch it one day, boom, everything is plain text, and that's it. So long story short is that all the styling becomes noise. It's just, I'm so focused. It's like a continuum when I'm doing repetitions. Since everything is the same color, the same background color, and only the change of the color is just a shortcut. This is about language, or perhaps it's the same narration, but I want to recall it as vocabulary. In English that is serial position effect, because what happened before is that I was using Spanish, and then I use cards. This concept I already know, understand. How do you call it in English? But now, the last recent years, I'm using English as a lingua franca, as a vehicular language. So when I make the card to signal, this is meant to actively recall the name of the concept. Not about how the concept correlates to or works, no, this is just the name of it. Or if there are different names, or perhaps the pronunciation, and so on. Since now it's a continuum, there's no noise when I do items. I focus so much on the content, on the meaning, on the semantics, and then the picture, that is usually also a semantic connection, it's not random. That, I don't need anything else. Plain text does the jobs And using plain text, I have so many perks within the search and so on. Yeah, so here I'm reusing the same image. That is because it's the same topic, the same concept of serial position effect. But now I'm relating that with Ebbinghaus. Well, that was coined for Ebbinghaus. I don't know how to express it. It's like you have an inner dialogue within yourself. Is you focus so much on semantics that, oh, I'm teleporting to the consciousness of the last time I thought about this, perhaps last week, last month, half a year ago, or whatever. Then I connect to myself back then, but now I have a different previous knowledge. So I can make changes or make new connections or understand fully or in a different layer than before. And I don't have any noise about styling, colors, or whatever. And on top of that, I save lots of time. And since I'm using topics, I'm in concepts. I'm auto-applying a plain text template. That means, yeah, let me show you one example. Okay, so I just went to the last import of this backup. It's parable. I think it's pronounced. I don't even know if it's pronounced like that. Now let's pretend I only want to do this, just for the example, to make it quick. I do the extract, and now I make the cancellation of this. What will happen is that now I have a plain text component. So SuperMemo is rendering this as plain text, but it is still an HTML file. Look at this. But what I discovered that as soon as I do any change, for instance now, I do my own convention, a construct, what will happen is that now it's a text file. So I don't actually need to press Ctrl-Shift F12 to get rid of the HTML. So I have one implicit cue, hint, that, oh, this item, if it's an HTML, means that I haven't reworded. I just did the Alt-Z to make the cancellation, and that's it. Something I have for free. And also, what happens is that the HTML file is deleted from the elements folder. I have hundreds of thousands. So incrementally, I will be saving a space. And long story short, only topics will be HTML. Next thing I want to cover about 1.5 years of using SuperMemo. What is new from the last 5 months is conventions. I use conventions for everything now. So I have one, I specifically have one concept about convention. I'll look at that. I'm running convention for plan. I plan it to use plan, no pun intended, but it's on hold yet. But I did care about doing my convention. For the source registry, image registry, let me search some examples. So I can search, I'm using tags with the sharp, and then let's say, I don't know, clothing. And voila, here I have baby tee, bad jacket, blouson, black, and men. Because sometimes I want to have the same male and female versions to make the generalization. And sometimes it's overall specific, like blue tartan swing dress. It's not that I want to recall all of these specifically. Perhaps this is just, let me see, in this case, a dress that flares away from the body with a white bottom sweep. But I can reuse the picture when I want about the pattern that is tartan and so on. Nice. I can have the same, let's say, with people. So let me use portrait. I still don't have many because it's not been that long that I'm using the convention. And here it is, a portrait of a chicken. Amy Adams. It's okay, I don't care about that person in particular. I think that's an actress. I'm not that familiar with her. But I use it because of a woman with a reddish blonde hair. So that's actually good. Because I can reuse this for different things. For instance, here I have geisha. If it's about something related to Japanese culture and so on, I can reuse it if I want to. And sometimes I use now the age. Because perhaps if I dig down on the biographies, I will have to have different images in different stages of life. So I use the year and age as well. And sometimes I'm just experimenting to as well have inventor, and so on, to reuse this in the future. Another last example that could be meaningful is the image occlusion. So I'm using my own convention, IO. And here it is. So I can really quickly filter images that I'm using incrementally. I'm doing image occlusions. Perhaps this one I did them all already, but that's not the case. I just did 3 because I'm processing this incrementally. So therefore the occlusion is also done incrementally. And if you have noticed, I'm using a convention on the items. The only change is that instead of a sharp, it is an exclamation point, and IO, and so on. And look at that. That is not an image occlusion. So if I go to this item, in this item, it's just one component. I'm not using image occlusion. So when I go here on links, registry member, I go into image registry, and I can list or browse all the elements that are using the sim. So they have one connection, one semantic connection. So I'm starting to do it. I know that at the beginning, doing conventions, it's cumbersome, especially renaming pictures. But the more you do, and the more in the future, the most powerful this gets. You cannot get this from the examples I said, but every time when I have something, oh yeah, I have a picture about that. Let me link it. And you can reuse. So look at that. Now I'm reusing images, for example, sentences. So what I also like to do, sometimes I use the built-in example sentence from the dictionary, and the next step is to make my own example sentences, which usually they are modified from an existing sentence that I know for sure it's correct. And what I want to do is work both ways. That means for some concepts that I solidified, I will use it as at a language level to be the subject or the direct object of the sentence. But it's not the goal. But I need a subject for the sentence, but it's not the goal of the card. So therefore I can use whatever. So what I try to do is using what is fresh. I have been incorporating these new expressions. So let me use this. Or perhaps concepts, and use perhaps for one example sentence, and I use one phrase from Peter Gray. But it's not about the sentence, but it coincides that the grammar that he's using, I was touching that before. So why not use both at the same time? So now let me search one example. So here it is. And in this case, it's rather difficult for me. The set, it can be used in so many ways in English that for me, it's important enough to make more specific sentences for every case, and even words as a peg. So here I have a medieval village set on a high hill, a house and so on. So it's not, I have just one image for house. I have several, because if there's a patio or whatever. But every time I want to use house, I will use this picture in particular. And sometimes, as this example, is kind of a joke or metaphoric. So this also is aiding to make the connection to turn turtle, and is to turn upside down. What happens with the turtle? That once they are upside down, it's very hard to get the starting position and so on. And finally, about 1.5 year milestone, what I want to incorporate that's new from the year milestone is the current stats, especially the new cards per day. That I'm assuming, I never mentioned that. But let me start with something, is that I don't see the point. Before, when I was using Anki, what I did, one of the usually things I did, is a recap. Let me search on my collection. This year, I can tell you how many phrasal verbs I learned from English, or how many Japanese expressions or kanji I memorized, or whatever. It was very easy to put a number of everything, right? Because I used templates, specific templates for everything, so it was extremely easy, and everything it was in the same database. What happens with SuperMemo is that I don't know how many words I learned from English. or expressions. I don't know. How many concepts with incremental reading about psychology, neuroscience, meta learning, and so on? I don't know. I can tell you more or less the quantity of images, text, concepts, and on the templates, the quantity of everything, right? Yeah, I have 4,700 items for incremental reading. Yeah, is that a lot? Is that more? Is that better? No, because it doesn't say much information. It's not that relevant. Let me tell you one example, because I know where it is in my collection now. I read a book, rather incrementally, but not that incrementally, that it was about 200 and something pages long. I checked that because with SuperMemo you lose the track of the pagination, right? So I ended up reading that book, and I just did about 8 items. Oh, that's quite a few, right? Look at that, I will have only increased 8 items on that count. Yeah, but those items are super golden. The applicability and relevancy of those items are extremely high. And perhaps one example would be, I think it's there. Yeah, learning programming with spaced repetition software from James. Perhaps I will do just about 8 items as well, or something like that. But this is extremely relevant, that will be applying to learn and to make more items and so on. So just the quantity, you would say, oh, that is not much useful because it's just 20 something elements, not topics or items. Overall 20 something is very little, right? And English will be the opposite. Let me go to meaning. Look at that. It's not been long since I started going harder on English. And look at that, 1,500 items already, and only on meaning, because I'm specifying if it's grammar or if it's pronunciation. Look at that, 200 more, or if it's sentence, 200 and something more. So long story short, if I go to the stats, let me use the warrior layout. Yes, it's about 1 year and a half. I didn't reach it, at least in this collection. Keep in mind, it's not the first day of SuperMemo with this collection. I have that many items. Let me look at the repetition count, or this rep count, 60,000. Yeah, but first, this doesn't represent this collection, because I did more than 20,000 repetitions with the English items, and when I merged it, this didn't update it. And I also did repetitions of items I deleted. So that's not that meaningful, it's just descriptive. Yeah, good to know that within using this collection, I did that many repetitions. Okay, good to know. Should I aim at 100,000 because it's a round number? Not at all. I don't care. That's why usually my stat is like this, my stat window, because I only care about seeing this, the review. If I am the neuro queue, a subset review queue, or to drill and use it, or even the random, if I do the random review. And that's it. I don't care about anything else, at least when I'm using SuperMemo. That doesn't mean I should discard everything. That's not true. So you can look at all of these and make meaningful decisions. It's okay, let me look at priority, overload, or the efficiency. It's okay. Why it's decreasing recently? Yeah, looking at this decreasing. Oh, why is that? And so on. Now it's very easy. That is because I was using a lot of items that were extremely easy. Look at the retention rate. It is abnormally high because of the English items. But since now I'm more knowledgeable how SuperMemo works, I take this into account. So it's as easy as selecting this, incremental reading. Right click, process branch, and statistics. And I will get my real forgetting index. And look at that, 95.33%, so it's about average. I haven't improved my retention rate. It's just some other branches, like language, you can see it's huge. There are so many items here, so many elements that are moving around the average, are affecting the average a lot, and so on. And here I have the pre-built. So let's look into that. Let me check what is my retention with the pre-built English collection. Look at that, 98.69. So it can make sense that the overall collection is between those two values, right? It's, oh, that is crazy. How many memorized items per day? This is crazy. It's unachievable. And this is related to what I want to say, new cards per day pattern. So let's go and dive into that. If I go Control W, this is my workload. And look at that. Today I did just one item. I did that item when I was recording these videos. Yesterday, none. I didn't make any single item, same as January 4th. But look other days, I make almost 100. So you could see, oh, you're so inconsistent, right? You would expect some degree of almost the same. If I go here, the average is 27. But how many days are close to the average? Yeah, 23, 32, and that's pretty much it. So most of the days are not representing the average. That is perhaps because some days I focus really hard on English, and doing English items is especially quick to do. And sometimes, let me say this, now I use SuperMemo every single day. So why this day in particular, January 4th, I haven't created any single item? You will be inclined to think, oh, perhaps I haven't used SuperMemo at all. Let's find that out. January 4th. I use it for 2 hours, longer than 2 hours. How's that? That in 2 hours, I haven't created any single item. I don't know now I don't remember by heart. Perhaps it's because I focused on reading. I was in the mood of reading. And perhaps I didn't even finish my outstanding item queue. That is why this is, yeah, it's good to know. And look at that, some days I'm above 100. The only limitation is if I could plot all of these graphs, instead of collection-wise, to do it with browser, what is currently in the browser, or at least branch-wise, it will be better for me. Because I want to know the forgetting index, but taking out all of the English items. That is one of the reasons of having a standalone collection. But for me, it doesn't outweigh the benefit. Or the forgetting, or I don't know, retention. Is, wow, what happened here? Why it's that low, and so on. Or here, the other day, 66. Or today, why today it's 100%? Oh, this is very easy. That is because I only did one repetition, I think. Number of elements by interval, so good to know that most of the... Let me go just by topics. Look at the topics. Most of my topics already have 3-year interval. And so on, right? So it's good to have all of these. Check the stats time to time so you can make changes, especially when you introduce something new. Or you want now to try SuperMemo for procedural things, or for a new language, or for whatever that is in a different nature. So long story short is the metrics, the stats, it's just a consequence. They are just describing what you did. It's never a goal. It's, oh, I want to achieve, yeah, obviously, you want to achieve 90-something% of retention rate, right? So if it's lowering, you will identify, oh, let me look for the leeches I have in my collection, and why I have those leeches. It's because of are asemantic, I'm lacking previous knowledge, or it's just a formulation of that knowledge, and so on. Wow, I'm getting ads on my own video. What the heck? You may have noticed that last month I published this video, that I decided to go plain text only. So instead of HTML components, I use plain text components for my items. That is true. That was at the beginning. I did a couple more stuff, but I was still transitioning because I want to do this change incrementally. So now, 1 month later, I did changes almost every single day. And I can tell you that this video is already outdated. I had more ideas popping up in my brain, but I first wanted to do it before share it. So, long story short, I further simplified my approach with templates. Look now at my registry, just 20. And even though I have many that are just never applied, or for a different purpose, like kill image component with the flags, or this item 2 that I'm just browsing ideas. So therefore, for items, I really just have the item template, the image occlusion, built-in image occlusion, the item picture, which is a lot large, almost everything is the image, and the image occlusion when I want to hide something else. That's it. End of the story, right? Now, on top of that, I always use the same font. I only use one font, and I only use one color. It is always this dark gray on this almost white. It's not fully white, but it's kind of close. So I have all of these in any item. So look at that. Before I had the meaning if it's passive recall instead of active recall, for Greek, pronunciation, sentence, and so on. Get rid of all of that. Advanced English, nah. Now the question is, how to differentiate if an item is meant for something else, right? How do I know one item is about pronunciation item, or a spelling item, or multiple choice, it's not my case, but or true or false? Well, let me show you my outstanding is that I'm using conventions as plain text. Now let me sort by title. So that's one example. Now this means that the question is just sound. There's actually no text. So you have to pay attention and identify what I'm listening to. That is a pronunciation item. This emoji, this character means it's pronunciation item. So I can tell just with that. And I follow a convention. So it's always the same template, the item template. So if I want one audio at the answer or whatever, will be the second component or the first component after grading when I want to be played, right? And then how do I know one card is about language learning, about meaning, or something that I had before as one dedicated template? What I do is my own convention. This means it's a word or an expression. And this L in negated color, that means it's an idiomatic expression or a proverb, this kind of thing, right? That G stands for grammar, so that for me that equals like the grammar template. That's my true or false, still the same template, just item template. So, and what I ended up doing is I am still using more conventions. Now this means that's a keyword shortcut and so on. So I have, let's say, nullified the styling in the sense that the styling is not meaning anything. It's not implying anything. Oh, it's one different background color. This means it's about psychology, philosophy. So it's just one theme or one concept. Oh, it's about pronunciation items, spelling items, and so on. So what I do, I am extremely systematic. So everything that I need to is at the very first, because I'm reading from left to right. So therefore, I have all I need just at the beginning. So therefore, I know what it is already. Oh yeah, I don't have different templates. So therefore, before it was extremely easy to go templates, select, let's pretend that item 2 is for grammar. Browse, and voila, I have all the grammar items in my collection. Well, I have the same thing. The only difference is that I will use one specific character for that. Same thing. Today it's August 12th. That means it's my anniversary, my personal anniversary with SuperMemo. And today it's 2 years since I started at least this collection. I started before SuperMemo. Nice. So I want to share today the insights since the last half a year. The last milestone was 1.5 years. So I will shoot this video rather incrementally. That's because I'm short in time. I have a lot of stuff to do today. But I want to do it today, at least the stats. So here are more or less the list I want to share with you. And not everything is positive. But that's the real thing. I'm not here just making, publicity of SuperMemo. I'm sharing my own take of SuperMemo. And you know that there are both sides of the coin, right? So first thing,
is that I do no longer use SuperMemo for everything related to learning. That means that I'm using Anki. Let me explain that to you. It's not that usually you will see people who shift. I will quote Master How to Learn. He was an Anki user. Then he shift to use SuperMemo. SuperMemo only. He stopped using Anki. And now, just last week, he gave up, he dropped out of SuperMemo. And now he has moved to Obsidian. I'm not doing that. Most of the Anki was replaced, but just because I become aware that I was wasting my time, like memorizing capitals, flags, and so on, that I never used in my real life, right? And the Japanese language, which I lost all the interest of it. So most of my collection I will delete it, right? So now if I shift to SuperMemo, I don't want, keep that in mind. But I still have an Anki collection. And now what I did, I was doing Chinese. Okay, now I only have 4,000 elements now. I have one video about that if you want to check it out. But long story short, technical limitations and feature limitations. It's a deal breaker. And this outweighs doing more repetitions of a least advanced algorithm. Then I no longer do incremental video. Why? Because of the friction. It's so messy to import now because of the Internet Explorer. I was blanking. So the lack of Internet Explorer now to import and so on, and built-in player, it's so messy, so baggy that it defeats the purpose for me. It creates friction. It's no longer that fun. The pleasurability is hindered. Therefore, I move on. Or I have a proper software that can implement this. I hopefully SuperMemo 19, or I won't do it. As easy as that. I just watched the video on YouTube and that's it, right? So I still have some videos here left. That's because I still have to do more reps because I haven't added videos for a very long time already. Or for instance, this one that I finished the auto video and now I just have the text. So long story short, I use other software because of technical limitations. That's it. Then mass deletion. Recently, I did a mass deletion. And when I say a mass deletion, it's a lot. So I had more than 500,000. I picked at 520 something thousand elements. And I dropped to 160 something thousand. That is huge. Why I decided to delete so much stuff? First, I could no longer use Git because of the size limitation. Look at that. From mid-June to the end of July, no activity because I could not use it. Second, everything was so slow. Doing the river collection, that is an entire day, or I have to leave it overnight, like 10 hours, 12 hours. I actually waited, so as you can see here, I waited some weeks. You know what? It's not worth it. By technical limitations, it's not worth it. So it's not a big deal. I haven't lost much time of my own learning. That's because I imported that in bulk, so I just delete it in bulk again. Next, a YouTube channel update. Oh yeah, now that the city is open, before I move on, I would like to shout out to my new patron, Luke from Poland. And he shared this, I just copy and pasted that. I watch about half of your videos. That means more than 100 already. And it gave me a huge boost in dealing with complexities of SuperMemo. Nice. The videos are very well done and to the point, especially the newer stuff. Yeah, because at the beginning the quality was not the same. Some of the videos were really enlightening. So I thought I could support your channel for several months. Appreciate it. Keep in mind, it's not just a donation, it's the free learning tire. As you can see, there are two people here, Luke and Mr. T, and one other guy in my pleasure. you get a free call from me. Well, an included call with me. So overall, 3 patrons, €37. It's coffee money, but it's something, right? In 2 years, I raised that in 2 years for something so niche as SuperMemo. So if you want to support this channel, keep in mind $2, €2 will make a difference long term, or just my tutoring service. But before that, let me go with YouTube channel update. I want to share something with you. So here's the list ordered by the most watched videos. And if you see there's a pattern, it's to solve issues that affect almost everyone, like the Windows Internet Explorer, the video codecs, or the auto hotkey, or books. And other than that, it's just opinion, experience, what I'm doing now, but for 1 year instead of 2 years, or the first month, or my schooling experience, how I discovered free learning, and is SuperMemo super difficult? Is incremental reading for you? This kind of thing. The importance of language for incremental reading. So I am seeing a pattern here. People are not interested on the specifics of how do I make a subset by priority or something that is more technical. People are not watching that. And let me sort by the opposite, the least views. Okay. So look, there are videos that contain no likes whatsoever. And also keep in mind, I have more channels. Incremental living, now it's only barefoot, but I will do everything related to incrementalism in life, hence the name. Plausible learning without SuperMemo, it's about free learning, effects of coercion, how to learn by yourself, math, whatever that may be, and then school slavery podcast. So this takes time, and what I will do, I know I said that already last time, that plausible learning SuperMemo will no longer be the priority, and I will start also writing. That I do too little writing, and since I don't have financial support, I have to take something off. I have to prioritize. I will not be able to do that many videos. And that's also true with the tutoring I do for SuperMemo. That's also time I cannot invest on creating videos, right? But I'm gaining lots of insights of the weak points, why people decide to drop SuperMemo, or they are struggling the most, even with all the videos out there and all the guides. And what I can see is that at the end of the day, the underlying point is not about the software. It's about the paradigm of incremental reading. And for people, for tutorists that I have invested a lot, we have been working together for a lot of time. Because keep in mind, I started on the first year. That's the second year. So it's been a year already that I have been tutoring. And I had people that I did more than 60 sessions. And SuperMemo is just a container, let's say. It's about how do you learn? I have this goal. How do I materialize that? How I do get there? This kind of thing. So now I realize that, oh wow, most of the stuff I'm sharing with my tutorees could be the same with a different software. Yes, there's a component of do this in SuperMemo, you have to do this, that, or the factor reset that, But at the end of the day, 90 something percent are the skills. And this relates to the first point of today. For instance, the quoting the master how to learn. He moved on from SuperMemo, but he said something about he no longer used SuperMemo, but he acquired a lot of skills and incrementalism that he can apply elsewhere. In his case, Obsidian. Yeah, you can use plugins to use a primitive implementation of speed repetition and so on. But what is more important is the user. I have one simple analogy. It will be anachronic for most of the people watching this video. Back in the day, antivirus software was very prevalent
on Windows computers, and Mac was niche. And I like something that, oh, what's the best antivirus software, right? Oh, McAfee, Norton, or I cannot recall more brands now. No, the best antivirus is the user. If the user identifies this email is phishing, he won't click to begin with. So you don't need any software that prevents staff running your computer if you don't click, right? So I think that's the basis of incremental reading. If you move on to other tools that doesn't have this incrementalism, you don't have the scheduling for reading or sped repetition, you still can manage. So it's a take-home message that usually, if you see this video and you're watching this video until now, most of what I said in that video, why people drop out and so on, it will be in one corner of this video, is because of the technical limitations. And there's more that I could share with you, but I will not because of privacy, to respect their own privacy. But I do enjoy it. Most of the time, if it's not an introductory session, which is rare, in fact, that people want something spoon-fed, it grows. It is what I call incremental tutoring. That person have some goals, some skill set, and wants to get there incrementally. I'm just a guide, but that person is doing the job because it's SuperMemo. It's about self-learning. So I'm just a guide that will skip a lot of time to go to the same place, right? And finally, about the stats, I will do an overview in a different video because it's already too long. Nothing more to add today. I'm sweating like a pig. It's August, and in this case, I want to share with you my stats. First, my stats are all how they are now, and the comparison 6 months ago. If something has decreased, increased, and if it's relevant or it's worthless, to take that into account. So look at that. 2 years. I have memorized now 39,000 items. Is that a lot? Could be in 2 years. But keep in mind, here I have the English collection. Not all, I have deleted branches of the English collection, but a great deal comes from the English collection. Take that into account. And related to this, memorized by day. 80,000, how is that possible? Well, that's because there's pre-made content. Easy. That was about 100, I think, last time. And it just every day it's declining a little because of it's averaging. The more time passes, the more close to the genuine average would be. The element count, it's 163,000. I had up to 500,000. Even though I have deleted a lot of stuff, there's a lot of material pending to be read. So a lot of my collection is something that I just imported, and that's it, and it's waiting. Outstanding, since now I have deleted a lot of stuff, including items, usually pre-done items from English. Now I can finish my outstanding queue. Not every day, but well, most of the time I finish my outstanding for items, not for topics. And now I have 26,000. Is that a lot? Let's compare. I have 102,000 topics, out of which 23,000 are outstanding. So overall, I could say that a quarter of my topics are outstanding. And keep in mind that the average interval for my topics is almost a year. By 3 days, it's not an entire year. It's quite high. And even though, in just 2 years. Next, protein protection, obviously it's 100% for items because I finished the outstanding. And for topics, it's very low. Because today, I haven't done any topic repetitions yet. And I think I will not, because I have actually some tutoring sessions to do, some other work to do. And it's already it's more than 5 p.m. So I will be free, available at 1 a.m. So it will be kind of hard. Next, retention, 97%. Good.
some weeks or months ago, I had 96. I was always 97 point very little, and then I was dropping at 96 point a lot, 90 something. So I was mostly because, again, the English items. The pre-done, some of the pre-done material was super easy. And those have more effects that you will see later on. And so the forgetting index is super low, less than 6%. Look at today, not even 1%. The total time. So in 2 years, I have spent 4 days and 2 hours, or 96, about 100 hours, a little less than 100 hours. In 2 years, keep in mind this is just repetition time, not usage time. Is that a lot? Well, if I compare this with Anki, that's very little. Keep in mind in Anki, I was doing more than an hour a day, so that will be more than 300 hours a year. So here I will have clock more than 700 hours. And here there's not even 100. So most of this time difference is because of the repetition count, most of it. Lapses, very little, you will see this elsewhere. The speed, it's decreasing. Every time it's slower, which is what it should be, as expected. It's still very high, more than 3000, again, because of the English items. It's always because of the same thing. If I could do a subset of just my incremental reading, or my incremental reading and imports branches, those values will be much different. Rep count 160,000. Again, very little. I was doing a lot more every year in Anki, more than 300,000. So more than fourfold is a significant difference in the repetition count. That's forgetting index. It's more than 10. That's because I have some branches that I have set a higher forgetting index. That's pretty much it. And the A factor now it's kind of high. Keep in mind, the A factor is capped. It's limited by SuperMemo. I think it's 6.9, I think. And now it's almost 5.6. So it is increasing every time. Even though my optimum interval stays the same because it is capped. And it has been 33 days for, not forever, but for longer than a year. I could not recall how long. Something I realized a lot of time, what I was doing is I'm accumulating outstanding items for English. Then I do a review, a subset review, and I just use press space to move to the next one, right? So what happened? That I have flattened this graph because from the 160,000 repetitions, a lot of them are from the English branch. And a lot of the English repetitions, if I didn't lapse them, they will have a 3. So now it's almost regardless of what the expected forgetting index is, their grade is close to 3. If you see this in yellow, yeah, there's a kind of a timid tendency to go lower with a higher forgetting index, which makes sense, but it's super flat because I know that when I rate 3, 4, or 5, it doesn't weight that much on the algorithm, so I just press space. And because the English collection is not that high priority, because for me the entire English collection, that here it's a branch, it's redundant itself. I still do my own items. What happens is that item-wise, it represents 2/3 of my items overall. That's why it's affecting the stats so dramatically. First interval, and here you go. The A factor versus grade. Okay, distributions. So from the items, most of my items have 3 reps, more than 20,000. 18 have 2. And look at that. Not many items have more than 4 or 5. Look at that. 2,000. Keep in mind I have almost 60,000 items memorized. And just 2,000 out of 60 have 5 repetitions or more.
If I would be using Anki, let's suppose the default values, default settings. It will be a day, then let's say 4 days by 2.5 every time, right? 10 days, then that will be let's put a month, and then 3 months. I already did 5. So keep in mind my average interval it's a year. For all those items, the average is a year. That with those repetitions, it's enough to send the interval in a multiple year interval already, multiple in the hundreds, more than a year. And in Anki, this repetition threshold to 5, assuming no lapses, I will be still in a 3 months interval, and here I am on the multiple years. Not here, but on 4, and even most of the third repetition. That is huge. And look at the lapses. Yeah, I lapsed at about 2,500. I think SuperMemo documentation says that you should have less than 10% of your collection with 3 or 4 lapses. If we only take into account one lapse, the minimum basically, it's 2,500 out of 55,000. Not a big deal. And if I take 3 or 4, which this could be a threshold of semi-lits, I cannot even plot there. It's negligent. Yes, it's not 0. There's a line here. It's absolutely negligent. So I don't have to worry about leeches. So overall, there are more stats, but they are not that meaningful. So to take away message is that when you use incremental reading, it makes more sense because it's more meaningful in the sense that it's more semantic. So just how you learn, how you do the method, affects dramatically on the performance of retention. That's why I can have so much items memorized with so little repetitions and with a retention that high. I'm not a superhuman. I'm just using the algorithm, how I'm using SuperMemo, how it is meant to be used, which I think they guarantee 95%. That's what I'm doing. Anyone healthy could achieve the same thing, more or less. Also, that depends on what are you learning. If now I'm in first in some hard topic, computing, I don't know, quantum physics, something like that, I will drop my performance because a lot of what I'm learning is very hard for me, right? But long story short, for learning, what will happen is that you will focus on certain areas of knowledge that are very high entropy for you. And you will have a ton of miscellaneous concepts that you only want to surface. You don't care about the specifics. But you care something about, oh, I want to remember this about linguistics, and this other thing, oh, and this other thing, bam, 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 bam. So you can do interleaving. There's a lot of things. You decide what to remember, and it sticks so well when you use incremental reading constantly, almost every single day. It's a superpower. Sorry, and the comparison. So actually, I wanted to do this blind. I didn't want to have what values I had before. Oh, and I get ads on my own video. Yeah, look at the template registry. Super simplified. I no longer use tasks in SuperMemo. I do it in Notion, but not in SuperMemo. Look at the video count. I had 50 something, now I have 14. So I need more than half a year. I still haven't processed all the brands left. Oh wow, so consistent. So I did 160,000. Let me double check. Yeah, 160,000. Huh. So the second year, I did roughly 100,000 reps. And the first, oh no, sorry, that's a year and a half. Well, a year and 5 months. Oh wow. Oh wow. You can tell that I was using subset. Let me actually check that. So in 6 months, I did 100,000 reps in 6 months. Wow. So in the last 6 months, I did more reps than the other 18 months. Keep in mind,
this is extremely biased because of that 100,000 reps. Overwhelmingly, the majority of this it's English. It's not incremental reading per se. Nice. That's why I wanted to not have the be knowledgeable of the stats. Yeah, look at that. 900, 100 and something items a day because I said memorize in bulk because I imported the English collection again. Oh, look, the element count. It was even higher. That was before I was importing in bulk. Nice. Look at the items. 54,000 to 62,000 in half a year. It's not that much. And look at the topics, 20 something thousand less. Wow. The measure forgetting index, it's slightly higher from 5.14 to 0.77. Wow. The average workload was just half minutes and 16 seconds. Now it's 8 minutes. Look at the total time. Look at the total time. Not even 2 years. I mean, 2 days. So that also means that in the last 6 months, I had done more repetition time than the first 18 months. Oh, look at the speed. 7,000. Wow, and now it's half. The speed in items per year per minute, which is a metric that I don't fully understand yet, it's half. Wow, and it will keep decreasing. And the lapses was 0.05, and now it's so almost double. But it's still little, nothing to worry about. So you think there's nothing else to mention that it's relevant? It could be relevant for you. Keep also in mind that most of the stats are just descriptive. So it's, oh wow, now I have a lower retention. It's because I have improved my memory? Not necessarily, because now, for instance, I no longer have Chinese in my collection. I'm not adding anything new in Chinese for now. I will do it when I am intermediate level, and I can do incremental reading in Chinese. This takes an effect because I was lapsing the Chinese items more often. So don't take this just as the only factor that, oh wow, that's an excellent, right? Depends a lot of what you want to remember. So let me know. Oh yeah, the A factor. Let me see the A factor of this collection. 4.60. Oh yeah, look at that. 4.68, 5.55. So the A factor for items, it's increasing. It's getting larger and larger, which makes sense because I will have repped items again. So let's say that an item from this collection has a huge A factor. I do an next rep, a fourth or third rep, and I succeed. That rep, it will still be increased. And actually, if I look at my A factor, look at the peak. Let me just filter items. Now, most of the elements, which I'm filtering items, so most of the items, 19,000, has a 6.3. So actually, this average is misleading because 5.5, you will see that it's not that high. So I have two peaks at 3.6 and 6.3. Oh, wow. It's the same thing in reverse order. And it happens that it leads to an average in between, but the average is not representative of all the data plots, right? So the question is, what are those elements, items in this case, 3.6, those 10,000, and what are those? Why I'm picking those two values? That's for another video, and I'm not 100% sure. I have my hypothesis. What about difficulties? Yeah, that's normal, two picks as well. Nice. So feel free to ask me anything if I haven't covered, because there are so many plots in SuperMemo that I could go through.
I want to start this video all in black, like a metaphor. You will understand why. So, I want to talk about SuperMemo community, at least the one in Discord. What is happening, what happened recently, more or less my opinion on that, the backtrack of this, how we ended up here, And actually, that's not the first time I'm seeing this. I actually recorded this before, during the 31st anniversary event last December. The video was too long and I wanted to keep it informative, so I edited quite a lot of my input. And a long input was that it became a hallmark, that I become aware of, oh shoot, the community is different. So, what happened? Let's start with the beginning. So now, if I type SuperMemo, I no longer find the community. There's a reason for that. If I go to the Ecclesia channel, eventually in March 14 happened this. This server has filled discovery activity requirements for 1 week. If this happened for 4 weeks in a row, it will be automatically removed. So it's not a big deal. It's just removed from discovery. Anyone can join by link. My videos have this link, SuperMemo community, YouTube channel, website, and blog have this link. So no issues with that. But it's like, it's portraying what is happening in the community, that it's quickly, we could say incrementally, dying out. And this happened eventually 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and here you go. This error has been removed. This happened in April 4th. And at the date for recording, it's April 29th, so at the end of the month. So I wanted to do this video, but I also wanted to wait until I was in the mood for it. So it just happened to be today. What happened in the anniversary last December is that I hosted the event alone. Well, with the help of Alexis, but during the event I was alone. And I realized, hey, wait a second. From when I joined in the 2020, about 3 years ago from now, there's no one from the beginning. I won't want to name any names, but let's say that 10, 15 people who were super engaged, I could say that were SuperMemo buddies in the Discord, so I didn't know them personally. But we were discussing a lot of SuperMemo related, and not related, but language related, or our understanding of life, let's say, some more abstract. And you could join anytime during the week or the weekends, and there was a voice chat going on informally, nothing planned. There were also planned events. So, and you may have noticed that at the beginning, in 2020, when I created this channel and I started using SuperMemo, if you look at my recap videos, something I always stress at the beginning is, oh wow, I'm impressed with the community. Because it's super engaging, super welcoming, and oh wow, so even albeit small and niche, is oh wow, you can really feel you belong there and learn from other people, and so on. That this was, let's say, well, modifying your experience with SuperMemo. That is very hard to learn, the learning curve. So you get some time at the beginning and some help. So those events hooked me since day one. This no longer happens. And it's not been just recently. It's been dying out gradually in time. So I joined, I think, just a few months after the server was created. So I haven't been there since day one, but kind of. So if I simplify, it has been like that. So when I joined, how it was like that since the beginning, to simplify. And then those almost 3 years until today, is the engagement. This is lost almost. Yeah, people still discuss, people join. It's like some recurrent things that, oh, what is the SuperMemo is the best algorithm? Oh, why SuperMemo is if it's so cool and advanced, why no one is using it? These kind of questions. If you take if you look at the insights that anyone in the server can look at the insights, you will see that even the lurkers doesn't have activity almost. That most of the channels have a single digit, so less than 10 people using it in a month. So almost only the general and off-topic are being used most of the time. So what happened with the anniversary is that it was like a shock of reality, a wake-up call. Let's say that, oh wow, it's been gradually like the frog, that you increase the temperature, and the frog only sees the increment of temperature, not the absolute temperature. So it had this effect. It's been gradually decreasing. So with the anniversaries, oh, wait a second. If I compare with the previous anniversary, I do mental time travel, is, oh wow. Now that I focus on perspective, wow, it changed a lot. This person is not here, is not engaged. Perhaps they stop using SuperMemo, but for some people that is true. They are no longer SuperMemo users. And some others just don't engage. I am aware some people have created their own servers with the people they want. So instead of, they are being active, but in a different server. But in the general server, I was hooked since the beginning. So what I did is I engaged as much as I could. And since I was a noob at the beginning, I was getting a lot from the community, right? And this flipped across time, that I became knowledgeable about the app, and it was the opposite direction. That I was giving help, I was providing help to others. So we could phrase it that I inversed the role, right? Then I joined or hosted events, not for me, but for other people who will get benefit from that. So for me, it was already some kind of altruistic, what's called effective altruism. So I know SuperMemo, it's niche. So and customer service, official customer service. Sorry for the word, but it's crap. So you send emails, the emails doesn't get to their server, they are lost, or you have to wait days and so on. It's you know what I mean. So hey, I'm providing help with that, and at some point, when the events were not happening, I was more engaged in the text. So I was super active in the SM questions channel in the community, and all of this time was, let me rephrase it. So the time I was using in the community to help others was the time I was cutting from my own learning time, because I was not doing something else than watching television, so I cut watching television to help and so on. I cut everything already, so the only thing I could cut was incremental reading time. But I don't complain, because for me it was pleasurable, it was meaningful to do it. No one asked me to do that. I do it because I wanted to. But incrementally, no pun intended, the attendance was lower and lower. So what I decided eventually is, oh, you know what? Let me target the newbies, because people who are more active in the server back then were the newbies. So I did all of those events quite frequently, and every time was less people involved. So I decided, let's vote for the time. If you want Saturday, Sunday, and which time of the day. Democratic vote. I didn't vote, and I committed to the time. So the most voted, I will commit to that time. And sometimes it was not the best for me, and I had to cancel or not accepting social events with family or friends because I committed to an event in this community lunchtime. So no, I won't eat with someone else that day. So we would say that in the balance of my personal cost, so what I'm giving to provide help altruistically, and how I was actually helping was being reduced, right? Because now I only help 2 people, and is this hour on 2 hours of my time worth for helping just 2 people? You know what I mean? That now it's getting a lot more costly this time. And eventually, I kept going. Even so, I was kind of sad to see that low activity, but I was so hooked, and I was that enthusiastic, that I want to keep going. Until someday happened that it wasn't a show. I hosted an event. People decided the day. People decided the time of the day. I committed to that. I did some hours to prep a video introducing the concept for that event, and it was targeted to helping newbies. And guess what? No one showed up. No one. So not that I feel what's called bad feeling. I don't even know. It doesn't come to mind in English. That no one joined. I feel awkward or no. It's as some I have seen other people in other communities that no one show up. So let me delete all the posts and like pretending nothing has happened. No. I actually tagged everyone in the events role. That hey, I will let you know. I hosted this. Some people voted, and no one showed up. Not that I'm complaining, just I'm letting you know that I'm canceling this. And some people responded, so I still rehosted this, and so some people attended, show up. But the thing changed for me. It was not sweet. It was already bittersweet. So you put the people I used to know are not there. Not that this is wrong, you know that this it's a community, it's dynamic. People come, people go. But what happened that a lot more people gone than the people that are incoming, right? So overall, the engagement is a lot lower. Just to let you know, we are almost to finish April this year. Can you guess how many events there has been in this community since the anniversary? To my knowledge, none. None. The people I used to know engaged from 2020 and 21, I don't know where they are. Some of them they drop a comment here and there, but they are not engaged in any sense in this community. Perhaps they are in different communities. So my end point is what happened before this community. You know, before there was, if you dig into SuperMemopedia, you will see that before there was Google Groups and other things like an email chain, something like that. So you know, SuperMemo is super niche. I know, for instance, that there are SuperMemo users from day one. You know that SuperMemo was released in the 80s. But Incremental reading was released in 2000. So there is people who has more than 20 years of experience with incremental reading alone, not just spaced repetition, incremental reading alone. But these people doesn't communicate. Some of them at some point had a blog, personal blog, or just a random posts here and there, or a video. So you know they exist and that they use SuperMemo. But some others, you just don't know. I have one analogy with lottery tickets. Here, at least in Spain, there's a national lotto kind of thing called Once that it's every single day of the year, a person can become a millionaire, right? So you don't see them, it doesn't make the news, or you see people winning on physically, that you can be an observer, but you know, cognitively, you know that people are winning. Perhaps not every single day, because the number perhaps has not been solved. But you know that there is people winning the lottery quite here and there, quite often. So these people exist. I cannot experience it, right? So what happens with SuperMemo users, especially the long-term users, is I know there are a few. But I also know they do exist. but there is no communication. So how they keep in mind, for instance, one of the few you may know is SuperMemo Fish. Sorry, SuperMemo Fish. Little Fish or Little Fish Chan. There are more like him, and even longer than him. But there is no communication. So it's like they are erudites, isolated in caves or how it's called, a building, religious building, when where a monk stays for a long period of time. I forgot the name. So it's like that. So I mean, for instance, I myself, I'm doing more things with SuperMemo, with ChatGPT and other things that I still haven't shared. Because now what happens? That the priority has changed. Because I want this time for myself now. And once this is done, I'm satisfied, then perhaps I will share it and spend time on Discord, on doing videos or guides and so on. But what happened now that the lack of engagement is taking a toll on me. It's taking a toll. But I'm doing the same. So I'm still doing podcasts as a what's it called? The opposite of host. As a guest, recurrent guest every week. And I'm in a community of language learning in the Discord, and I show up every single week and I do it for free. So, but I see engagement. There is people who are hooked and so they can improve their language learning experience, unrelated to the software almost. So nothing to do with spatial repetition and so on. For me, it's the same. It didn't change. It's my personality. I will do this until I die. I guess. I suppose. But what happened is with SuperMemo community is, I give, but I don't receive back. Or, you need a conversation, right? So it's like, I need someone else so I can have a conversation. Well, yeah, I could do with AI if I wanted now. But you get my point. That I couldn't say that it's a community engaged. There are just a few people here and there, and then random people who have a motivation, so they join the server, ask the question, and once this question has been answered or ignored, gone. Some other random person does the same, and that's the very little activity we have. And then you have the random activity that's here and there. People regularly say something, but it's not the same. My point is that yes, I feel part of the community, that I do belong, but it's not there as before. In every aspect, the quantity, the frequency, the quality, everything has dropped. So for me, it's a bittersweet. That is like this. And someone else said it's like, this is just an error, right? Like before, it was a different server, before the SuperMemo Wiki server in Discord. But this eventually died because of drama and so on. Here there's no drama, but it's just phasing out gradually. Yeah. So it's sad to accept. But yeah. And that is one of the reasons I do less videos. Yeah, I do less videos because now I have less time than before. That's also true. I use SuperMemo less than before. This is also true. And goes by the same reason. I have less time. But at some point, the other part is that, I did 200 videos and more. So a lot of topics are already covered. And I will wait until SM19 is released if I have to redo something or whatever. So I'm more inclined to do a course, let's say, instead of videos here and there in YouTube. So the videos will be like this one, that are more opinion-based rather than how to use SuperMemo like this and like that. Yeah. To do a course for the community that will be more asynchronous, because now the community, I cannot host events like before. Yeah. So sorry, I have dragged the the monologue quite long at the end, but this has been, let's say, therapeutic. Because keep in mind that, well, I now can say that I have known SuperMemo users in real life, but that's in the other direction. It's not people I know in real life that happen to use SuperMemo. It's people I met through SuperMemo that I met in real life. So it's not the same. So I cannot share this with my real life friends. So that I mean, when I mean real life, I mean physically, the opposite of virtually. So this in my inner circle, that's not happening, right? So I had I don't have my inner circle, but I have my virtual circle. But now the virtual circle it's getting narrower and narrower. So it's, oh man, I wish I could keep that. I wish. But yeah, I tried. And I tried for a long period of time with events, engagement, not just events, real-time events, but the asynchronous events. I tried almost everything that they come up with. And I didn't succeed. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just any other community member. What could, quote unquote, makes me different is that I invested a lot of time with videos and answering questions. So the time commitment, nothing else. So what will change is this time commitment. So my last call, let's say my last resort, would be a course. And let's see what happens. Yeah, nothing more. Yeah, I have more to add today, but not relevant for today, let's say. See you next time. Oh my god. I wanted to celebrate my 3-year milestone with SuperMemo, which, by the way, I'm late. I'm 3 weeks late. This first denotes that I'm more used to the incrementalism path. And it also, oh my god, because I just finished what I thought I was recording the video. I have been talking for almost half an hour, and then I realized I was not recording. So this actually shows that now I shoot less videos, that I'm less used to the software, and I haven't realized I was not recording. So welcome, Incremental greetings! By the way, oh my god, how I haven't started the video like that. Okay, so this video will be a lot more chaotic than I thought, even though I kind of rehearsed what to say because I actually wanted to shoot. So I will have different chapters. So if you think you don't get any value, feel free to move on to the next chapter. So let's start. Is that even if I compare with the 2nd year milestone, I still use less features than before. And you may think, isn't that the opposite of what you will expect that a pro user, I don't like that word, veteran user, will use more features, more advanced, like arcane features of SuperMemo? The opposite is true. Why? For many reasons. One, I use other software for different purposes. For instance, language learning, I no longer use SuperMemo. Yes, if you really stretch it, because for my incremental reading collection, I came across definitions, concepts, and so on that I want to recall. So I create the flashcards there in my incremental reading collection, even though it's what is the name of a technique, because I want to remember that name of a theory, and I leave it there. There's no need for me to create all of the language learning cards in the same place. As long as it is in my brain, good enough. And that's and many other details that perhaps how it's implemented in SuperMemo. At the long run, I can say in the long run, after more than a year of using this feature, it doesn't compensate. So I sacrifice the scheduler for the modern features, and I still get more benefit. Your mileage may vary. At least it's something that is not just with a weekend. You need like a year or a couple of years to see that is okay. I will move on, do this and do that. I still use SuperMemo, obviously. Then, that's a great visual analogy. It's like in SuperMemo, you have an ocean of features, a ridiculously amount of features. Most of them arcane, really deep down into water, right? That most people will not even know their existence or the purpose. Yeah, I know this exists, but when I'm going to use that feature. But you hyper-focus in one subset, let's say, that, okay, like in the circle, this is what I'm going to use, like the portal. And everything else, all of other features become just landscape, become decoration in my user interface. I'm not going to use those ever. I know their existence. I acknowledge their existence. I have used them. And because of that reason, I don't want to use them. Because I don't need them, or I don't like how are implemented. As easy as that. And that could be also true next year, that I still use less and less features. So it will be more the bare bones of incremental reading, because I will be using other solutions, basically. Next is that recently I have taken a long hiatus. I will do a very extensive video on that topic, but I want to mention the overview. I think there are 3 ways you can stop using SuperMemo without moving on, so you don't give up using SuperMemo. And ironically, I had 3 of them back to back. So that's why I did a massive hiatus of 5 weeks or so. Let me actually show that to you. That's a backup. Today of the recording is September 2nd. Just 1 day in July and a few days in August. That's it. How is that possible? You may think, wow, I will expect that you were always doing repetitions on the hundreds and so on. Many reasons. First, I did a big change in my lifestyle, that I was doing some tasks that were more time consuming. It was exercise, but exercising for real and for fun. So not because of having those health effects, but because I was enjoying the process. And July is, I think, at least where I live, the best month, because you get sunlight for 18 hours. You can do a lot of outdoor activities. So what happened, that I was exchanging time I will have spent it using incremental reading for exercising outdoors or in the pool and so on. Then I went into vacation, a 3 weeks and a half vacation to the Dominican Republic, and I haven't used the computer, no laptop, and the phone was on the minimums because I had the SIM card. So I think I have used it at least online for 2 hours in a month. So the minimum, what was actually necessary. And just after coming back at home, I think it was the 12th or so, because of the time change, I think it was already legally the 13th. As you can see, I wanted to start back with SuperMemo, but I didn't do much. That's because one of the gifts from the trip was a virus. So among other things, I had a massive headache for several days. So I just couldn't, it was not worth. So it's okay, just let's wait until I feel healthy. By the way, I have one video on that topic, why I recommend not to use SuperMemo while you're sick, unless you have deadlines in the school system. So more or less that happened. So overall, the idea, the take-home message is that, well, now I have proof that I'm not addicted to incremental reading or SuperMemo, that, I need my daily dose. Okay, I can miss 1 day here and there, but not more than a month of it, right? So good to know I'm not addicted. And yeah, I miss it that, okay, the learning process is not there, it's not efficient. And it's the longest hiatus ever since I started using SuperMemo. Another thing that I want to share with you is that recently I made like one ironic realization. You know, one of the slogans of SuperMemo is forget about forgetting and make memory a choice. The other day, I think it was last week or the start of this week, I had one tutoring session with someone who had a very specific goal and kind of short term. And long story short, what I think he could do best was resetting resetting the optimum interval, like this collection. Since it's just for the slides, I have no items, there are no repetitions, that's a default. 3. Is okay, let's reset this value, right, to 3. Is, oh shoot, how this was done. I actually forgot. What I thought it was this. Statistics, reset parameters. Turns out it's none of them. You have to go to for the plots and so on. This is something that, oh wow, I cannot know that in the spot. No worries. I can do this incrementally post session. This is kind of in my theme, right? You will think, oh wow, I tried almost everything in SuperMemo. I have experimenting for a very, very long. And most of that is on record as well. 240 something public videos. Yeah, there are some details that since I don't use that, and usually the tutorials don't have the need for that, I don't memorize that. I don't create items to recall these pieces of information. So what happens after 2 years or 3 years that blank? I know it's possible to reset it, but I actually forgot how to do it. And on top of that, I even forgot what it was, but it happened in the past. But I forgot how to do it, but I remember I actually did it. I have a video in my channel about that. The specific topic is about this. So I had to search for my own video and watch my own video. Oh yeah, it was this. Oh yeah, it was that. It's, oh my god. It's like blank. Like the 0 rating that is not even in the interface. Blank out. I don't recall anything. And while I was watching is, what? I edited this video as well. I don't remember any of this. The flow. Not just a specific menu, click here, click there. Is wow. And I got the answer. And what happened? That I have forgotten what it is again. So, oh my god. That really makes memory a choice. So what I don't decide to remember, you can notice it. This is one example within SuperMemo itself. There are more personal examples, which sometimes I get into trouble. Let's say that this family member thinks I have a very good memory. Well, because I use space repetition, incremental reading, and so on. But what happens that some details are absolutely missed. So perhaps, oh yeah, let's do this other day, or the birthday, or whatever. And I completely forgot. Not the birthday, but that is an example to convey the idea. But oh yeah, let's do, I'm not going to discuss anything personal. Oh yeah, let's do this, this day. This day comes, I get a message. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. How is that possible? That's not a stretch, it's a hypothesis. But I think for the longer you use incremental reading and choose what to remember, what to schedule, and what is not even there, this changes the plasticity in the brain. And then this affects your daily life. Some details that perhaps, we forget most of it anyways. But oh shoot. Now what happens that I don't trust my memory. The longer I use SuperMemo, the less I trust my memory. So now it's like, okay, if that is important for the person, take note or schedule, or it's prone to be forgotten. This is getting more obvious as the time passes. Even though we could say my memory increases, I can recall more. My knowledge retention is higher. My knowledge in size is more, it's larger. That makes, it's no protection for forgetting. So just this observation, if I compare with 2 years ago, the previous milestone, I think it's a significant it happens more frequently with someone else that, oh shoot, sorry, I completely forgot about that. Let's see one example with my girlfriend. Oh yeah, I don't know. Something has run out. I don't know. The tomato sauce of the toilet paper, whatever. Oh yeah, no worries. I will go to the convenience store and get the toilet paper. I'm doing my stuff. Da 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 da. It's nighttime. She comes back at home. Hey, did you get the toilet paper? Shoot, I didn't remember that. But what happens that she has a very hard time believing me because, oh, come on, you have a pretty good memory, right? And all of this and all of that. How come you don't remember this? It's like you purposely, quote unquote, purposely forgot that. It's how convenient it is that something, usually what you forget is what you don't like or what you don't particularly enjoy doing, let's say. And it's, well, more or less that is true. It is selective memory, but it's because I make memory a choice. So I rely on SuperMemo and, let's say, a scheduler, not just that also applies to other apps. But now when I don't do it and I rely on my raw memory, gone. So someone has to remind me, and oh wow, I can't believe now that you say it. Yes, I recall it, but I'm pretty sure I will have not recalled that with this passive recall, with this reminder. So I think if I compare to the previous milestone of 2 years of SuperMemo, this is happening more often. That, oh shoot, I forgot this. Oh shoot, I forgot that. Even if it's a silly thing, that, oh yeah, well, I will do this task, not now, but in 2 hours or whatever. Perhaps I'm working, I will do it later, and this later doesn't come because I have forgotten. So I know Piotr is like this, that some details, and sometimes it's, look, I'm resending you an email from 6 months ago or 2 weeks ago or whatever, that not just me, that you said. So those are your words, not mine. And he completely forgot about that. So it's quite fascinating, the plasticity of the mind. So I think that will be more or less my hypothesis, that the longer you use incremental reading and those techniques, and your brain adjusts to this system, is adjusting, and the brain adjusts to this method, there's a trade-off. And this trade-off is becoming more obvious as time passes. And one of the other things is actually my native language, Catalan and Spanish, but at home and in the school, most of the time was just Catalan. So what happens now that I only speak Catalan with my parents, my brother, and a few friends that I don't speak that frequently. So I'm losing the language. Now it's been like a decade like this, that I'm not in the school, into the university. So I have almost no exposure. Even if I live in the same city, different neighborhood, same city, is, bro, I'm losing the language, the proficiency. Because everything I do is in English for many years now. But this is on purpose. I know the time is limited, my knowledge, the volume of my knowledge is limited. I don't want my native language. And I don't even want Spanish as well. Even if that may sound like, what is this guy saying? Because I prefer English. I work in English for many years. I think from 2019, my work is in English. Perhaps then I have tutorees here and there that are Spaniards, but that is 0.2% of my work. And all of my hobbies are in English, unless it's learning a language, like in my case, Asian languages. So I'm pretty convinced of this theory that you make memory a choice. It's not a slogan that, oh yeah, it sounds super cool. It's actually an statement. So next point I want to share about SuperMemo, 3-year milestone, is the stats. There's nothing new to compare, to contrast with the previous milestone. It's more of the same, because now it's very homogeneous. See, the only thing that is worth mentioning It's just that the knowledge tree is getting bigger and bigger because I'm reading more and doing more repetitions on the same topics, more iterations. And that's the analogy, that everything is like a black box with the light inside. But once you see the light, there's nothing new to see. You have seen everything. I mean, unless I change how I use SuperMemo, there's no use for me to look at the stats. It's either descriptive, or you have that many topics, that many items, that many repetitions, that, okay, it's just descripting what I did. And then about performance, it's been, since the last year, the only difference is in the decimal or even in the second decimal point, retention rate, there's nothing meaningful. So I don't even check the stats, to be honest. So only when I read in the wiki page about some technical definitions of the factor, things like that, how it is measured, okay, let me check my elements, my items, if this is congruent of what I did and so on. Okay, makes sense. But or when someone asks me or for the sake of tutoring sessions, I really don't care about the stats. I think I'm in a state now, in 3 years, that there are no more insights possible unless I do some meaningful changes in my workflow. Next, you may be surprised with my image choice here with Piotr Wozniak. You know, he's like a genius, like a musician. And why the analogy with the ice cream? That's more or less my take. Here I will be hard to convey my message because I have to encapsulate a lot of information for his privacy. But long story short, across the time, it's been 3 years now. And wow, I can tell that my SuperMemo usage or my relation with SuperMemo, it will be much different if I haven't had direct contact with Piotr. I know I have one video about getting to know Piotr, which I kinda dislike now today, because I realized that I move on off topic like in the second minute, and I talk about the interface and so on. So I'm surprised. I would have never thought of this when using SuperMemo for the first time when I was recording, which, by the way, that was like July and August, and I waited until December the same year, so about half a year, more or less, to contact him for the first time. And I have like one analogy. For a very long time, many years, I was using YouTube, but I was never commenting. I never sent a comment, even if I was anonymous. It was about the attitude, not about the privacy concerns and so on. Until one day, even though I comment very little, honestly, based on the amount of videos I watch. And this happened the same. So imagine if I use SuperMemo, and if I kept using SuperMemo, I kept doing this channel, running this channel, without getting in contact with Piotr Wozniak, it would have been not the same experience. Yeah. And as a side note, I feel privileged. I have privileged access to some information of SuperMemo, his private life, of Piotr's. Yeah, I cannot share any of that, but just to let you know that for me this is really important. I cannot separate him with SuperMemo, the software. So the software and philosophy, it's like mingled together, mixed. So this is a big pro for me. And among other things, one of privileges, let's say, is that I'm a beta tester for SuperMemo 19, which I cannot disclose anything publicly. Just to let you know, you don't have to worry about one of the main concerns for SM18. Don't ask me when this is going to be released. I don't know. For here is that, let's say that I feel like a hacker or like a pro user, but that I'm trying something new, a new version yet to be released. And at the same time, It's like if I'm using a software that it's 2 decades old, right? It's the same interface, the same menus, and the design, and so on. It's like retro futuristic. It feels new, and at the same time, it feels super old at the same time. I cannot share anything. It's just my perspective overall. I cannot share any specific feature and so on for now. Next, that goes more in line in my take with SuperMemo channel. Pleasure learning SuperMemo. A new era is coming. I wanted to share this with you for the milestone of the 3 years, not just for my collection, but for the channel, which has also passed, by the way, some weeks ago. I cannot make it public yet. It's not done yet. It's, incrementalism is what it has. But yeah, let's say that my intentions will come to fruition. Let's see if I can help more people learn more in the process, and it will transcend YouTube, by the way. And yeah, I know some points that were not here, but just popped out during the recording. Oh man, I missed that. Shooting the videos. Putting on the chroma key, you won't see it, but it's what makes that background invisible. Just there in a room getting dusty is, oh my god, I really missed doing all of those videos. Yeah. And on top of that, I also wanted to express that some people send messages that, hey, is everything good? That it's been quite long that you don't make videos. Yes, I'm alive. No worries about that. But it's good to know that at least very few people, but at least there's someone who was getting a lot of value from my videos, because you know what changed? Is the priority, because the time involvement is very high, and the output, how many people watch the video doesn't increase, and a lot of people move on from the video, so the amount of views is not the same of the amount of people I have helped. So that was going super marginal, so I wanted to invest my time with other things. But I think this is going to change in the new era that is coming. By the way, perhaps it will be winter to make the pan. Perhaps it will be a different season of the year. I don't want to make this video any longer. Keep in mind, I will expand on the hiatus, the pros and cons, how to do when you come back after 1 month with SuperMemo, because a lot of testing queue will have piled up and so on. So no worries, the channel is not dead, it's just more incremental. Nothing else than that. Yeah, I actually forgot. One of the things that I realized as well is this t-shirt. For me, I have a very strong association with this t-shirt. That for me is my SuperMemo t-shirt, or at the very least, my pleasure learning SuperMemo t-shirt. Because most of the videos I shot was with this t-shirt. And recently, during the hiatus, by the way, so I went in vacation for 3 weeks and something, and I haven't used this t-shirt. So that was left at home, and once I came back, I don't know, one random day, that, oh yeah, I'm ill, so going to that topic, I was ill, so I was not doing SuperMemo or using the computer much of the day, and I saw this t-shirt, and wow, it triggers all of the memories when I was recording, learning while recording, learning while editing the recordings, or getting the skills of editing the videos as well. I have improved those skills. And it's been 3 years, but for me, it results that it is long enough to feel nostalgic. So it feels like long enough that, oh yeah, back in the day when I was doing, like, it's not the current state anymore. So I'm surprised that I have this deep nostalgic feeling so soon. It's been just 3 years. There are many things that in 3 years it's impossible to call it nostalgic. Yeah. So I will be wearing this more often, unless I don't get official merch. I will be using this T-shirt from now on, most of the time, unless it's not clean or whatever. Yeah. I don't want to stop talking. It's a weird feeling. More videos coming. I'm going to present to you what I think is the most obscure, hidden, arcane window in SuperMemo. Not in SuperMemo 19, but any release, or at least from the last 10 years. So basically, if you go to help and about, you get this, okay? You can change the image, the picture, go to the SuperMemo world, and so on. But I have been told this, I haven't found out. I needed to be told that. There is one extra window you can access from this window. So if you hover at the top left corner, you will notice it requires some precision because it's like 10 pixels or less. Here you go. You will see that it's changing the hover icon. So if you click, I have never seen this in my life. So basically are the credits of the contributions. And yes, this is SuperMemo 19, and the credits are for SuperMemo 16. So basically, SuperMemo 17 and 18, you can check that. This window appears, and it's still outdated. But the title is outdated. The contents are not. There have been 2 additions. So you have Piotr Wozniak about the software they use, and to the bottom are special thanks to unusual and lasting contributions to SuperMemo. And voila, here you go. Those are the additions. Alexis and myself. My nickname in English, William Palace. Nice, I'm immortalized. Nice to know that I'm immortalized. And I think if I haven't done this video, no one will have ever seen that, including myself. Yeah. So good to know that Alexis got credit for his work of many, many hours with SuperMemo Assistant, that he reverse engineered a lot of SuperMemo things because it's compiled code. There's no other way to do it. And he kept updating the assistant for quite a lot, several years. Not anymore, but for several years, quite long term. So he invested also with the SuperMemo wiki, the website, the Discord community, actually. There was one before, but the one that is used now is the SuperMemo wiki that was banned for the SuperMemo system originally. And then it's me, William Palace, Guillem Palau. Nice. Also, you can tell this pops a lot because most of the names are or look Polish. So those are easier to spot. So it's good to know that now I have been immortalized. It's the same in Anki, by the way. Since Anki 2.1, I appear in the credits. Here you go. Now the list is a lot larger, but the actual placing will change a little on the version you're running because more names are being added across time. Here's my full name, Guillem Palau Salva. With translated to English is William Palace. And the second name doesn't have any translation. So it's been 6 years that I have been in the credits, since May 9th, 2017. No worries, I have checked that for the sake of the video. I didn't memorize that. Now I memorize it, even if I don't want to, but I was not aware of the exact date. And I could say that in SuperMemo, the official date, at least, September 25th, 2023. So 6 years and something later. So you have like Oscars for actors or Nobel Prizes by scientists. So for me, that's the equivalent. So it's the maximum I can get. Now, oh, nice. That's the token of appreciation into two apps that I invested more time in my life, which are Anki and SuperMemo. Most recently, SuperMemo, and I didn't requested that. That was popped out of the blue. I got an email. Hey, do you know how you can find this this window? And I saw my name here, and I tried, and I didn't succeed. So I had to be told how to get there. The contributions window. Yeah, I know this is not a useful window to use in SuperMemo. So yeah, I made it to the credits. Nice. So nothing more to add today. This video will be the last one from 2023, and it's kind of a podcast style. If you want, you can just listen to it. There's no requirement to watch the screen. And yeah, I will do some reflection as some sort of year recap, my own milestone of my own usage of SuperMemo, and at some degree what I will have mentioned in the anniversary event of SuperMemo that this year didn't take place. And it's one question that I get kind of recurrently, especially for tutorees that they only have one session. They only do one session because they gathered a battery of questions. They could not find an answer online and so on. And it's as follows, that, oh well, yeah, there's a plethora of features in SuperMemo, mesmerizing array of features. And you as an expert, what is exactly your workflow, how you use it and so on, because as a newbie, they will expect that yes, because you know the features and when to use the use cases, this means that you will use them first. And second, that if you are an expert, that means your workflow has to be super sophisticated, complex to understand, and stuff like this, right? I'm generalizing. Well, turns out that it's actually more or less the opposite. The opposite is true, at least for my case. The more I learn, or I have learned SuperMemo, especially the arcane and obscure features, which some of them I have videos on those features. I'm not using them anymore, or I use them once in a year. And some features, oh yeah, it's like an archaeologist. That was the analogy I used in the past. That it's like the pleasure of the moment to discover, oh wow, that is unknown to most humanity, right? This only is known, to 50 people or less. So it's mostly unseen, and oh yeah, and it's not even documented, or not documented enough. Not in the incremental reading, not just in the incremental reading manual, but in the SuperMemo Wikipedia. Oh yeah, you have some comments from 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, that's about it. So it's more discovering and trying myself and see what happens. And based on experience and years, I had chances long term to discover if this is useful or not. And turns out in SuperMemo, most of the features long term are not worth it. It's not worth it. So I did what I would say A/B testing and so on. At the end of the day, I just used the basics and some features, yes, but most of the available features that you have in SuperMemo are not required. Not required at all for what I would call a proficient use of SuperMemo. Why? That's a big question. Why? Because at the beginning you will learn what are the hard skills, or how to use the neural review, the subset review, concept hooks, templates, all of this. So once you learn all of this, and you don't have to think, oh, I want to do this, how I do it in SuperMemo, that doesn't add any friction, any layer of complexity. When you're at this point, it's just a matter of soft skills. And that is what makes the difference with a beginner and an expert user, the soft skills. Soft skills are knowledge formulation, at some degree your proficiency to make decisions. Oh, this deserves a flashcard. Oh, I need a flashcard what I do now. Do I split it? Do I reformat it more? Do I delete it? Stuff like this. Some of those little decisions and skills that require a lot of practice and are at some degree subjective. What works best for me doesn't mean, and it's pretty much guaranteed, it won't be the same for you. It won't work. It will be the best option for you. Remember, one of the maxims I like to share from Ms. Lee is get this what's useful for you, discard what is useless for you, and make your experience your own. As simple as that. Don't copy the experts just because, oh, it's an expert. Or let's say, oh, Piotr Wozniak, the creator himself, on 36 years of SuperMemo usage. Oh, it's doing this and that. Oh, I will copy them because copy him because that's the best usage of SuperMemo I can achieve for, right? Not in my opinion. That depends on your goals, your preferences, how you SuperMemo for. I know people, tutorees, people who hired me that have used SuperMemo for way longer than I did, even before I started using Anki. And I will stretch it even more. Even before incremental reading was released in the year 2000. I think there are like 3 or 5 people I met who use SuperMemo for 18 years, 20 years. Crazy. So therefore, they learned the hard skills for SuperMemo 1998 or 1997, whatever version they started with, and they didn't catch up with the additions, especially the incremental reading features. So that's one example. I would say an extreme example, that you have plenty of experience, but you use a very tiny subset of the features available in SuperMemo. Well, for them, that works for them, because at least 3 that I have now in memory, I recall now, they are language learners. So it makes sense. So they don't actually do incremental reading at all. Which will be awesome if they do incremental reading for their own staff, whatever they like. But perhaps they are hyper focused on language learners, and since they have been using SuperMemo for 20 years, they will be kind of old, so therefore they have a family and a job, so therefore they will limit the time available to just languages and so on. What do you want to learn? Not just with SuperMemo, but whatever you could do. That will depend. For instance, why I no longer use the sound registry? Because I actually drop the language learning in SuperMemo. As easy as that. So now I have less needs, less requirements for my own usage. So it makes sense that now I use less and less features. In this case will be the sound registry, record your own voice and stuff like this, and some more templates because of the sound. So overall, the summary is, well, in my case, I could say my usage is more primitive in the sense that it's less rich, feature rich, but what is richer, way richer, are the soft skills. It's like sometimes when I see one of my items or elements from the beginning or the first year, I cringe so hard. So what happened before is, oh yeah, I was really bad with Anki, right? So I deleted many cards in Anki, and I had a sense of progress. It's all like that. Now I'm proficient, especially when I switched to full in English, which is my third language. So I did flashcards and a spaced repetition with Catalan, my native language, along with Spanish, because the exams were in Catalan, basically. Then Spanish. And then I did the big jump that, let's just do English. With incremental reading, I just did English. So at some degree, yeah, the skill is there, but hey, at some degree, I'm not familiar enough with this language that, for instance, in Spanish, you will have certain way to ask the questions, so you don't give away the gender, if it's grammatically masculine or feminine and stuff like this, which in English doesn't happen. Stuff like this. So in English sometimes happens in a different ways that, oh wow, the clause here doesn't work that way, or grammatically, or that if I do the clause here, it's super open. It could be almost anything, right? Because of how English works. Then I get used to, perhaps it won't be the most natural way to ask the question, but it's the best option available for incremental reading based on the knowledge I have and what I want to recall. Because I have other items that are very similar, but the objective is different. I want to recall a different aspect of the same thing, right? So without going into details, are the soft skills. And this never ends. I will never stop learning and improving my formulation, regardless of the language I use. I don't take this as some sort of frustration that, I will never achieve success or I will never achieve mastery. Well, that's the beauty of it. There's always improvement. Perhaps there's at some point the gains are what's called marginal gains. That there's very little room of improvement, but there's still something. Piotr Wozniak, at his age, in 60 years, he gonna still learn new stuff and learn from his past self. So I know that perhaps my channel gives the opposite impression, because I have tons of videos of many features and oh yeah, wow, I need to know all of this, all of that. No, absolutely not. And it happened sometimes during one tutoring session. Someone asked that is, oh wow, yeah, I remember I did this. Perhaps I even remember I did, and I shoot a video on that, but now I don't know, because I haven't done this in a spaced repetition. I haven't created an item, so therefore, forgotten. So sometimes it's, oh yeah, I will just let you know later. I will look it up. Or if I did the video, I will just link the video afterwards. And sometimes I watch my own video. It's, oh wow, it was there in the menu. I don't even remember shooting this. So I mean, I remember shooting the video as a whole, but not this moment. Or this is, oh wow, what is this window? Or I had to this, or which is mesmerizing. But this is an example. Illustrates very well the example that this cardboard is useless for you. All of those features were useless. Yeah, they were pleasurable to learn, to see how it worked, and so on. But once it happened, like a movie, that is just for entertainment. Once the movie finished, that's the end. You only got entertainment. It's not a movie that triggers a lot of thought and it keeps you for years. It's a learning experience, a thought experience, which at some sort forms part of you, that movie, versus just entertainment. So I hope I made more than clear my point. And that's why in 2024, next year, resolution, I carry over one of the resolutions from last year, and is to make a SuperMemo course. And the SuperMemo course will be more or less in this perspective. There will be a plethora of features that, yeah, good to know, but it's almost guaranteed you won't be using them. Doesn't justify all of this. So I hope to release this sometime next year. I also enjoy making those videos, but I just need time. So thank you for listening. Hope this has been useful for you, and see you next year. 2024. And I start the year in a different light than I expected. This video is out of schedule, in the sense that it was not in my plans, but it's important enough, and I want to shoot it non-incrementally. So you can just listen to this video. So if you remember, I said, oh, well, I just use a subset of the features, and being proficient in SuperMemo doesn't mean you use all of the features, right? So following that is way. Some people just don't use a subset of features. They just completely move on.
they stopped using SuperMemo at all. Which this is not news. This have happened since day one because SuperMemo has a tremendous amount of friction points you have to tolerate. So what's happening now? That more users are moving on SuperMemo. It's more frequent. Even, especially, the long-term SuperMemo users, 3, 5 years or whatever, that they have invested a ton of time to build their knowledge, their collection, and so on. What makes the difference? FSRS. In case you don't know, it's free space repetition software or system that basically it's an open source algorithm that tries to mimic SuperMemo's algorithm with the 3 component long-term memory components: difficulty, stability, and retrievability. With some heuristics, because there's a lot of missing information, because in Anki you only have the flashcard, the final product of the learning process. The learning process, it's not there. But hey, wait a second. There is people who actually use SuperMemo like this. They do the reading elsewhere. Kindle, whatever that may be. Then they export the flashcards. So they only have items. So, if I only have items in SuperMemo, so I'm skipping all of the incremental reading features, and I have Anki, what was the difference? The performance, the scheduling algorithm, that in SuperMemo you could have the same retention rate doing a lot less repetitions. And when I mean a lot less, in my usage was like a quarter, and even with a higher retention rate than in Anki. So timing is really key. But that's not the point of this video. The point is that what I call the FSRS wave now makes sense to move on from SuperMemo to Anki, because the difference, yeah, you will have an algorithm that performs more or less the same for short term, for short intervals, and then for long intervals, there's still elucidation needed and real usage with long intervals. For now, the long intervals are from cards that existed already. So they use a different algorithm before and so on. So it's not the same thing. So it's not to surprise that more people are moving on if they haven't used incremental reading, or they stop using incremental reading. I would have done the same. And spoiler alert, I did. For language learning. I'm still using SuperMemo, obviously, for incremental reading. But if I was not using incremental reading, I will not use SuperMemo, because everything else of the language learning is in Anki. I have one video, will be in one corner, how I converted my advanced English collection to Anki, using some heuristics of the missing data and what is not one-on-one transfer. That was just an experiment. But turns out, long term, that, oops, I'm not doing English. Well, I'm doing some sort of English in my incremental reading collection. The names of theories, authors, and so on, which appear there of what I'm reading. But for the sake of grammar, spelling, pronunciation, and so on, I have a dedicated collection for English. That, if I'm honest, in 2023, I think I opened like just to add information, not to review information. Yes, most of the items were in the multi-year interval already, so that could wait. But wait, I had a copy in Anki as well, where all cards are mature already in the 2 years, year and a half intervals already. But you know what? Now I have FSRS. Let me actually try it out. Well, the results are not as good as a new collection because the intervals are already set at 1 year and so on. So the scheduling algorithm doesn't adapt to my performance because a couple of million repetitions have happened already with a different algorithm. So yeah, I get this, but skipping all the details, it's good enough. But even before that, even before FSRS, even using the default scheduling, I still used Anki for language learning. Why? Because the cards were not new, were in multi-years. So usually the performance is worse at the beginning, right? The first intervals. I skipped all of this. But for now that I can do all of the new cards as well, with all of the convenience that Anki offers, which by the way, I don't use Anki on the phone. I don't use Anki Web to sing because I'm way above the threshold. Even though for me it's enough to have full support of modern standards. That I'm not going back to SuperMemo for that. There's no chance. No chance. Even if SuperMemo releases a new algorithm with machine learning and whatever, I don't care. I don't care an improvement in my retention rate. It's not worth it. The price I have to pay. The Windows only, the audio registry super cheap solution with templates and so on. So it makes total sense that people are moving on SuperMemo because of FSRS. I know people who used SuperMemo and quite long term, more than a decade, who actually doesn't use incremental routing at all. So I would like to see what happens, what these people do in the long term. Yeah, I get that some people like that, actually they never used Anki because they predate Anki. They started using SuperMemo before Anki existed. So if they have never used Anki, I can understand. They just keep what they are familiar with. But for people who use both, or first Anki, then SuperMemo, they know Anki really well. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I will do the same. I have done the same at some extent. Feel free to speak your mind. And if you want to share, you have also moved on SuperMemo. And let's see what the future unfolds for SuperMemo. Because every time I see less and less light into the future. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I don't know. Nothing more to add today. Finally, I can say I have read all of the SuperMemo official documentation. Everything. For all wikis. It took me 3 years and a half, by the way. So in this video I'm going to share my thoughts. Was it worth all of the trouble? And the specifics. So first, how do I know I have read everything? Well, basically, because I was consistently crawling the webpage. It's MediaWiki, which I used to see for my personal website. So now I know how to locate the pages, I imported everything, and so on. So long story short, by the end of the year that I wanted to get through stuff that, okay, let me simplify this and that, and then I thought, hey, I still have SuperMemo concept, right? And it's been a long while. I would say since day 2 of my collection. I imported the Incremental routing manual. It's recorded in this channel. I think it was published in August 2020. And shoot, I haven't finished yet. So what I did is I did sub reviews every day until I finished it off. I read everything because I could not import anything new already, unless it was from questions from SuperMemopedia. But on the official wikis, I think it's in my collection. And look at that. Now I only have dismissed topics, folders, and items. In this case, I did 760 items. That's not everything, because I'm not including the keyboard shortcuts that in case of SuperMemo adds 392, almost 400. So I exceeded 1,000 flashcards to remember staff information about SuperMemo itself, because as many users, I used SuperMemo to learn how to use SuperMemo. So, not too shabby. The question is, are all of those flashcards applicable? Well, there are some that are not, or very unlikely, very low applicability, while still I have done those for completeness. One example is plan. That, yeah, I'm not going to use plan. I learned everything, and I tried several days with genuine examples, but I haven't used it in the long term. Despite this, I wanted to remember the key bindings, how to do this, and the behavior, how I know we could phase and so on. But then I shifted that, yeah, in this case I will do it for my tutoring, because I want to know every single detail, not because I want it, right? So that's a special case,
in my incremental reading experience that for the sake of completeness, I have read everything. What happened is that at some point, I was having, for instance, concepts. I have the concepts, the glossary will be there, neural creativity, I will also have concepts there, or here, straight concepts and so on. So I had everything mingled. So it was chaotic at some point. But then when I made, let's say to simplify, I was fluent with SuperMemo. It's, I know this, I know this, I know that. Oh, this detail. That was not available in the version of that other wiki. Or in Guru or whatever. Or, I'm not going to remember anything of that text. Because, it's, I don't know, categories or some technical stuff on the algorithm that didn't continue. It continued in a different direction. So, why I want to remember all of that stuff, right? Stuff like this. So, at the end of the day, let's say the later half of the reading was very low in the ratio of reading and items done. A lot of reading involved with not much items because, it's like a rephrasing of what they have seen before and stuff like this. So there's the point that I consider it's negligible. I did it because I wanted to. So I don't recommend doing this unless it's the same case as me, that you feel like an archaeologist and you enjoy the process, not just the outcome. And to summarize everything, because I could be speaking for hours if I wanted to, here's one comparison. I may be misattributing a quote from, I think it's from Karate Kid, the original movie from the 80s, which I watched many times, but all of them were in Spanish, because back then I had no choice. I couldn't watch movies in original format. And there was one quote that I always internalized and I have applied across my life. And it was, it's in Spanish that, cultural note in Spanish, some translations doesn't correspond that to the source. It's quite adapted. So just in case. Translating back to English is that Mr. Miyagi said, you should learn how to fight, so you don't need to fight. In the sense that if you learn the martial arts, the composure, the discipline, and the actual technical skills to reduce the person or to make the other person unconscious, all of that, the amount of techniques that you will require to use it will be minimized. So the amount of violence, let's say, to simplify, it will be close to none. And the closer to none, the better the outcome. So for me, that's more or less what I have done. I learned all of the techniques possible in SuperMemo, all of the features, flows, you can do this, you can do that, even the hacky using third-party tools that were not possible without those tools themselves. And not just, you can do this. No. I know I can do this, but let me do it myself and in the long term. And let's see what happens, right? And then I decided, it's not, with the pros and cons, it's not compensate for me, too much friction and so on. So then, what I could say is that, now I have learned all of the skill set in SuperMemo, the hard skills at least. And now I only use the skill set and the features when are required. So the same with Miyagi is that if SuperMemo was a martial art, I will be using this martial art to the minimum required. What differentiates a newbie like Daniel with Miyagi, an expert? So now at least let's say that I have awareness. Now I know everything that is and can be done, that has been written. I'm also aware some details have never been written in the documentation, but those details will be close to useless to know. No real applicability. So it's been fun to do all of this journey. It took me longer than I thought because, yeah, I will read this, 1 year, 2 years, that will be enough, right? Well, because some months I just didn't care. Or the intervals were so high that for months no topic was becoming outstanding. So I had to finish it explicitly via subset review. I'm closer. Let's finish this off now. Do I recommend you to do the same? Read all of the entire documentation? No, nothing, not at all. Was it worth it in my case? Yeah, not enough. Especially the second half, most of the topics that I imported or even extracts that I did like near duplicates of extracts because it was almost the same concept, the same content, but in different wording, or there were exact copies. I had one video from some years ago when I realized that there were full copies, one page embedded in a longer page. So if you imported both pages, you will get that part duplicated and so on. At least now I have one example of what is incremental reading to read something that is finite. Hey, you have this segmentation, it's this volume, and it's chaotic. It's not one huge textbook of 2,000 pages. It's so many articles interlinked in a network and with different wikis to make it more complicated, more complex. So those are my 2 cents. And spoiler alert, there's an extra step. Here you go. So the next step, what will be? That is me, SuperMemo Help GP, Guilherme Palau, my real name. So next step is actually editing the official documentation. Which, by the way, it's been some months. I actually procrastinated this. That Piotr Wozniak asked me to link my videos in the official documentation. That means that, let's say, something I did recently, the template flags. Well, in some part here, I could just link my super long video of 40-something minutes about flags and stuff like this. That means that even if my channel, I have here only the official channel, SuperMemo Video. That means that some videos of mine will appear here, embedded, or it will be hyperlinked, especially when it's about targeting one specific feature of SuperMemo. So that's the next step. And it makes sense because now, okay, I haven't read it like this, so I'm not familiar with this color, that this was green, because I have read everything through SuperMemo. So I imposed my styling of dark, theme, and so on. And on top of that, I will help more people, even if are just tiny details. This was last modified 2019. So at least, even if are just tiny details, they will get updated. So it will be fun, interesting, and it will be also intermingled when I do the course. So I can find typos, actually mistakes, just outdated information. Yeah. Hope this can be useful for you. Please don't read the entire wiki, only what's useful for you. I just sing my collection from the latest backup, which is something I haven't done for a long while. And that's because I wanted to share my changes. After, 2 years, I lost track of time. I made changes on the styling, the templates, the layout, and so on that has been stable. You may have seen that most of my YouTube videos here has been congruent with the styling and so on. Well, not anymore. Now, what you are seeing actually is not my default template. So what you see now is not my default layout. It's my contents layout, which is temporary. My default is this one. You may think, oh, what the F? It's not full screen. Yes, that is on purpose, because now I want Chrome on the side. So what will be the knowledge tree now is Chrome, with ChatGPT, GPT-4, and other LLMs and so on, to generate images and all of this. So those changes are because I actually changed my workflow as a user with SuperMemo. So therefore, I adapted the layout and so on to fit my new workflow, and I did a major simplification. Major simplification. That's why I could reduce and simplify the stuff in SuperMemo as well. So let's go. I will go by chapters as well. So first the layouts, why, the templates, concepts, and all whatever I have simplified. As you can see now, by default, I'm not using the knowledge tree. I don't need it at all times now. I really don't. And it's been a while, especially when using the laptop, that the screen is smaller. Contents window, gone. And I will only be using it when I need to do something, and so on, and move on. But during the regular usage of SuperMemo, I don't need it. I rely on the ancestors for context. And the other detail is that the stats window and the element data are overlapping, just to save space. And I could even do this, because I already know whatever it's this one, so I'm maximizing the width of ancestors. And same for the browser. That's the element, that's the contents layout, and that's the browser layout. So stays the same width. So what I'm doing at the end of the day is just changing this window. It is the browser, or it is the contents, or it is actually Chrome. As simple as that. Next is the templates. So here's one example of my item template. It's just bigger images at the top, question and answer. That's the front or the question time, and the back. Now in the back or answer time, I only have the answer. I no longer have images that display only in answer time and so on, because I use incremental reading only. I don't have, hey, what's this in the image? Or what person is in the image? This kind of question. Therefore, a lot simpler. Plain text, image, image. No sound, nothing else. That means that look at the registries. Font, none. Because now I only use one single template for items, one single template for articles, and that's it. I have some other templates because of the flags, to kill the image in bulk or to set everything empty. For instance, I use this one empty to apply the black background in everything that has been done or dismissed. That it was white. Back in the day it was white, and I wanted to overwrite this, so I don't have the flash when I click on the knowledge tree, stuff like this. The YouTube, which is unused. So at the end of the day, I have the bare minimums. And you can see the article. It's actually unused. So I only use one for items, one for articles, topics. You cannot get simpler than that. And I even simplified more. I don't use fonts. I don't use comments, binary, styling, script or OLI, but no styling. The only styling I use for articles, this comes from SuperMemo. I just edited the default file, which is the supermemo.css. All my elements that has HTML will use this. Everything. You cannot get simpler than that. So related to the video I did a short while ago, that the more I use SuperMemo, the less feature I use. Here you go. Other registries, nothing. I don't use any of those. I don't use tasks anymore. You cannot delete the master task list. I don't use sound or lexicon and so on. And next chapter is the concepts. Look at this simplification. I will have a standalone video about this. That now I follow the minimum concept principle. So I follow minimum information principle for knowledge formulation, yeah. The minimum template principle, that now I reduce it to the maximum. One for topics, one for items, and that's it. And now the minimum concept principle. That's all. At one point, I had 200 something members. Now I only have 34. Yeah. Even though I always auto apply the templates, even though it's always the same case, item and article picture are my default. So I don't have the no template and so on. But it's everything the same. And a big change. It has been on the screen since the start of the video. I don't know if you catched this detail. But look. Now, it's been some weeks, not even 2 weeks, that I'm using SuperMemo 19. Finally! Even though it's a super small upgrade. It's because now I don't have anything that was preventing me to update, which was SMA. More specifically, the add-on for PDF. I needed the PDF thing, for a while, but not anymore. I don't have PDFs to read, so I just upgraded. And then I did some small here you go. I did some small changes. Now my extract color is this bluish, and the font becomes black instead of white. That I have been using brown for quite a long time, but it was not always brown. So now I prefer this. Even if it looks weird when I have the link in blue, in yellow, usually I won't read this, so it's not a big deal. So now I'm used to this color. Those colors haven't changed at all. Only this, the only change. So, the point of this video is not that, hey, copy my styling, that's the best. No, because that depends on your taste, your preference, your workflow. And that's the golden nugget. You should adjust the layout and all of the settings that can be customized according to your flow. So if your flow changes, you should also change to adapt in case it's required to get the maximum out of that workflow. In my case, since I have simplified, I have taken down use cases that I no longer do this, I no longer do that. It's not that I think of. Now that I have less requirements, I can greatly simplify my approach. Now I don't ever change templates. If it's an item, it will be the item template. So as long as I use hooks, I never have to press Ctrl+Shift+M. So I think I covered everything from the last 2 years. Everything that has changed. So let me know your opinion, your thoughts, what you have changed as well. Drop a comment if you want to share your mind. And see you incrementally. So I was shooting a video about the pros and cons of collections, and I opened that collection, one of the few collections I did for incremental writing. And it was about the survey, SuperMemo survey. If you go to here, help, user survey, is this. And I realized, well, I did this when I was 1.5 years in SuperMemo. Now it's been almost 4 years. Now I have curiosity that will have changed my view, my opinion. So I will do this, and it's blind in the sense that I haven't gone through the list yet. And I forgot most of that. So are you happy with SuperMemo? Which version? Yeah, I'm satisfied. There are certain things that do generate some degree of friction. Yes. There are third-party tools that can ameliorate the experience. I'm using SM18, now 19, which is almost the same. Yeah. So what I would say is that this sum, I would say significant. That will be a change. If I'm updating this incrementally, that's the change I will do. And now I'm, let's say, 3.5 years in. Cool. What do you like the most about SuperMemo? That implements incremental reading. Yep. No other app implements a true incremental reading app. With the minimum definition of incremental reading. That's it. That's the big pro of SuperMemo. End of the story. One-liner. What do I like the most? Okay. The fact that it's closed source and everything. How many typos? Something I realized that I did more typos at the beginning. Yeah, the lack of automatic refactoring. That for language learning, it's good to have.
but basically that is not democratic. A lot of bugs are not fixed, are not going to be fixed. For instance, one of the conventions to create to use concepts as tags, I think I'm not going to use that anymore, or at all, because it's been this week. Why? Because if I export this, I export the collection as a Q&A document, XML, whatever. The links are lost, are not exported. So it's not future proof. And what I also know is that it's not going to be added. Forget about it. It's been 2 years since I finished writing those questions. So now I know more. That forget about it. Everything that is not available won't be available in SuperMemo. Most of the things. So I dislike many things. And keep in mind here, I didn't even set about the UI. Yeah, it could be improved, but for me it's not a big deal. Then, I have to choose bugs. Oh, there are so many to choose from. To be fixed, let's see if they fixed one of those. Random access memory violations when searching in the browser or registries. Wait, I'm using 90. Okay, let's try that. Depends on the order. Sometimes you need to do the search, then the filter. But if I do the other way around, and now I search, let me not do any typo. Yeah, I think that was fixed, or at least I don't get it that often. So I would say it is a somewhat fixed. Thank you. Transferring branches or merging collections loses a lot of information. Concepts, templates, that is still true. And it's not going to be fixed. And import and export are limited to 2 components of each, 2 images and 2 sounds. Yeah, now this I don't care because I'm not importing anymore. So, strictly speaking, everything I imported from Anki, I deleted afterwards, eventually. So even if this is not fixed, and it's very likely it's not going to be fixed, now I don't care. So I would say that it's not just bugs, I would say is a non-implementation that links and other stuff cannot be exported. So therefore, I have a rule of thumb. Whatever cannot be exported, I'm not going to invest time. Because I know that what I do in SuperMemo, it's kind of temporary. Eventually I will move on from SuperMemo. Even if I need years, I know that it's not for life. I need to export that. Yeah, there are so many bugs that mess around with the daily usage, but it's been so long that I have adopted, let's say, the workaround. I internalize the workarounds that I don't do this combination because it's bugged, and I know that it's like this. Then those are just folders, okay, because everything is dismissed now. Do you use incremental reading? Yes, that was actually the point of using SuperMemo to begin with. If so, are you comfortable or proficient? Yes, I would say so. I consider myself proficient. Okay, so in 1 year and a half, I was considering myself proficient. And I think last month, at the end of this month, I reacted to myself, my master self, reacting to my proficient self, reacting to my noob self. And I can guarantee 2 years ago and today, there's a difference, a significant difference. Although I have been using it for extensively. I run the channel. I still run it. Yes. I learned a lot from my mistakes, and even creating videos, which is still true. It's a lot less. Are some tiny details that some people comment, not necessarily in the video, sometimes in private via email or DM, but are just super tiny details that it's not worth repeating the video for that. What needs to be improved? Too long. Using interface. That will be user interface. Yeah, modern technology. Yeah, I do agree. Imports from social media and the marketing.
Still to today, it's a mess when users get a key and all of that. Do you make rich use of concepts to organize your knowledge? Oh, lol. Lol. I recently changed that. So now I would say no. No, I don't. I don't. Now my concepts are more like the regression categories, or where I want the group to be, into knowledge tree, and that's about it. At the time of the writing, I had 180 concepts. Now I have a different collection. I had 34 concepts, but I'm using all of them. I no longer use that. I use concepts just for the sake of how to apply, because now I have one unique template for topics and for items. So I changed that. Keep in mind, I'm shooting the video. I'm not writing this down. Then, did you try neural review? Yeah, but since last time, nothing has changed in the last 2 years, because I haven't been creating those meaningful links and associations because are not future-proof. And I don't think that the neural review will justify all of the time invested and jail, let's say, that creates the threat that it can only be done in SuperMemo. I'm not going to be able to export any of that. So no major progress here, no major difference. I understand how it works, but I have to try it out. Yes, I haven't done any meaningful example usage of neural review yet. What is your R metric? Okay, my current R metric is usually between 4 and 18. I cannot check if SM18 works better, as it's the only one I have used. Oh my god, what is this grammar? That's still true, because SM19 SuperMemo 19 still uses SM18. I think perhaps with some edge case fixed, with one bug or those fixed, but it's the same. So still today, yes, I haven't used anything better than SM18, so I cannot compare. And yes, I have R metrics from what would have been with previous SuperMemos, but it just, calculations. It's not real usage. How did you first learn about SuperMemo? This is not going to change because it's what happened in the past. Yes, I downloaded Anki from, oh my god, so many typos, from Linux repositories, and in the description said or mentioned something about SuperMemo, the SM2 algorithm, and the 20 rules of formulation. That was my best guess. Now it's guaranteed. Then I checked the SuperMemo website by curiosity, but here you go, the rules of formulation. That was in 2008. I don't remember the exact date. And I thought, what is this pinky screenshot? That makes my eyes hurt. And I didn't try it until 11 years later, when I was desperate because of the lack of priorities and so on. How long have you been using SuperMemo? Well, the same. Still with typos. Since August 2020, meaningfully. I started in June, the same year. I never stopped from since then. Oh my god, I can tell that my English was so, not just typos. This is not a typo. This is a grammatical mistake. Oh my god. Which versions have you used? Well, the same. I could just add 19 here, but doesn't make much difference, because SM19 is just SM18.1. Could be the same. I tried the SuperMemo versions older out of curiosity and for updating some old collections that were from the 1997 or 1998. So I needed SM15 to update the collection format and so on. And for some tutorees that for whatever reason they didn't want to upgrade and they were using legacy versions of SuperMemo. Then, do you use other SuperMemos? Which? SuperMemo.com? No, I'm not going to use it ever. I'm not their target. Other space repetition software? Yes, Anki, for sure. Nemosine. I don't even know how it's pronounced. Yes, but for the sake of trying it out. No genuine usage and never will be. Duolingo? No. I tried for some minutes to try it out because of the memes. No real usage. No real usage of any of those. And I'm pretty likely this will continue to be like this. And I used Anki, yeah, that cannot be changed. Then, did you use ever SuperMemo freeware? Yes, I did. And this is not going to change. Did you experience problems with dated versions? Absolutely! With dated and current versions, it's inherent in SuperMemo. You have always issues. Up to today, I have issues importing from Chrome. For instance, if I have multiple profiles open in Chrome, only the second profile is seen, not the first one. So you have to move the pages to the other one, because even if I close the second profile, I only have the first profile is not seen for whatever reason. And many other little things that I still have problems. Or to lay out, one of the new features to have layouts into monitors, dual screen. It's bad. I reported some bug that the height of the second monitor is larger. When you save the layout, it becomes a reset to the height of the first monitor. And stuff like this. So even what's been fixed, I still have some issues. It's not bug-free. Some new features introduced a new friction. How large of a role does SuperMemo play in your life? A big deal. A main role I do use. Oh my god. SM almost every day. Most if off by ring. So many typos. It's done in SuperMemo as well as most of the videos that are not for entertainment. Well, that is no longer true. I don't use it anymore because of friction. How did you come to use SuperMemo? Again, 2 years have passed, but I cannot change that. Did you expect to use SuperMemo for life? Hey, good question. Let's see what I did. I said, yes, I do expect to use SuperMemo for life. What could happen is that SuperMemo company dissolve at some point of my life. So, perhaps I would export my collections and keep using an analogous software for the remaining days of my life. Again, I will not phrase it like this. This sounds like more little translation from my native language. It's not that natural English. And yeah, I agree. So I expect to use SuperMemo principles for life. The SuperMemo method, the incremental reading for life. Absolutely. Absolutely. I could get a tattoo on my forehead that I will do this. What I'm not going to expect to use is to use SuperMemo software specifically. As soon as there is an alternative, a modern implementation of incremental reading satisfying the minimum definition, then I don't know. But I really hope that happens. Even if it's when Piotr retires or whatever, but eventually there's a new implementation or the next big thing with AI that, okay, we have space repetition, we've had Zettelkasten, and then incremental reading, then is the next big thing. So I won't be using SuperMemo replacement, but the next big thing already. Let's see the future. How much time you spend with SuperMemo? Less than before. And objectively, yes, less time than before, because now I work more hours and I'm busier than before. Yeah, and at some degree, I use SuperMemo when I was unemployed. But subjectively, it hasn't changed because I use SuperMemo as much as I want to. It's the same. That much, if I want to, could have been waiving, but it's always the same. I don't use SuperMemo more than I want to. Minutes, no, okay, I think 9 hours is like a huge outlier. Usually, if I'm the high spectrum of usage, it will be 3-4 hours a day. And yes, sometimes I just do 10 minutes because it is what it is. That doesn't mean I wasted the day. I still get some value out of those 10 minutes. How many items do I have memorized? Okay, so kind of low. So I memorized 34,000 2 years ago, and I have deleted about 2,000 that I memorized at some point. Now in this collection, well, my collection, and in this backup, I have 36,300 items, which I deleted quite a lot, and some I did transfer to another collection. For instance, the slides, I have 1,800 items, and in the English, I have 48,000. Even though I have a lot more items that I deleted. That's a backup. And I think I had more than 60,000 items here. Now are in Anki, not here. And even though I still deleted items that are not anywhere. But since I don't have any metric that tells me how many items I deleted, I don't know. And also, I don't care about this. How many? I know. Less than I deleted in Anki, that's for sure. Items I memorized, also, I don't care. I care about having fun and learning what I want and applying what I have learned to my life that has an impact in my life for the better. And the process of this is also pleasurable. That's the goal. How many items I need for this? It's not relevant at all. And in Anki, I have more than 100,000. In one of I have multiple collections because of technical limitations. And the other collections, I don't even know because I never checked that. I don't care. But let's say a lot. Then, what is your opinion about SuperMemo method, space repetition? I'm sold with space repetition is not evidence, myself that the effect. Yeah, I have anecdotal evidence with myself across the 14 years that I use it. This method has enormous potential, which has to be learned. Which one has to learn how to use it? As space repetition badly applied can be extremely harmful. Which is true. I do agree with his statement 2 years after that. And actually, recently I had the intention to record a video on that. How I used space repetition that was extremely painful and harmful for my mental health. And years later, for the opposite, for fun. So it depends how you use it. It's like a double-edged sword. Depends how you use it, can be a different story. What's your opinion about SuperMemo software? Okay. SuperMemo is built for incrementalism as a lifestyle. Okay. SuperMemo is the best suited for free learning paradigm. Yes. Meaning that you can still use it for curriculum-based, course-based learning, but it's not the best choice. There are other apps that are specialized for formal education, so you can cram and do whatever you want there. It's wonderful for managing the inevitable information overload that happens with incremental reading. Yes,
because it's the only software who has a full-fledged priority queue. And the priorities are dynamic when you do the repetition after the outstanding date and a lot of stuff. It's not actually limited to learning. For instance, I can classify pictures or documents incrementally using the import files and folders features. Yes, but I don't do. I can, but I don't do it. As well as some asynchronous communication via email. I wrote some works about this in the third anniversary of Space Repetition. Oh wow, it's still up. Oh yeah. No, I'm not going to upgrade to a modern browser. I refuse to do so. Interesting. Hey, how can we improve the documentation to make your life easier? Wow. So kind of recently, I did a video about that. Finally, I have read all of the official documentation and a few thousand pages in SuperMemopedia. And then I start my contributions, my edits, super small edits. Most of the edits are just attaching videos, or just a few typos here and there. So that's a good question to ask me this now. So then yes, there's plenty of outdated documentation, or in the sense that there's a lot of documentation for features that are outdated. So it's not the documentation that is outdated, it's up to date, but the feature was implemented 15 years ago and has not been updated at all, and it's not meaningful to be used for most people. So you add a lot of material to go through that it's very unlikely the user will ever need. That's my point. The other one is that it's written for pros, for professional users, in the sense that it's using the jargon since day one, all of the time, which for me that was not a big deal because I enjoyed all of that. But it creates an entry barrier for people who don't care and just want to use SuperMemo, the basics. Well, instead of this, my suggestion is that, as I say, whatever is older than SuperMemo 15 or the latest freeware version, which now is the 16, that means that anyone in the world can download this version for free. So what's older than this, archive it. Make it unavailable, or only available through a special site that is for archived documents of SuperMemo. So all of the search hits are for at least the versions that can be downloaded today or bought today. And the next thing could be, well, there's a limit, so keep the documentation like it is, but then do a course. That is the other way around. Less information, a lot more friendly, is not using all of the jargon, or is added incrementally, and takes the average user into account, not the pro user. Then, please write a few words about yourself that you would like to share. Age, education, profession, hobbies, children, goals, country. Yes, because he already know all of that. But because age, okay, I'm 4 years older than before. My education hasn't changed until very recently that I enrolled in a master's degree, an MBA, online MBA. What an irony. And nothing has changed before that because I was doing a PhD that I put on hold, and eventually I gave up. I quit. My profession has changed. I was in academia, so I was a PhD student, researcher, and a lecturer. And I was doing some freelancing in the site for Anki. I don't do any of those anymore. I could say that if I consider myself a YouTuber, just because I do YouTube videos, I don't consider myself a YouTuber. But with this stretch, yes, that is still true. I still run this channel. I still do videos. And I do want to keep doing videos for indefinite amount of time. I don't see any limit. Not because I reach 40 or I'm a parent in the future, or I don't know. Or I stop using SuperMemo. I will be stop using recording videos. Hobbies? Has changed some hobbies? I'll say no. But the hobbies are more or less the same. Doing videos here, being active in the community, some coding for fun. It's very little because then I messed up, I don't progress, it's no longer fun, and I stop. Barefoot, hiking, or like this. Yeah, with the hobbies, I do exactly more or less the same. Children? Still no. No children yet. Goals? I could say my goals are the same from since 2 years ago. The education freedom, that the education is no longer coerced in any country in the world, that everyone has access to proper methods of learning, not just the freedom to learn, but the proper tools. So they don't have to use pen and paper or old-fashioned methods like they still do in most education systems. Country, I live in Spain, I haven't moved, I don't have plans to move. At least I traveled than before I could not afford traveling. Yeah, that's more or less what I would share with you. That is more kind of personal. My goals is to have fun, learn and having fun, and be happy in life. Oh my God, what things in life make you happy? Learning. Yes, in one word. And freedom, I would say. Pursue what I like, what I want. Makes me happy. What makes me sad? Compulsory school. Yeah, what I already said, more or less. An annex, what is in the annex? Oh, okay. Look at that. I had 130,000 elements. Now I have almost 100,000 less. 2 years later. The amount of topics is also massive. But look at the protection. Close to none. Wow, look at the speed. That was because of the English items. Yeah, repetitions per item now the average is 4. And here is 1.8, almost. Repetition count just 38,000. Now I have, I think, 170,000, yeah. I don't use the pending queue anymore. The average for the index is about the same. The A factor is 5 point something, it's larger than that. I don't use the lexicon at all. Yeah, but at the end of the day, nothing meaningful here. And humans of SuperMemo. The event was only 4 months that I was into SuperMemo. So it's funny that I have been in all of the events, yearly events. And the last 2, I have been the host myself. And I didn't miss it for just 4 months. I was a noob. It was a game changer. Yes, even though now I don't use video, email, or writing because of the friction, I still consider it the same. Incremental reading has changed my life. And Piotr writings, that was my introduction to free learning and a different paradigm other than the Prussian system, has been a game changer. It changed my life. I don't know what I would have been, what I would have done, but I'm pretty sure I will kind of wasted my life. I didn't like the life I was living back then. It was suffering, tedious, and this every single day. So I don't know. So it's not to the point that I will have committed suicide, but it would have been a tedious life to live. I could not even want to imagine that. But I want to share something with you. Slides. There's still one article that I didn't finish. This is from November 2022. Yeah, wow, by 1 day or something. 1 year later. So I use SuperMemo for 2.5 years.
A tutoree asks, "How are you?" And he's surprised by my enthusiasm. Is when you start the call. Zoom, Google Meet, Discord call, whatever that may be. A video call for doing the session of the tutoring session. One of the questions, regardless of the country, the culture, let's say, is how are you? How are you doing? Hello, whatever that may be. And he was surprised. And this happened because I saw that it was a pattern. Because back in the day, so in the end of 2022, I had quite a lot of sessions, unlike now. And I saw that was a pattern repetitive. Is why people are surprised, or what? And not that they are surprised. Sometimes they actually explicitly tell me that oh wow, you're so enthusiastic. So that wait, why you are so enthusiastic if whatever we do is how to use SuperMemo for this, how to use SuperMemo for learning this, how to use SuperMemo for that, is what's the fire from, right? Because for me it has always been. So at least even if for me it's just my baseline. For a regular user is what on earth, why you are so excited to use SuperMemo, right? That person said more or less that that tutoring was kind of a therapy session. Even if it was just in a transformative way. Just my attitude towards the learning. This transfer, why are you so engaged with learning? It's for me, learning is just passing exams for a master's degree or whatever, right? So now I lost track why I told you that to begin with. There's no SuperMemo versus Anki. Yes, I do agree with this still. And I plan to do some videos about this, that there's no comparison. Another thing that now I realized on those questions is that now I know people. I have met people in real life that use SuperMemo. It has never been the other way around. That, hey, I know someone in real life. Hey, do you play this video game? Do you have seen this movie? Yeah, that may happen. But hey, do you happen to use SuperMemo? Oh yes, I do. No, this never happened in my life. The other way around. So, someone I met through Discord, usually Discord, or the community in SuperMemo, and then we met from different countries, always different countries, and then we meet in real life. So someone has to take a flight. And I met five. I met 5 SuperMemo users, 2 being tutorees. Kind of weird, right? Weird. I could dedicate a video if you are interested in those, meeting people in real life about SuperMemo. So that's more about it, how this has changed. So how I will send the survey today, if I will do it today instead of 2 years ago. That was fun. I did it because I wanted to. I had no plan to do such a video. And the editing will be minimal, just the silences and the blah, 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 blah that I do here and there, that I need to repeat. And yeah, I don't know if that will be of some value for you. I do it just in case. And even for my future self, at some degree, will find this useful. So nothing more to add today, and see you incrementally. Now, wait. Now that I realize, when I say see you incrementally, I'm just visualizing some of my subscribers or people I know from SuperMemo. Like I'm talking to someone in reality. But I'm not including myself. So now I had the thought that wait. When I see you incrementally, I'm thinking of several people. Then in abstract, that I know people will watch this video, even if I don't see that. I don't experience this person watching that video. But I'm now including my future self in this routine. Weird. That has changed since 2 years ago. Indeed. Nothing but what today. Why today? Because I might in the future. See you incrementally. So you know that, okay, SuperMemo, incremental reading, it's super awesome. You can get knowledge super quick, retain that knowledge. So if it's so powerful, why people are not using it to make money or to make a lot of money, right? So I think that was discussed several times in the last 5 years. And I want to share today my 2 cents about this, what I have seen from other people that shared, what they have experienced with tutorees that they have this purpose, and my own opinion. Then, the question is, have you ever used incremental reading or SuperMemo help you in acquiring more money through the increase in knowledge? There are several ways to interpret this question. First, you will know one famous case of one person who just used Anki for a while to memorize random trivia facts. And eventually he showed in one TV show and won that TV show. That you just have to answer trivia questions and you get the prize money and stuff like this, right? So yeah, that's one case you can use SuperMemo, spaced repetition, incremental reading. From this video, I will just call SuperMemo or everything like a synonym. So yes. But is this worth it? So, that requires that every day, almost every day, you will review, in order to keep this in memory, stable in your memory, thousands of random facts. Who won the Nobel Prize of, of medicine that specific year, or in chemistry that other year? Questions like that. So if you ask me, what do you want? To use SuperMemo to seek your own pleasure, your own interest, or do whatever is required, random trivia that is just grinding, no pleasure involved, and eventually someday you will earn a lot of money. So the question is, what do you want to do? A part-time pleasurable seeking learner, or a bored millionaire? If you ask me, I will choose the first option. I don't want to be a bored millionaire because, first, the grinding of do what I don't like every single day, recalling information, memorizing, making an effort, and reviewing information I don't care, it will be a torture. This torture doesn't cost millions for me. Not only that, it's because of this, I will have less time on learning what I really want to learn. So skipping this or minimizing the time for this for many years straight doesn't have the value of a couple of millions of dollars or in whatever currency. Fun fact is that this guy or perhaps another guy that did the same thing contacted Piotr Wozniak and sent some emails. And it happened to be that when Piotr replied, he added me in copy. So I have seen at least part of this exchange when that guy was feeling grateful for Piotr, not because he used SuperMemo, because he used Anki instead, but because Anki relied on the research and discovery of Piotr Wozniak before. That's one way. For me, it's not worth it. And it's like a lucky shot that first you have to be accepted in the TV show. Second, you have to actually win it. So to recall on time and well whatever question you are asked after grinding. So you don't earn any single cent until the very end. If your end is earning money. The second point could be, okay, what I want is to use SuperMemo for getting a very high paying job in tech, in finance, whatever, that I can get hired of 200K, 100K, whatever is high in your country. I have known people like that. They use SuperMemo. They use it to grind for months or even longer than a year for lead code or high yield interview questions, whatever. And some of them succeeded. They got hired and they earned a lot more money than they will earn in a year. A lot more. But at the same time, they hated SuperMemo for that period because they grinded something that was not pleasurable for them. But they knew that that was limited in time. So once they got hired, they stopped doing that. Then I will only maintain what I'm required for my job, for their job, and they will resume whatever they did. They will start going back to whatever they were doing because now they have time. If that's for you, go ahead. But then I realized, okay, then you have the job. Same as me. I grinded a lot, even before I used SuperMemo, but I used Anki. I had a lot of good grades, so I could get to the master degree that goes with grades. So there's some percentiles and so on. So only the top students can get there. So if your grade is not enough, you get out of the place. So you don't. It's not about paying tuition fees. You don't get accepted. And then, when you're done with the master, is the PhD. In my case, it was in the field of biomedicine, which is a very competitive domain. So I succeeded. And yeah, then I was a lecturer. I didn't finish the PhD, by the way. And yes, I only had the very beginning, just a few credits. So it was not a full-timer. But I was working 8 hours a week. 8 hours a week, not a day, a week. And I was earning more than my girlfriend working a full-time job. It was very good paid. And if I could then work full-time, oh, that is massive. A very good salary, a good prospects of keeping the job until retirement, even without tenure track. But I hated that job. So yeah, I would say, yeah, I use spaced repetition, not SuperMemo in this case. It was Anki. Helped me a ton to achieve that, to get to that position. But for what? It was hell. Not just the working, but to get to the job I wanted was hell. Years later, well, actually, just 2 years later, COVID happened, and I lost my job. But at the same time, it's okay. I lost my job in the university, but it happened by pure coincidence. But in the recent months, I discovered free learning. And then it's okay now I'm unemployed. Now that I have time, let me try SuperMemo out, and it's when I started this YouTube channel. So long story short, is wow, now I'm broke because I'm unemployed, and I finished unemployment, the money you get while you're unemployed, based on the taxes you have paid. So then I was not getting paid at all. And yes, I was freelancing here and there, whatever I could find. So happened to be that I was broke. To the point that, we need 10 days until my girlfriend gets paid, the pay slip. And I'm not getting customers as a freelancer. It was hard at the beginning. And what happens? It's 10 days still to get income, and we run out of toilet paper. Turns out we only have cents, not even a euro. We reached that point that I cannot buy toilet paper. Yes, I was still privileged because anytime I could just call my parents and sorry, I'm in a tight spot. Can you wire me some money? Which I did several times. But I reached a point that okay, only if I really, really need to, I will ask for money, right? I reached that point. But at the same time, I was discovering for learning, and it's when I got the SuperMemo that okay, now I get what's non-linear learning, for learning, pursue my interest. I feed my learn drive to the maximum, and that's what I'm talking a lot about this because it's the extreme case. No money at all, and I was the happiest ever because every day was a super dose of learntropy, of pleasure, to learn this and that and this and that. So I was 30. 30 was 2031. And back then were the happiest times ever, I could say. So from 31 to my past, I never had been so hooked for learning. And altogether, because then your mood in everyday stays really positive. After so many depressions and apathy because of the grinding, because of the sleep deprivation and all of that. So you have the balance. And now the third point is the opposite. What if you already have money? What if you already have money? What's the point of using SuperMemo? So I met a millionaire. One of my tutorees is a millionaire. Well, was a millionaire. Not that he lost money, it's that there's no longer tutoring. So perhaps there are other people who are millionaire and I just didn't know. But for that person, I knew for sure that person was a millionaire. And that person hired me for 70 sessions. About 70 sessions, and the sessions were 2 hours long. So more than 100 hours for more than a year. Because yes, that person could afford it. It was just not even pocket money for that person. But that's the difference. Plenty of money. I'm not seeking anything about getting more money. That person was seeking pleasure. He came across the Piotr Wozniak writings and discovered this free learning, the entropy and so on. He said, shoot, I want that. And I want to skip the learning curve of the software, that's why I hired you, da, 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 da. And for me, I'm so satisfied because that person achieved this goal. That, more or less a common word, just by reading Wikipedia. I never thought that reading some sections of the Wikipedia it could be so pleasurable. And it was some of history, events, something that perhaps myself, I will find boring. Because what I like doesn't have to be the same for another person, right? So that is success. Because you cannot buy that. You can be a millionaire, but you cannot spend millions so you feed your entropy. You feed your learn drive every single day, or to know how to feed it. So in this case, could be that it was a bargain, because for relatively pocket money, just a few grand overall, in a year and something, you got as much pleasure as you want to for life. Because now you don't require more sessions. You already know how to do everything and how to get the knowledge. If you don't have the skills of this and that, you know how to get there. You got the paradigm already. So you're free to go. This is priceless. Priceless. That's why I will say that it's not about optimize for getting money. You will see this in YouTube videos with millions of views or hundreds of tons of views. In YouTube, you will see that in LinkedIn, in Twitter, that they measure success of how much money you make. That's not for me success. I'm realistic that I cannot tell you just follow your passion, do whatever you like, and eventually you will earn money. Because what could happen is that it could be really hard to monetize what you like, and you cannot decide what you like. For instance, as you see in the picture, I don't like coffee. I actually hate the aroma of coffee very intensely, to the extreme that I don't let my girlfriend have a coffee machine in my apartment. It is a torture for me. And you or more people could love coffee at the same time. So then I could say, oh well, if you're into finance, one good example. I live in Spain. And some European countries, football or soccer, it's a big deal. So the top players, or most of the players in the first division, they are millionaires. Even if they just they are just employees at the end of the day, and they just train and play, they are millionaires. But some other athletes of rowing, kayaking, handball, sports like this, that you couldn't even not name a person, an athlete in this sport, because they don't get to the TV or the news. They don't get paid. They get paid like an office worker, or even not even minimum wage, even. So they have to work full time and then practice a sport on top of that. What is the difference? Both athletes practice a sport they like, they love. The difference is that one is extremely highly paid and the other is poorly paid. So this could happen with anything. And this happens to me. I don't like finances. I don't like crypto or trading or investing, whatever I could learn freely by myself using SuperMemo and get money with this, earn money. But if I do that, I will be miserable because I will be painfully bored every single day. And what I liked is, neuroscience, psychology, a lot of stuff, now on ontology, information science, and all of that. And what happened? That I pursued these for years. And what it led me? To a lot of pleasure and some skills and some knowledge. But that doesn't translate to a skill I can monetize, right? I can relearn how to code. And yes, I can freelance and code whatever, programs, web pages, whatever. And people can hire me. I had been doing freelancing. Once I lost a job at the university, I did some freelance. I need some money, right? In the meantime, to decide what I do with my life. And yes, I had some rusty skills of programming because I started with computer science, actually, which I give up. And I did this in Fiverr. And then it's, wait, what do I have that other people don't? Or mostly don't? And so how to use Anki, how to formulate cards, let me help people. And that's what I did. And then I did this channel, the same channel you're watching now. And I ran it. When I even had money for toilet paper, I still spent money on doing YouTube videos because I like them. Not because, you know what, with this channel I'm going to earn money. I will become a YouTuber and make money. Well, that will be a really stupid decision to have chosen SuperMemo because it's extremely niche. And yes, some people will be willing to pay, obviously, but not many. I cannot work full time on this because I need several people every single day in order to make a living. So that is my point. The true power of relearning, non-linear learning, incremental reading, incremental learning, whatever label you want to use for this, does not have value in the sense that it's unlimited. No amount of money can substitute the pleasurability. If you're in a job, you want to hunt for a job, go for it and use SuperMemo so you will use the least amount of time possible. You will be the most efficient. Incremental problem solving, to know what you need to work on, memorize what you need to, what you decide to, and so on. And like in the image, you will be working for someone else at the end of the day. So it's really unlikely that you will love your job completely. You will have freedom if you work in a corporation. I also met people who use free learning, and they are freelancers. They do whatever they want. They are in a point that they can reject offers. That, yeah, I have this offer, but I don't like you, or I don't like the project, so I just don't accept it. Because if you free learn, you decide what skills you work on, what knowledge you require, what you do at the end of the day. So now I'm in a position that I really like. So those are my 2 cents. And for me, it happened. Don't take this as advice, because it's unlikely to happen to you. That just running this very same channel you're watching now is how I got hired, indirectly. Someone seen that videos, contact me for tutoring. Then he get to know me because we did session on sessions. And next year is, I'm starting a company and I have this role for you. I think you're a good candidate, And shit. And it's not that it's not highly paid yet. I will put it in a well paid. In the sense that I will earn more money in the academia if I had continued. It's a good salary, but are the conditions? The degree of freedom to choose and all of that, the flexibility, that it's very likely in a corporate I will have that. It just happened that just doing what they wanted is this kind of meta, because it's not something that I did in SuperMemo of learning this and then applying this, I got the job. It was just for using SuperMemo and incremental reading, I would say. So I could have done whatever, and it will have led to the same place. So to wrap up this video that is kind of long, 26 minutes with no editing, you can just get a lot of knowledge, ton of knowledge, go to a TV show, this kind of thing, and get money there, this way. You can hunt for a job, prep for interview, read code, this kind of thing. Third, you can just do your free learning to invest. So it's not to work for a company or for yourself. You just make money for training or investing and like this. So you don't have an office job per se. And the other is that the category I'm in, that just do whatever you want because you want to, and if an offer pops, you can embrace it. But you don't do it for the purpose of getting a job or earn money. For instance, I ask for money in this channel. Yes. And especially at some time, I had like a section that, hey, here's my Patreon, because yes, I was in a tight position. So I was really asking for money. If I get 50 euros, at least I can buy toilet paper every month, right? You get the point that I know it's not enough to make a living, but it could be some extra that in a tight spot can be helpful. And yes, I got some donations. Some donations were actually from people that I help in Discord. So I invested my time. So I could say it was an informal tutoring session. So something that was generally a donation, that they just watch my videos and they donate. I think I don't reach it will be in about 100 something. So it's not worth it for this. I don't get paid by the apps. I'm super far away to get paid to monetize this channel. If I'm doing all of these videos, it's because it's pleasurable. Hint, it's in the name of the channel. Not because, man, I'm going to earn money with this. The point is that I'm following my pleasure. Happens to be that for me, SuperMemo itself, like in a meta perspective, is already pleasurable. Why? I don't know. It's just like this. Why I despise coffee? I don't know. My DNA or my brain tells me that. That's how I can explain I did more than 300 videos about SuperMemo without getting paid for it. While working full-time, while unemployed, regardless of the situation. So those were my very long 2 cents. Let me know what's your opinion. Let me know your case. If you don't want to share here publicly, send me an email, pleasureableLearning@gmail.com. If you disagree with this, you have yet another use case, you find a way to earn money, and perhaps both at the same time, pleasure and money, that will be a win-win. Let me know. And as always, see you incrementally. I made a big change, not in just SuperMemo, but in computer. Everything that I do through the computer. And that is that now I use the light mode instead of the dark mode. It's been many years, I don't know how many, at least a decade, that everything was dark mode by default. And if something had no dark mode, I try to use add-ons or extensions to impose a dark mode. So today I'm going to share why I made this decision and how affected SuperMemo. You don't want to care about the rest. How it changed in SuperMemo. And perhaps those 2 cents might be useful for you. And yes, I'm wearing a white t-shirt for adding on the irony. So basically it's because of health. I have one condition in the eye. I still don't know which one this diagnose, but whatever the diagnose, what happens now is that after a while I get like a kind of a headache. It's could be this hypertension or in the brain or in the canal, so the pressure in the eye. I don't know, right? But as you know, I like A/B testing. I like to test. It's like free learning and incremental reading. That I had very strong opinion until I tried, and oh shoot, wow, that is incremental reading. Now I want to use it, right? So in the same sense, I was extremely biased dark mode. No question about it. As well, something I haven't tried yet is to use SuperMemo in a light mode. I actually did it in the very first days because I was a noob. I don't even change the theme and stuff like this, right? So now it's not white. I'm not using the default. It's kind of a shade of gray. And I just look at old videos of mine. When I mean old, is after a few months when I started, I was using this kind of gray already. So I went back to the beginning. But my reason is, hey, wait, let's see if I turn everything in light mode. Do I have the headaches? Nope. I don't know why. I still don't know diagnosis, so I still don't know what I have, but at least I have anecdotal evidence that if I use now the light mode, it's good. It's good. And on top of that, by pure serendipity, because that was not my goal, and something I was actually reading was readability. Let me, that's a backup. Okay, and I was doing this. Later on, I did a subset to read the entire thing about the Wikipedia article about readability. I mean, I'm still not finished. Okay, here it looks slightly different. It's because it's a backup. I don't have the CSS that I use. But even though what's important is the background and the theme, color is the exact same. So this is how now an item looks like. I think it will be more pleasant for the average user, for the average person who watches my videos, especially because it is a lot similar to the default SuperMemo once you install it. So let's say there is like less semantic semantic distance. So what I remember doing to increase readability, which I will do a video about that, is let me do A/B testing when I was still using different templates about the height, the space between lines, the exact font I used, or the font weight, like if it's regular, thin, bold, and so on. So I realized that, okay, it's not black over white. It's a shade of gray. But hey, against one of my strongest biases, that is dark mode, is shit. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting. I will be even long. I will go extra mile. That I did not want this result, to be honest. I wanted to keep my dark mode for everything. So then I changed Anki, my browser, even my phone, and now I notice that this computer is still in dark mode because I only use it for recording and meetings. But you get my point. That hey, in SuperMemo you cannot easily switch dark mode and light mode. So that's what I wanted to share. Like even if you don't care about dark mode and light mode, hey, you can extrapolate this, that even if you have a very strong bias that you have lived and you have defended for many thousands of times and iterations, is wait a second. Why if I try it? Why if I try something else? It's like when I started SuperMemo, I haven't had the goal to switch to not even a switch, to actually use SuperMemo. It was just because I become unemployed. Well, first because I had the summer break, and then because the summer break was forever because I got no renewal in the university. So you know what? Not that I am just trying to freelance here and there. Let me use SuperMemo. Let me use this very extended experiment. But I never had such a goal to actually use it for real. And here am I, 400 videos and 4 years later, still using SuperMemo. And not only that. So imagine, it goes, I think, in the same bucket. I never thought I will be recording videos on this channel using something that is not dark mode. And it's funny, because 3 weeks ago, I asked, hey, I have to admit, I was very biased. Here's when I did the click, that okay, let's go full light mode for everything. And turns out that for the people who, the 16 votes from my followers, either don't care, they don't have a strong preference, or they like dark mode, the dark theme. Yeah, I mean, the pool is very tiny. But it's ironic because I asked that, hey, it's because I want to move on. So let's see if I can do like a gray kind of thing or combine both. Because now I will be using the light mode myself. There's always a change in life. What's set in stone is that I want to free learn and experience this maximum pleasure. Learning what I want, and that stays the same. The tool I may use might change, the cosmetics, the aesthetics, the looks may change. I am incrementally quitting SuperMemo, incrementally moving on SuperMemo. But let me explain this, because there's a big nuisance to explain here. So what I did at the very beginning is let me use SuperMemo for everything. Even I wanted to convert my Yankee cards in SuperMemo. Then turned out that was not a good choice because of the node card relationship that I relied on and many other things. So first thing is, you know what? let me use SuperMemo for incremental reading, but not language learning. So language learning is taken out. It's deal breaker. Sayonara. I'm not going to use SuperMemo for this. Later, you know what? Image occlusion. Not worth it. Not even with the image occlusion editor from Alexis, the unofficial way to do close deletions in Anki. Nope. It's good that you have these relationships with a image, concept, member, and you can go neural, and you have this semantic connection that you don't have in Anki, but it's a deal breaker. No way. And even though I don't have that many, I don't require image occlusion that often, it's anecdotal for me. So if this is in Anki, and I am late into the review, I don't care. If I have a different algorithm, I don't care because I have a few hundred. So I had thousands before, but now I only have a few hundred, so it's not a big deal. Then, for writing, I had the collection for writing. Then let's lose the slides, but it's so crude the experience that yes, I can do incremental writing because I have the scheduling. I can postpone, see this in different days, and have the incrementalism and build something incrementally. And that is one of the reasons that's why I'm not writing that much. So long story short is deal breaker. No, I'm going to use personal knowledge management, even if I don't have the scheduling or something else. But I'm not going to use incremental writing. Then videos that now works again with SuperMemo 19. Not in this computer, by the way. This potato PC I'm recording on. But the experience, it's to, let's say, potato experience. To rudimentary. Too many bugs. When I extract a template, it doesn't add up. I have to rely on so many tricks. It adds friction. The end of the day, okay. And I rely on the watch later. Lists, and that's it. So, no language learning, no image occlusion, no writing, no videos. Then, more recently, is the formal sciences. I'm not using those. Or what I have about math and logic, that, okay, let's postpone it, let's do with other stuff before so I have more time, so I get more used to SuperMemo or to use the LaTeX hacky solutions. No, deal breaker. And that's different because everything else I have a workaround. Image occlusion, Anki. Language learning, Anki as well. Writing, I use Notion, for instance, for my channel. And the MBA, all of that I use Notion. For videos, I rely purely on YouTube playlists and the memory that, hey, you have watched part of this video, the red line that you see. But formal sciences, namely math and logic, I don't. I have pending to try other tools like Remnote, but something that what I tried is Obsidian with the space repetition add-on, but no, it's not something I can use. So I must deleted this from my collection. I only kept what is more. So the fact is that as time, now going back, that's a massive intro, by the way. Going back to the title of this video, is that every time I use SuperMemo for less and less things, I'm taking out domains or use cases. That's why as a consequence, I can further simplify my approach. Why now I only use 2 templates, one for topics, one for items? Well, I don't have image occlusions. It requires a template. I don't do videos. I don't have the YouTube or local video template, and so on. So I still rely on SuperMemo for the sake of incremental reading because nothing else is implementing incremental reading. Even if they say, yes, that's an incremental reading app, or it has a functionality of incremental reading, it's not. There are no priorities, or the priorities are just like some buckets, high, low, mid, stuff like this. That's not a priority queue. A periodic queue is every single element in your collection has a position. No one is in the same place. And without going into details. So, I'm not moving on from SuperMemo because I cannot. I'm trapped in the sense that there's nothing else available. Not something better, something else that implements incremental reading. So I'm hooked. I know that I will be using incremental reading or the next top-notch thing with AI or virtual reality, whatever that may be, that is even better. But the point is this, that I use incremental reading, and I will continue to do so until the day I die. What I'm not so sure is if I will keep using SuperMemo as my tool of choice for incremental reading. As time goes, and there are other tools. Hey, you know what? Language learning, I will be using this. Hey, for writing, I will do this. Hey, for formal sciences, because it requires LaTeX, formulae, and all of that, I will be using this. So it's not a decision that, you know what, from today, like many people in the community, I'm done. I move on. And I either change the tool or move on, like some other people that completely move on. They don't do incremental reading, space repetition, or flashcards at all. Like absolutely zero. No, that is not going to happen to me. But what they don't discard is using SuperMemo. Stop using SuperMemo. So I am immensely grateful from Piotr Wozniak to create this tool. Not just the tool, but the paradigm of incremental reading. I will never in my life return this, the positive effect that had in my life. I could say that in January 2020 was my second birthday. I was reborn. This is a different paradigm. It's relearning. After suffering so much from the school system, doing different master degrees, bachelor degrees, I'm someone else that I will have been. I'm happier. I'm happy. So what I am today and whoever I will be in the future is something I will not have ever achieved if I will have stayed the same in the wrong paradigm, in the well-schooled paradigm. So that is immense. That doesn't mean I am attached to the tool. I may be attached to the person, Piotr Wozniak, his writings, his philosophy. I may be attached, and I am attached, to the paradigm, very profoundly to the paradigm, that I will defend it with my life. The method, incremental reading, will be the method used in free learning, but not the tool. This is agnostic to the tool. Regardless of the tool I use, spoiler alert, it's been a year that this channel is called Pleasurable Learning, not Pleasurable Learning SuperMemo, unlike before. If you look at old videos, you will see SuperMemo. Because I wanted my channel to be tool agnostic, and it will in the future. That's why I'm making now so many videos at the time of the recording, the end of June 2024. Precisely for this, because it's like my goal. No one is asking me for this. I just feel it. I don't know why. I feel like I have this mission that now I want the remaining things that I haven't shared, and I see that, and I think they will be useful. Let me put these evergreen videos out and move on. And move on. And this channel won't be about SuperMemo anymore. It will be about learning tools that I may use. So they will have a component of my personal touch because it's something I will have to generally use. That means that now my hunch is that I will try RamNote. I will try this as an experiment, as this channel started experimenting with SuperMemo. I never had the intention to use it for real. Let's do with this. That happened that I use it. I will do videos about it. And with space repetition in my Notion page, because, spoiler alert, I use Notion, not SuperMemo. Those are the videos I plan to do. 55 about SuperMemo. And then I have the reaction videos. 34 more. This is all I got from SuperMemo. And I know that some months ago I asked to my subscribers, hey, I only have 8 videos left to do. Well, it turns out that when I do videos, okay, now I will do this, I will do that. Like, for instance, neural analysis, I don't know, other stuff. And sometimes one person drops a comment in a YouTube video, oh yeah, can you do this, can you do that, or how do you do that? It's okay, I'm not going to answer this because it's too time consuming. I will do a video instead. So long story short, I do more videos than I planned. Even though I have taken it to the extreme, this list covers everything that I have ever wanted to do in video, and it will reach a point that I can no longer say anything new about SuperMemo. It's already on video. I have done more than 400 videos, and some videos are very long, in the multiple hour length. So what will be new is my take on SuperMemo, like this video for instance, or the milestones of 4 years, 5 years. And if it is ever happens, hey, SuperMemo 20, that's what is new. But with SuperMemo 19, that was already very, very catalog short. That's a major release that you pay well just for this. I'm assuming that that will be like one video here and there, but won't be the theme of the channel anymore. It's been 4 years since this video, since I started using SuperMemo. So I'm going to share an overview of what has changed in this milestone compared to the previous milestone that was 3 years. And it was actually kind of short. This time the opposite is true. It's a big change. So let me first recap. Last year is okay, I stopped using some features, that is indeed true. I did some hiatus, almost a month and a half of not using SuperMemo, about make memory a choice that, yes, indeed, now I can appreciate that. What I don't decide to remember gets forgotten. The stats, nothing relevant. Relationship with Wozniak, that is shaping my experience with SuperMemo. First time that I was a beta tester, which was kind of fall short, and importantly, the new era is coming. Instead of era, I could say phase. And indeed, there's a recent video with my friend Winston, and he actually phrased it like that we are in a new phase, we are in a different phase now. So let's start. Remember, this is an overview. I will have more videos that I explain in detail, or if you want to reproduce it, like for instance, future-proofing your collection. So first, now, kind of recently, I used the light theme, as you may see now, and recently. I already created a video on that, the reason why I did it, even against my will, quote unquote. Then something I follow, a convention that I follow now, is that I future-proof my collection. The premise of files over apps. Files over apps. You may have seen this. This is taken from Obsidian. The premise is that if it cannot be exported, I'm not going to spend time on it, because I'm being trapped. Those, among other things, are concepts and links. If you export this in XML file, you will get the repetitions, the content, the images, and so on. Not the links, not the concepts, not the references, and many more. I will do a video about this, by the way. Next chapter this is taken from Gregorios Zonios, but just the title, not the actual content. It is the difference of naive simplicity and wise simplicity. Before, this fella, this guy, my previous self, that was naive simplicity. He had no clue what he was doing. Yet. Now I do. But I'm coming like kind of full circle. I only do 2 templates, one for topics, one for items. I only have 8 concepts. Very basic. There are many registries that I no longer use. But it's for a reason. I have tried everything. Even in the long term, I did A/B testing. and based on my flow, I no longer need this feature. Or because now I no longer do formal sciences, language learning, image occlusion, videos, and so on. Since I'm taking use cases out of my flow, I can further simplify my flow. First, I use one single collection. That's it. No need to switch over or so on. No. One single collection for everything. Since now I only have 8 concepts, I never change my active concept. Now in this case it is, because I recorded some videos, but I always have the root. I no longer have the dummy concept to do or imports. Like I will decide later where to put it. I use the root for that. I never change template because there's only one for each type and the color is the same. So I don't spend any time applying templates, changing the color. No. I think it's like Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, that he wears the same clothing every single day. Not exactly the same, but copies of the same thing. So you don't spend time deciding what you will choose today. More or less same thing. Everything will look the same, plain and simple, no decisions. With this why simplicity, what I'm also taking out is choice and decision fatigue. That's a win, by the way. Next is that I scarcely use images. Even now, as you can see, usually what I did with these kind of videos, I use SuperMemo as a slide show. I had some images, and I leave it like that to convey the idea, to convey the message that I no longer do that. A lot, I can do, but a lot less. Look at this, 900. I have less images than before, even though in this backup I have 12,000 items. So the proportion is a lot lower. Yes, I put in formal sciences. That's the update from the last milestone, which I already gave up language learning back then. I finally moved all vocabulary items. This is fine-tuning. This is in the sense that I consider this language learning. I created the item as a language perspective. If the item is how is the name of this known for this blah 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 blah, the name of a theory, of a principle, and I have to recall the name of that. At some sort, it's language learning, but I just leave it in there. Again, wise simplicity. So if it just happened through incremental reading, it stays in SuperMemo. I won't have sentences, flashcards that are a sentence for language learning in SuperMemo. So everything that I did before making this decision, it was about 700 and something, are in Anki. So now, from now on, there's no extension. It's a lot simpler. I will never need to back up or move things around. A lot simpler. Then, now this window, the element data window, I no longer have this one in my genuine layout, the one I use for myself. Why? Because A, what's there? What I was looking at here. Yeah, the template. I don't care. I only have one template. I don't have template-less elements, so I cannot choose any other template. It's pointless to have this. The concept, I only have 8 and are all here. The first level of hierarchy. I don't have anything nested. That means that just looking at the ancestors window, I will know the concept already. So I don't have to take a peek here. And everything else that I actually look at, like especially the priority, perhaps the leech count or the interval, I will use the element window. So therefore, I don't need this window anymore. Again, wise simplicity. It's not because it's naive that, yeah, I don't know what is this, all of these metrics, therefore I don't look at them. Another point, and I will also make a video about this in depth. Back in the day, I had an all-time high of 500,000 items. Sorry, 500,000 elements. 522,000 and something else elements in my collection. Then I deleted, massively delete, I split collections, and now it's actually growing little by little again. So now this collection is close to 50,000, so 10%. So I think I should say that's closer of this. This was such a good decision. It has been a lot easier to prioritize, a lot easier. And eventually, with some months after resetting priorities while I do my repetitions and so on, it's finally under my control. There's also another factor, by the way, and it's because I have been increasing the memorized items. So look at now how it is. It's more than a third, more than 33%. So that means that for every element in my collection, one is an item. What's hard to prioritize is when you have memorized topics, especially the ones that you have never seen yet. You set the priority once, perhaps you didn't even. So the priority is not well set. And this accumulates, and most of your collection is actually like this. Now it's easier. I also do a related video about that the more items you have, the more freedom you can do for more memorized topics. If I have 50,000 memorized items, I can have more space, let's say 50-50 for topics, and I can choose the priorities a lot easier than is 95% of the collection is unprocessed. That is very hard to prioritize. Next one, what I realized, you know that I have used Spanish for the MBA, about the zero repetition incremental reading. By the way, I used the slides, this was its own collection. Now I only use one single collection. The reason is that first I will delete this as soon as I'm done with those videos, and basically the slides will be gone. I used Spanish because all of the content was in Spanish. Then I had the articles. Everything was super friendly for SuperMemo because it was HTML, super friendly even for Internet Explorer, something very rare. But you know what? I tried. Now, I cannot tolerate it. So, to my surprise, I do not tolerate other languages for incremental reading. It has to be English. It's a deal breaker. Then, especially because what I did is business, then if I read, everything is in English, or most of it is in English. So having it in Spanish, yeah, I can process this as long as I know all of the jargon in both languages, but no. I don't like the flow in Spanish. Deal breaker. Again, simplicity. And I do language learning, by the way, not in incremental reading, not here, but elsewhere. This summarizes the naive simplicity versus wise simplicity. I have taken the simplicity to the extreme. Like the templates, I cannot go simpler than that. Concepts, I cannot go simpler than that. Next, I shall use Internet Explorer only for importing Wikipedia, which recently it's half of what I import, it's from Wikipedia. Why? Because it's way faster and backless. This is enough for me. Then, you may have seen now that here I have years. It's something I decided to do is, let me go here the imports. I divided this now, this year. But with SuperMemo, you can actually move this in bulk. If you know how to do it, it's easy to do it. And for me, it's like an heuristic that, hey, let me start a subset for an older year. And incrementally set this to a concept. As you can see here, I'm almost done. And look at here, they are a ton. And in this case, this year I have imported quite a lot. So I exceeded the amount of 500 children. So I started a second folder. For me, it works. So now everything that you see here, that is the first child of the root, means on a starting point of a subset review. That is actually the purpose of the existence of that concept. That means, if I never want to do a cognition subset, this will be merged with another concept. There is no reason for me to use this concept anymore, because the only reason is to use the hook, so everything goes to the same place. I can use the subset review. Nothing else. I don't use the neural review. Too much maintaining. It's high maintenance for me. Deal breaker. Another Another topic, which also do several videos about that. I introduced, since last milestone, I introduced the AI to my flow, which now I rely on, to the point that if I'm offline, for instance, on the airport, I cannot do my regular session anymore. I have to rely on some kind of subset, only items, something like that, because I have no connection to the internet. Therefore, among other things, I can use language models. So the AI has changed my flow with SuperMemo massively. Then overall, you will think, wait, now my experience is a lot more lightweight. I don't do videos. I just use images scarcely. Hey, why not going back to Linux? Which, by the way, I was a die-hard user of Linux. Why not? I have a virtual machine and use SuperMemo there. I don't discard it. Next are the stats. I will do a standalone video on that with my genuine collection, not a backup. And one last thing. It may sound like pointless, but I think it's more relevant. It's preciseness and correctness. So what I actually use AI for is to be more concrete with my flashcards, especially with English, that is my third language. Yeah, I want to say that, but with less words, more simple. I know I can. There's room for improvement. But I'm lacking here the proficiency a little. So I'm using AI with this. What has been happening is that now, even if I am just passive, I recall things more preciseness. That's the answer, but that can be even fine-tuned to be more precise, even though with the same amount of words. So here I have two examples that I got recently when I created this in SuperMemo, basically. Are not the best examples, but will be, I think, enough to make my point. So look at this scenario. This was in Spanish, by the way, so it's kind of lost in translation. Cool enough, skip the music. Someone told me that. What do you mean, skip the music? You cannot skip music. I think you meant to skip the song or skip the track. But I'm not the time I'm picky. It's not the same, right? So sometimes, if you go into tech or, I don't know, in science, this finesse is quite important. I get what you mean, but you are not actually saying that. Another one, that lower the crystal or the window in the car. But actually what she meant is folding in the mirrors. It's not the same to lower than to fold in. And it's not the same the crystal than the mirror. That even though in this case it's very similar, the context, it's not the same thing. So let's say that I have done a very extended course with the help of AI of this preciseness and concreteness, that now I'm more sensitive of this concreteness. That I have less tolerance. That if it's for me, I will change it. But in real life, I'm noticing this more that you could improve how you define or mention things. So that's all. It's an overview. There will be more videos, as I mentioned. Eventually, when they are done, you will see those in the corner. The question is, there will be a 5-year milestone of SuperMemo? Yes, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there will be a 6 still. Until there's no incremental reading app other than SuperMemo, I will keep using SuperMemo. So that's all I wanted to share. So that's the overview of my 4-year milestone, like the Olympic Games. It's been a while, but there's more to come. See you incrementally. Why do I keep using SuperMemo? It's been already a while that if you see my videos, if you watch my videos, I suggest to use Anki for language learning. You want to use image occlusion? Use Anki instead. I want to use formal sciences with LaTeX and so on. Use Remnote or Anki instead. So what I am suggesting, other tools, because it's my genuine opinion. So, not for RemNote, but for SuperMemo and Anki, I have a profound experience. And based on that, it's not worth it. I tried everything, and sometimes for way longer than I wanted to, and it's not worth it. But then, if it's not worth it, why do I keep using SuperMemo? Yes, for incremental reading. Yes, because of technology, and it's outdated, and so on. It creates friction because I cannot use standards and things like that. And the consequences, what derives from the lack of supporting standards. But there's no alternative. I use SuperMemo in 2024 because it's the real deal. It's the only incremental reading app. I'm not going to sacrifice this. I want to use this method, incremental reading. Why do I do other tools? Because for me it's not that important. Language learning for me is secondary. It's always low priority. I don't need to know the language I'm learning. I do it for fun. I'm not losing anything. I don't require to use image occlusions, or very scarcely now. So if this pops, I will just use Anki instead. So I keep using SuperMemo, and I will continue, I'm very confident, for some years. Even though I did a video recently that I'm incrementally quitting SuperMemo. Yes, with use cases. No language learning, no formal sciences, no image occlusions, no videos. And perhaps I will discontinue some other stuff that I'm doing now. But I will continue to use SuperMemo until at the very least there is an alternative. Not because there is an alternative, this gives me a reason to move. This alternative has to be better than SuperMemo. Until this is not true, I will continue to use SuperMemo, no brainer. So I don't need a second thought for that. Incremental reading. What I achieved across years is to minimize my friction points with SuperMemo. Now that I discarded use cases because they were creating way too much friction, now it's a lot easier to tolerate that. And because I know the ins and outs of SuperMemo, oh yeah, if I want to do this, I know how to do it without messing around, triggering bugs and so on. So even though now it's easier, it's simpler than ever, my approach with SuperMemo. It's more quote-unquote boring because it's just plain text. It's unappealing. At some sort you could say that, but I fully disagree with this statement because it's massive, because I don't have distractions with key bindings and auto hotkey and stuff like that, or deciding what grade to recall or what template to put and apply. No. I focus on the material I'm learning from. And bro, this is massive. Even 4 years later of using SuperMemo, just because of this massive simplification I have done. By the way, this simplification, I mean wise simplification, not naive simplicity. I have a video on that, by the way, of this difference. This is huge. So, I keep using SuperMemo because there's an alternative and because it's massively pleasurable. More than before. I could say that if I backtrack since day one, the time that I'm experiencing more pleasure is now. The recent days. I just go with the flow. I spend time just intimating with my content, with the knowledge, the information, converting this to knowledge of what I want. This is massive. That's why I keep using SuperMemo. So you may have seen that in FSRS, used in Anki, it's best to use pass and fail when grading your items. So what I also start doing, not because of this reason by the way, but because now I want the wise simplification of incremental reading, something I shared in the 4-year milestone of SuperMemo, is, you know what? Most of the time, now I just press space, which defaults to number 3. And if I fail, I will just press 1. As easy as that. 1 and 3. Why? Because I don't want to spend time. Oh yeah, this deserves a 1, deserves a 2. I succeeded, but yeah, it's easy, it's 5, I can be precise, but you know that now SuperMemo with SM18 This is kind of neglected. It just weights very small percentage on the algorithm to combat the user bias. What counts if it's pass or fail? So you know what? I will not spend time on cosmetics, applying templates and so on, or amending the text of the color, stuff like this. I'm not going to spend either time with this. Yes, I may sacrifice and a fine-tuned scheduling, but I prefer to go quicker and have less fatigue. And it's something I realized that some days ago. I need lots of repetitions. 400, 600, 400 something, 600, pam, pam. The first number you see are for items. How I can do it? First, because of the time that I invest. Second, some repetitions are for creating more items, not repeating items to begin with. But precisely because I'm reducing those decisions to the minimum. Yes, at some degree, I'm oversimplifying this approach, but this oversimplification just loses a very small percentage. It's a very small sacrifice for a much bigger reward. An example will be an image in JPEG that, yes, it is compressed, you lose some quality, but the file size is dramatically reduced. So long story short, what you do now, show answer, is either space or 1. That's it. 2 options, pass and fail. I have been doing this for at least 4 or 5 months already. So I don't know what will be if it will make a difference, because this is long term. In a couple of years, I could update from this video, but for now, nothing more to add today. Let me know if you also do just pass and fail, or if you want to your thoughts. If you also want to, if you have done this from day one, or you also made this change, and if you have seen any change in the stats, the performance you do have, if it's worth or whatever, it's in your mind. It's been 4 years already with SuperMemo, well, slightly more, but in this collection turned 4 years. Yes, I'm 5 days late because I have a life. I was not able to shoot this on the same day. In my milestones, each year I share my stats. But the last ones, I said, yeah, there's no point in sharing those stats, right? There's nothing meaningful. Why now I'm sharing these stats today? Because I have done different things that I never did before. And therefore, the stats have changed, and I think it's worth mentioning this. So let's start with just a statistics window. My retention rate has been decreased, and even that below 95%, which is like the default, which equals to 10% of the forget index, and it's slightly above that. What's the reason for this? Easy. I have done repetitions on items that were outstanding for a long while, very, very long while. And I still have, let's say, oh my god, I have 12,000 outstanding items. So, yeah, 12,000. That means that if I concentrate my efforts to go through the outstanding queue, especially for items, it's very likely that rotation will still decrease. Then you will notice now that, look at that, look at the memorized items, 18,000. That has increased a lot since last year. Well, at some degree, because I have that in different collections that I merged. Because now I only have one single collection. Even though I have deleted or transferred some items to Anki. And as a consequence, the memorized per day has increased. I think I had about between 5 and 6 items per day in most of my videos that I did last year. Now it's 12. But there's a consequence, because I'm creating more items per day. It's not 12, it's more than that. Because the average is 12, but I was coming from 5. That means that what I did is actually higher, which the average is in the middle, it's 12. But this had a direct consequence, is that I don't rep them. I create those items, but I don't see them again. They are just going to the outstanding queue. because on the recent days, should I say recent months, I had a lot less time, and I was in the mood for creating, going through the new stuff. Let's just do that. So I haven't gone through the outstanding queue much in the last 3 months or so. So that's why those are changing the stats. Look at the element count. Then, memorized topics, I only have about 21,000, but I have 38,000 topics. The difference are the dismissed topics, the non-memorized. And it's very rare for me to dismiss topics. If I dismiss a topic, it's because I apply done. That means that all of those, the difference, I have about 17 or so folders. Massive. And then since I created a lot of items recently, the average repetition per item has decreased from about 4 reps to 2.2. The rep count hasn't been increased significantly because when you create the flashcard, the item, it counts as a topic repetition. And this is not counted, it's just item repetitions. I had this dismissed, 17,000, yeah. No pending queue, and so on. Now let's go to the analytics. So this is more weird that in this interval, about 112 and 50, the recall is a lot lower. Could be very likely because of the items that I have seen recently. The few that I did, and were standing for a long while, were in this range of the interval. That's why I'm performing significantly worse. Then, let's go to the use. Yeah, forgetting index is getting slightly higher than before. You can see the item burden has increased dramatically. So I can guarantee that I started this flow in late May up to late June, more or less. I only created. I haven't reviewed anything because I was at the mood, and then it's, oh, you know what? I also want to see the effects, so why not? As an experiment. And this also takes in especially the item count for items. Yes, I have deleted and added in bulk across the years, but if I zoom, look at this. Those are the items I created in a very short period of time. Massive. And at some degree, whatever priority is higher than 33%, so that's 2/3 of the lower priority range, I have used AI on purpose. Then I want to know the quality. Do I remember those cards? Do I get what I'm being asked? So the formulation, all of that. So I'm running a lot of tests at the same time. Yeah, the priority protection, it's close to 0. And it has been for topics close to 0 for 2 years. Yeah. So, when was the last time that I finished the outstanding queue in this collection? Easy answer. Never. Absolutely never. It should be 100%. For topics, I absolutely never finished outstanding queue. Not a single day in this collection. And for items, I did. Especially at the beginning, because I had just very few items. And sometimes because I generally did this, but I split the collection. So I had no outstanding queue for English items and so on, which made it a lot easier to achieve that. And at some point, it's because I did postpone or mercy. I have used this twice in this collection. And the last time was more or less by Christmas. Yeah. Well, no. December 2022. So it's been more than a year and a half that I don't finish the standing queue for items. Including cheating, including postponing and all of that, including this. In reality, it's more than that. Let's see what else is worth sharing. Yeah, the grade. What happens with the grade versus the forgetting index? There's not much difference. It's between 2.5 and 3. How so? Because now I only use 2 ratings. 3 as the default passing grade, and 1 as the filling rate. Let's see. Then distributions. What is now, because I have created so many items, that most of the items are not lapsed. But hey, this can be misleading. It's not because I'm memorizing a lot. In fact, my retention rate has decreased below 95%. What happened is that some thousands of items have no repetitions. So it's impossible to have lapsed if I never seen that yet. So take this into consideration. And the same for repetitions. There will be, look at that. I have 10,000 items which I only created them. There's no single repetition at all. And the fourth goes higher, interestingly, and it's just with the float, the rate I created the flashcards. So, because at a certain point I didn't create much flashcards at some point in the collection, I focus on the reading, and I use SuperMemo a lot less with time because I was very busy. So it makes sense until I don't do those because are still outstanding. That means that if I had done the outstanding queue religiously, it will be very likely that the 2 and 3 are like higher. And I have this graph. Well done, sorry. This graph up to 2 and the 1 will be very low because I will have done the first repetition already in most of the items. The first genuine repetition as an item form. Difficulties are about the same as before, no much meaningful change. The A factors have decreased. I had about 5 point something last year, and it's 3.9, it's almost 4. And it's because it's the same thing. I created a lot of items, and I'm lapsing those items recently. So the average is decreasing, but it's not a big deal. It's response. Everything made sense. It's like a person if you go to the doctor and you have high cholesterol, hypercholesterolemia. Yeah, then as a consequence, the blood pressure will increase because there's less space. If you have high blood pressure, you may have headaches or Everything goes in consonance. Makes sense, all of that. So same here. Because I have done a lot of items and I have neglected a lot of items in the outstanding queue, all of these will be a consequence. And I think that's pretty much, that's pretty much it. And just one final, the work calendar. Look at this. So sometimes this is new items. Some days I don't create any item at all for 129, because that day I focus on a subset. And it's not because with this subset I can create flashcards right away. It's what I have done the days before. I have created a lot of extracts that are one repetition away from creating the closed deletion. So if it was cooking, I do all of the prep work. I cut the vegetables, I clean the vegetables, slice, and all of that. So once it comes the day that I want to cook, everything is prepped is a lot quicker. So take this into mind. This will be a lot of work if I start from scratch. So remember this, that can be misleading. That this was achieved with previous work. Let me make this bigger right away. And it's the same thing. Look at this. A lot of days it's almost 0. And then a lot of items are concentrated. It's because it's time constraints. If you notice, look those days. What are those? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's when I have more time. Because I work full time. By circumstances, I work above full time recently. Then I have some side hustle as well, here and there. And I have shot a lot of videos for this channel, which at some degree I sacrificed more than half of my time. That means that half of the sessions of SuperMemo instead of using SuperMemo for my own learning, I have been shooting and editing videos instead. I think that covers the more or less the average, the overview. And yeah, just to let you know that the stats is not something religious that you need to follow or you need to aim at. Hey, I need to aim at that many repetitions, that many, I don't know, whatever accumulates this. No, this is just for you to assess or analyze this data and make informed decisions that, oh, wait a second, the rotation rate is decreasing way too much. Then I will take action on that. Let me prioritize going through the outstanding queue above creating items and still neglecting the outstanding queue. It's way too much. It's going downhill. And the others are just descriptive. Okay, good to know I have that many items or that many total elements, but that's it. Yeah, now that I see it, the speed has increased. But again, it's an illusion because I'm neglecting those items that I have created are empty. So what I will do next is that I will focus on going through the outstanding queue. I plan to shoot some videos going through the outstanding queue as an genuine example of what I will do during my SuperMemo sessions. Not to finish it, but to reduce it. So instead of 12,000, to have 2,000 items, which more or less is what I had most of the time in the collection. Let me know if you have some questions in the comments, and I could answer this. But I think for the average viewer, I covered everything that is meaningful.
Wow, it's been 5 years already. This collection turns 5 years old. I have been using SuperMemo for more than that because I don't keep the collection I started with. Wow. So now I'm going to share with you my 2 cents comparing from the last milestone. What is new? It's been a year, right? So some of the stuff I'm just going to mention it, but not going to demonstrate. I'm not going to elaborate on that because I started shooting the video and I realized, oops, it's more than half an hour already. So first, even though I could say I have more knowledge about incremental reading, how it works, because I have done the course and all of this, I have used it less time, which have 2 interpretations. It's truth or not true at all. It's true because I have used SuperMemo a lot, but for the sake of the videos, while shooting the videos for the course, not for my own personal usage, and with tutories. So sometimes, some weeks, I spend, let's say, 3 hours every day using SuperMemo, but not every single minute was for my own personal usage, if this makes sense. That's why I have taken a break with the course, because, bro, I need my own learning. I'm sacrificing for too long my own learning. So there's a quote, sometimes, to learn a new dance, you have to step away from a familiar dance floor. And then you will come back with new moves. So that's what I'm doing. Then I have a new focus on language learning. If you check previous milestones, I said the opposite. But then I realized I tried some stuff just quickly in Anki. I tried something like this, right? That the yellow is what I'm being asking, and this is A. It's not part of the question, it's part of the sentence, but it's not the focus of the flashcard, and it's covered somewhere else in a sibling. I can do this because in Anki I have full-fledged CSS, unlike SuperMemo. And then, since I don't have a space, I have to put all of these when it will be a topic. So what I do instead is that now I have this SuperMemo, and I do this incrementally. I import, yes, but I import topics. I don't import items, flashcards. It will be pointless. And then I decide what I close. So this is how it will look once it is new. This is the car. And all of this is convention. So the T means the type of item it is. This
characters are delimiting the example sentence, meaning it's not something, a question or a content, it's an example sentence. And this is the translation. I have all of these so I can search in SuperMemo because the search is limited. There's no real expressions, HTML, and anything that I can do. And then imagine that later on I do this one. Oh, means car. So a noun that means car. And later on, imagine this is memorized, then this pops for the second time, and what is done? Topic particle marks the car as topic of the sentence. There's no sense, no. Okay. Then could be the case that I have this sentence is not good enough, I will need an image, because can be a car or could be T. I already knew that T is cha for other languages, right? So what I will perhaps generate is then a sibling, a new child or a sibling, and then use AI to generate this, but more meaningful, more unambiguous, right? Stuff like this. I don't want to extend more. I will do this in other videos. But basically, I try to reproduce the concept, the mindset of an incremental reader in Anki. I'm trying to reproduce this with multiple fields, so I create multiple cards from the same sentence using multiple card types. It was a complete mess, because then it's how do I know once I'm left in the sentence? Unless I do all of the sentence in one go, and all of that. For me, it's a deal breaker. I have internalized so profoundly incrementalism that is a deal breaker. I prefer SuperMemo with the caveats. The deal breaker is even greater than that. And because Japanese has been years, they lost interest in the language anyways. I don't care. I'm not going to do the reps in Anki anyways. Then, I use AI a lot, and this has shaped dramatically my approach. For instance, the approach I do with language learning depends a lot on AI and stuff like this. Then, I no longer use the minimum concept principle. Do you see, before I had business economy management, I still have this merged. Now incrementally I'm doing more concepts, especially when I know they are temporary or they are goal-oriented. Some kind of, at some degree, very high level, a task. Like for instance, pesticides. I identified that the spinach I was eating has some pesticides that are not mentioned in the container. Because according to the law, there's certain stuff they are required by law to mention. Some they don't. So then you say, let me learn about the pesticides, just with the overarching goal to decide what to eat and what to not eat, more or less. Okay. Then I came across, since I merged the collections, not all of them yet, my text registry was about 100 megabytes. Too many. The Git backup solution uses GitLab or GitHub, and they impose, at least in the free tier, a 100 megabyte per file. Now I am above that, way above that. That's why now I do the local backup solution. And since it's local, because I don't trust the computer, can be stolen, can be burned or whatever, I have a backup solution once a week to the cloud. I just right-click the entire folder, add to archive, I add here the date, the timestamp, 2025, August, and generate. It takes about 2 minutes. Even if I have hundreds of thousands of archives. So this is just extra security. Then what happens with statistics is that I merge some collections or branches and it overflows. Meaning that the quantity of items and repetitions that now I will see here, it's more than what I have in this collection. Because when you merge collections, some stats, they do aggregate, but some stats, they don't. I'm not going to tell you which one in particular. It will be covered in the course. But that means that I have more than... This collection now has 181,000 repetitions. I have more than 200,000 from some other collections that are not here. But it's not this number. It's in other places and not taken into account. Meaning that if now I export this to an XML, most of the intervals and the repetitions I got are not from this precise collection, but somewhere else. A good analogy is a country like Belgium or in Asia, Singapore, I think it's Singapore, or Malaysia, one of those, that most of the people, citizens, are foreigners, meaning that they were not born there. Same here. Most of the repetitions that I have here are from items that were not in this collection to begin with. Then, my usage with Anki is fading out to the minimum, like the other direction as before, right? That SuperMemo was just for incremental reading, and that's it. Which makes sense, because now I use incrementalism. So I use Anki for drilling the audio, for instance, Mandarin tones, stuff like this. But other than that, I don't need it. I only keep what I already have, that is very old, from 2009, 2010, 11, and so on. The intervals are super long, and I only need like 2 repetitions a day to keep it. And some of the language that is very dense, like the drilling the tones in Mandarin, stuff like this. Then, some of the decisions I have taken, will not have been the same today if I will not have had some information that is not public. For instance, I do Korean, albeit with massive conventions, because then, if I export this someday, I can put this in different fields if it's in Anki, right? Because I can do the regex, stuff like that, and identify what it is, despite the content. Awesome. Why don't I put the sentence in a third component? Because this is not exported when you use XML. Only if it's HTML, I think uses the element number of that file. Uses the file number linked. But it's very prone, because what if there's none, like this case? SuperMemo will convert this to plain text, so this link is lost, and stuff like this. There, just to mention one detail, but there are more. That's why, even though it's not implemented, I trust him that he will do it in the upcoming versions, as he mentioned. That's why I preemptively chosen this approach, because it's safe. It's future-proof. And lastly, I have more templates as a consequence, because now I have more flows. Now I have the language learning flow and so on. So I have a template for Korean and sound, because when I want the sound to be inherited, even though it's temporary, once I'm familiar enough, proficient enough with the language, I will delete the sound, because the sound is not required. So I have the sentence, and the sentence being spoken. It's not that I have audio only and I have to recall, like, oh, what tone was that, like in Anki. Therefore, like I did in Japanese, once it's good for me, I get rid of the sound, so it's easier to back up the collection and all of that. In SuperMemo creates a lot of friction, and at the end of the day, I'm going to have 1 or 2 repetitions max in my life. Not worth it. Then another for Longman, because I'm going to import one branch and I have about 2,000 topics like this, again temporary. Picture, which is my article but less. What do I mean by that? The article has 2 image components, and the picture only has 1. So for me, the picture is when I only have one single component that they need to be larger. That's why I only have 150 elements like that. This is only for the course. It won't be in my genuine collection once I'm done, because the paid extra of SuperMemo course, the slides, and it will also cover notes and flashcards. It will be gone from my collection. Then the item default, which contains 4 images. Then English, I change the background, and Korean, the background, they have audio just in case. But I also change the styling. It's a slightly larger and it's a different font. I need this for Korean, at least for now. Then I have the item AI, which looks exactly the same as the item, by the way, with all of the images as well. The only thing that I make this distinction because I want to compare my retention rate. I can browse them very easily and then check the stats, the greatest stats, stuff like this. And because what I did here, it's very low quality. I added, because what I had is the limit of 100 megabytes, I wanted to quickly go below 100 megabytes in my text registry. So I got the largest topics, then the low priority ones, and process this with AI, generate the flashcards without me reading the content. Some topics were half processed by me, some were probably new, and since this is a no-no, it's a bad practice, let me do an experiment. If I lose, it's not a big deal, because even if there are 5,000 flashcards, they were very low quality, very low effort, so I just copy-pasted sections and that's it. It's not a big loss. And I could compare this against what I do, that I use AI as well, not necessarily, but I can use it. I make it my own, I supervise, okay, it's good enough, or I make my change, especially to be compliant with my so many conventions. But I have read the content, I have read the flashcard, and I have verified the flashcard. So it's the same as if I have done the flashcard myself. That's why I keep this template on its own. Then item picture required that I have to look at the image in order to answer the question. Task, in the rare case I create tasks which are short term. And dismissed now applies most to the course, because I want to quickly differentiate what are folders and what are dismissed topics. So I can go here, browse, and it's a lot quicker for my convenience. And when I apply, not when I apply done, when I dismiss right away, I also apply this template. It's just one of my conventions. So this has been more or less the overview of the 5 years milestone with SuperMemo, how I use it. I did an effort to just have an overview. I will have some other videos. The AI will be on the course already, so no worries. And some of them are long enough that I will have dedicated videos. Hey, that's the new flow I have with SuperMemo. Feel free to use it. It's not that it's part of the course. That is how it's meant to be used, not in this section. And to come full circle, most of the prevented me to use SuperMemo was the course, and actually the tutoring. And what has changed from the 4-year milestone is that now I do provide my tutoring through Soki AI, Soki AG, the company I co-founded. So this is more professional, so you can book a session, you can see my availability. On the availability, like this, tomorrow you can check when I'm available, and you can pay directly here with a credit card. That before I didn't accept credit card because now we are using Stripe and so on. And remember, this is not limited to SuperMemo. Your enjoying the learning process. Your learning tools can be Anki, whatever, or a combination of, oh, I want to do language learning, and I have a combination of apps, whatever that is, to achieve your goal, how to do it, how to reduce the friction so it's pleasurable, and stuff like this. A lot more convenient than before. That you needed to contact me, I sent the link, you had the payment was more manual, stuff like this. So that has been all for now about my collection. 5 years, milestone, a lot more to go, a lot more to come, and the course will continue. That's all for now. See you incrementally.